phone out.
Oh, the Neo. Okay.
No vol whatsoever.
1%, up 1% though.
It's up.
It's holding. United Airlines bouncing around here. All right, Beyond Meat down 14%.
It was way worse aftermarket. There was basically no bid on Beyond Meat aftermarket. They were doing some restructuring on BYND.
Yeah, convertible notes. All right. I want to look at AMD today, so we'll have a few things here. I don't get that much FOMO actually looking at the markets because you know what? I look at myself and I say, hey, maybe I would have been long. I don't know. So who knows? Might have saved myself some money. All right, let's go back to the desk and deal with today's trade.
Yeah, we were going to mention that Beyond Meat, on a debt restructuring note, downside in a big way this morning. Meta as well, coming off, 4 of 5 to the downside as well. Yesterday was really, really ugly for Meta, trying to bounce here this morning, back above 470 right now. There was Financial Times first to report this, that they were kicking the tires, I guess, for lack of a better term, on EssilorLuxottica. It's the owner of Ray-Ban, so sunglass maker. I thought they already had glasses that you got those, didn't you?
I did, but I returned them because they weren't working.
They were terrible.
No. I didn't say that, Brendo.
I'll say that.
Actually, my friend has them, and he walks. Okay, I put the story on the Midday. I'll say it quickly here. He walked around the club, Brendo, recording, and they have a light that turns on when they're recording. It was a little cringe. I gotta tell you, I told him to stay away from me a little bit. Yeah. But no, in all seriousness, though, they obviously use Ray-Ban to make the Meta glasses, so it kind of makes sense here that they're.
They might further this tie-up, anyways. But guys, Meta again, possibly kicking the tires on Ray-Ban owner EssilorLuxottica. So maybe Facebook glasses in general to come.
Facebook, what's that?
If you're gonna wear like augmented glasses, then you're going to you want to look good in them. So I don't know. There's logic. There's a logic there. But I'm stink bidding. Well, in my personal account, I'm stink bidding Meta. After yesterday, I was like, oh, what are some things that if things get really out of hand could possibly come in the next week if you go to the downside? I was like, well, Meta, pretty clear support right there in like the 430. So you stick something in there. I put it.
30. Oh yeah, 430.
I'm like the least creative person ever. My favorite number, like my baseball number, was 42. So I stunk bid 442.22 because I also like Will Clark. So 442.22. I always put like 22. Never bid an even number. It's like 22, 42.
It's ultimately it's not going to matter, right?
I find it amusing.
Something you put bids in for. I do that all the time.
But it broke a trend that was huge. Like right here, this year-long trend for Meta. I don't see any way that we're getting down to $440 today. I'll probably have that good for like a month or so. Actually, I might probably made it good for a quarter on my personal account. But look, if you're going to come right back up to what was the top of the trend line or what was the bottom of the trend line and it turns into the top, that would be like the 75, 76. I think when this happens and you break a wedge like that, anything above there into 80 might turn into a bit of a fade. So I'm kind of thinking, like, there's a lot of rebound type plays. AMD's SSR today, short sell restricted. So I got to be thinking breakout or dip and rip or something along those lines. But Meta, if it gets to that 480, just because of that trend line, I would probably be first looking for a fade type of play. Was a little surprised at how weak it was, but a trend that big and that holds that long, if it comes back to retest it the other side, I usually want to have some kind of a trade if it sets up.
Yeah, I mean, when just a couple days ago we were short Meta up here at 530, and remember we took $19 or something, and then it wound up going like breaking through 500, and then it's just, I feel like the writing's been on the wall for this name for a minute. I mean, it's just like forget about yesterday. Yesterday was just a huge day because you broke through the 50-period moving average and just kept on going. But the thing is you've already had, like that's, if we zoom in, I mean, yesterday wasn't even the worst or close. Like that's bad. Like as percentage points, you're up here at 540. So to lose $30 on that day is bad, and then you lose another 10 or 15 there. But remember this. This is, we were just talking about it. This is also a Trump trade because apparently, he's not as negative right now on disbanding TikTok and all that stuff. So if that talk gets a little bit abated, then I could see, he's back? Then I could see, this continuing to fall down. And yeah, I think he will get that 430. I mean, the last time I sold Meta was right here on earnings, remember? And then it fell down. I was like, yeah, good. We made a good call. And then we didn't get any out. So maybe, or any back in. So this time we may be able to buy a little bit more back in if it does drop into these levels that we had missed last time. So I'll have to check. I don't think we sold any Meta. I mean, some of the names that we've sold, we've talked about. So yeah, but not any Meta. It looks like that might have been a mistake. So we'll see what winds up happening here. But yeah, I mean, I like the stock. I just, you're going to have a couple bad days. And
it happens.
With IWM ripping up and the rate environment coming through. Maybe the first rate cut isn't necessarily the greatest sign for the market, but we'll see.
Usually
looks like there's going to be 3 this year. So lots to go. I like
that
Amazon.
jobs
I like
number.
Amazon.
That jobs number makes it even more likely.
Yeah, that was, what did that come in as? What was it?
It was 243, a little bit more expected.
Right, okay.
Yeah, jobless claims. 243, I'm pretty sure. 240,000, we're expecting 228 or something like that. That's just going to add a little more fuel to the fire. Get that cut that the market wants. Meta is actually
1.7%.
As we've talked, it's up another almost.
NASDAQ is going. So like the thing is, like yesterday we're like, oh my God, it's such a bad day. But then you come in today and let's see what happens. I turned the bear into a bull there a little bit. Let's just see what winds up happening today. But you're already back. I mean, we could open up back up 1%, and then you've made back 40% of yesterday. You never know. I don't think you're going to be up 3% today, though. So, all right, let's go back over. Yeah, do we have Luis today? He's in the calendar. Could be. Right.
Maybe.
Potentially.
He takes the summers off, I feel.
Yeah, lucky guy.
I was just hearing, guys, Wall Street Journal now reporting that Meta story for Ray-Ban parent could be 5%. So definitely not the entire company, but potentially 5% of the Ray-Ban owners. So not a huge deal. I was going to mention a couple in the retail space here. There's analyst notes on Foot Locker this morning that I was reading. Morgan Stanley with a downgrade to underweight from equal weight. That's coming from the Fly GPS as well. With a positive move, Morgan Stanley upgrading to overweight from equal weight on Gap.
Yeah, interesting look here with retail. Kind of unsurprised about this as a consumer does get squeezed. All credit card debt all-time high. This headline though with Foot Locker surprised me a little bit because we saw with the Nike earnings last time that they were relying less on their direct-to-consumer kind of model and going to go back into their wholesaler, Dick's Sporting Goods, Foot Locker. So I expected Foot Locker to benefit a little bit from that, but it looks like it's still a tough hill battle for them.
Yeah, and then on top of that, we had some airlines with earnings this morning. They're not really doing a heck of a lot. Alaska, I was just hearing some comments coming through. Weak Q3 profit for this one as well. United Airlines gapping to the upside, though, back to 48. So again, not a heck of a lot of volume, but both moving around here a little bit.
Yeah, it's quite the reversal for UAL. It was a guidance miss last night, and
they actually did. Really
they did pretty much what everything else was good, except for that guide. It bounced right off of support. This is what we were pointing out. It's like, well, if you're inclined and you like the airlines, I don't. I've never invested in the airlines. In my personal account, I've never really been a huge fan. I think there's a better place to put your money. But 44 on a dime, it essentially bounced off of that. And when I say on a dime, it was actually 5 cents away from 44 even. And now you potentially break out. I don't know how much volume actually got trapped down there after market, but you could be breaking a trend, specifically on UAL. Like that 44 wasn't nothing. It was a 200-period moving average. So if this were to break out above 48, there would be some room for it to rally. So it was solid numbers. Nothing groundbreaking there. But there was this SYTA. Just want to quickly point this one out. Seattle Mobile. Hopefully I'm saying that one right.
You are.
Seattle Mobile just made a push towards $1. Small cap. I saw the news a second ago. I'll have to double check to make sure what the news is. I don't want to get it wrong for you guys. But it's about the dollar level for this. You can see it's your typical chart of a low float, small cap runner. They've done a reverse split, so it's an even smaller float than previous. And it's got this nice consolidation break going on. But the dollar, it's at 95 cents right now. So the dollar level probably going to be a bit of an issue. As you can see, it already pulled back there once, like a 110. Now it needs to break through the dollar again. The good news is if it does make a run at the open, it usually gets pretty simple. When it puts in a 110 high, I usually like a 110 break with a $1 stop. And that kind of makes things relatively simple. So this one just popped on the radar. I don't think it made our watch list because it's a bit of a late move in terms of volume through that $1 level.
I was just going to say about United Air, and it's the same thing I always talk about every time we have something like this pop up. And I always look to this Jets ETF here because it just has everything in it. So unless you're individually investing in the airlines, I feel like this has been, quite the roller coaster. And right now you're kind of in the middle. So I would look for a break here of $20. That's the 50-period moving average, right? I mean, it basically, once we broke it here to the upside, that was 16.25. We went to 21. I mean, again, the airlines aren't going to be tech names. They're going to blast up 100%. But it basically held it the whole time. You did get a little dump off there in the last earnings in April, and then it regained it. Nice upside move. Broke it, and now it hit, it's hitting again. So take advantage potentially of UAL. If you didn't really like the quarter, although it was getting bumped up, maybe that's a sign of things to come, and you can go short here underneath 20. But the reason why we bring this up again, airline's going to be in focus, and if you like the space, I think you can go long on a 50-period break above 20, or if you're still short, I like the short better. I like the short underneath this to make a retracement back into some past support. 1750 looks pretty good all the way back to last year, and again earlier on this year. So yeah, I think I like the short in the Jets ETF, and let's just see what happens if UAL helps that case or not today.
We're just reading about Ford here ditching plans. So they had announced plans to convert the Oakville, Ontario plant here in Canada to an EV facility by 2025, 2026. They're going to backtrack on that. And then instead, I was just reading, upgrade it to have capacity for 100,000 super and heavy duty trucks out of that facility.
Yeah, they wanted to do it in Kentucky and Ohio, but they're overextended there. So they're going to invest $3 billion in Oakville, which, by the way, guys, is like basically in Toronto. It's going to create about 1,800 new jobs there, about 150 jobs at the Windsor plant. So good luck. And really, it's about selling what the customer wants, and it's pickup trucks. That's what they sell the most of, Brendo. And they're looking to focus on that.
Yeah. Ford, if anyone was wondering, lost $4.7 billion on its EV business in 2023. So good choice for Ford. Bitcoin, I just saw a couple of crypto names moving here as well, starting to get going back higher. Held 64 at the end of the day, 64,000 at the end of the day yesterday, back to almost 65 here today.
Yes, sir.
So Ford lost $4.7 billion, making it the second most profitable EV company in the United States.
Ford is crushing it right now, by the way, the chart.
Yeah, I mean, we hit that dunk thing, but I think that might be right. But anyways, there goes Ford, right up to the upside. Wow. I mean, yeah, as a shareholder, it's been great. Have not gotten anything out of this one because really, quite frankly, maybe I should because I don't understand. I mean, it's a nice move upside. I am seeing more and more Broncos out there. I talked about the F-150 Lightning, and again, it's an electrified, their best vehicle. And it's apparently been a success. I don't know. I only hear good things about it. But again, we don't have, maybe all you guys out there in Texas and all whatnot. I don't know, wherever there's a lot of, I don't know where Ford sells the most trucks. Maybe it's Michigan. I don't know. But anyways, nice move to the upside there for Ford. I like the stock, and I think you stay long. I don't. It's hard to sell winners. I think you could get some off, but at the end of the day, you're breaking out, and you've already done that. So you broke out through 1360. Now I think it's worth holding. If we zoom this out, like way out, Ford can get to 16, 17. There it is. So $16, $17. That was the top that I'm sort of looking at. So if we can get into that area, that's what I was looking at. This huge move up, remember, like we had a big, huge, Rivian's coming to market and all that kind of stuff. Ford got really excited there before obviously this happened, and we've seen what happened to Rivian stock as well. As Rivian was $108 IPO, I think, and now it's $18 or $19. So I like Ford. I like what they're doing here. And if EVs aren't as hot anymore in the market, which, more look to hybrid, maybe Ford has a good little spot here that, you're breaking out. I like the stock up to 16, 17.
I'm probably selling. Well, actually, no. I have an order to sell in front of 15. At least the half of what I have left in Ford. Just going to take it. GM's been performing really, really well, but the really good thing about Ford, now it zooms out there. The really good thing about Ford is if you look at like when this is sort of tagged in here, back in August of 2022, like you're breaking out of the consolidation channel. So I'm talking about from when it made the bottom that's been holding, that 11 bottom that everyone's excited about and was such a good buy. It's essentially breaking out of that channel. I don't wonder if it runs out of steam at that 15 level. But you talk about EVs that may or may not make money to one that certainly does not make money. Rivian yesterday, like it's been the same top up here on Rivian for the last week. Like it breaks 18, doesn't get to 19, and then if that happens, the sell is pretty precipitous. So the last couple of times, it was a strong rally, and then you fail that level, you go all the way from 18.5 to $17. You get a recovery day, you go from 18.5 to $17. The market's trying to bounce here. If Rivian can't go, this could be a bit of a flat bottom break here underneath 17. About 16.95 was that low. And not a lot of volume going on with Rivian. If it rallies, could it happen again that it goes through 18 and you just fade like 30s, 40s, and 50s or find something up here for a short trade? Sure, you'd have to be very, very patient because that's a long way away. But I got the eyeballs on the same two EV names as every single day for the last couple of weeks. Tesla and Rivian. And it's pretty much those two. Rivian, that 17 level, at some point, if you keep pressing it like this, you're not going to bounce every single time. And if it breaks, I just want to take a shot at it. Let's go see what the analysts think of a few names with Adara.
Lots of interesting names on the docket here, starting off with Block, reporting the week after next, getting this upgrade from William Blair ahead of those earnings. Toast getting an upgrade from Mizuho, trading up about 3 1/3% in the pre-market. Fortinet getting an upgrade from TD Cowen, and TKO getting an upgrade here from Redburn Atlantic. On the downgrade side, starting off with CrowdStrike, trading a bit lower here after this downgrade from Redburn Atlantic. Morgan Stanley, as discussed earlier in the big desk here, giving this downgrade to Foot Locker. We have PayPal getting this downgrade from William Blair. They also report the week after next. So William Blair having some opinions here on these payment names with SQ and PYPL. Last but not least, Barclays downgrading Molson Coors. Quite a few interesting names on the list here, guys.
Wow, Block actually is.
Block is nice.
That's pretty interesting.
Block is hot.
The block is hot.
Block is hot.
Yeah, 74 could be a bit of a thing here for Block on the daily chart. Clear resistance, started a downward trend after consolidating there for about a month. Then you find all kinds of support at 62. I mean, sometimes you don't have to. We talked about this with last night with Chris Brecher. Like, why try to find a bottom when the stock falls down? You get the rounded face in there. I don't know that I can draw the Stewie thing with this tool, but you get the rounded face into a breakout. Now you're at that resistance spot at 74. So I think that's pretty clear. If you're a block trader, then 74 is what has to go for continuation. It's an obvious resistance spot, so you got to chew through that. The volume on an upgrade, not really done enough to push it through right now. Like 72,000 shares worth of volume is a problem. Like there's so much that's actually moving. Like Nvidia is going to be at 10 million shares done before the open. So Block, yeah, it looks good. I think certainly if it closes above 74, look for some continuation going into earnings. But it's only the volume that would have me not interested in that for a breakout. Like you saw what happened to like AMD and Nvidia and Tesla yesterday. If they don't move today, then I don't mind. Then so what? If they don't move today and there's no opportunities in the stocks that were the biggest movers yesterday, then I can live with that. But Block looks okay here at that 74. On another day, if it was doing good relative volume, I probably would look for a breakout. But there is no relative volume here.
Okay. I mean, I like Square. Square is a name. Block is a name that I own, as well as PayPal. So one on one side, one on the other. We can look at PayPal, probably do a decent amount of volume. It's trying to break underneath the 50 period. So we'll watch out for that. But, you know, when I see a name that I always look for those lists, and I always try to think about when Adair is talking about them, what are, if any, names that I consider, you know, close to best of breed, or names that, you know, we want to get involved with, especially when they're on the downgrade side. So today, CrowdStrike, in what is an up market, is going to be down 1.2%, right? So this name has already broke the 50-period moving average. This is a name that I've never been into. I only own PanW in the space. I was thinking about some ETFs, actually. But anyways, nice move down in here for security, right? And again, with what we've seen, unfortunately, over the weekend, and then now it looks like, you know, Republicans might win that ticket in November. I just think security could get heightened, man. I mean, there's going to be some international talks and possibly troubles, and who knows where we're going with all of this. And then big data is only getting bigger, definitely not getting smaller, right? So, yeah, it's all going to need to be protected. CrowdStrike had a couple bad stories. I think there was a couple data breaches. Wasn't there one with Snowflake or something like that? I don't know if that was crowd related or not, or just Snowflake independently, but I know there's been a couple things here. So let's not go on those stories as I'm not sure, but breaking through the 50-period moving average, I like CrowdStrike down here. I think you can even start to nibble now. Yeah, that's CRWD. That's what I'm thinking about. So CrowdStrike adding some or getting into some for the long term.
One more just to put in your back pocket for this morning. Block, SQ with an upgrade this morning as well. Not a lot of volume here, but William Blair upgrading Block this morning to outperform. This thing's back to 73 quietly as well. Again, not a lot of volume, but analyst note on SQ as well. All right, let's get a look at the overall market here to kick things off at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 56.39, guys. That's where we closed off. That same level that we talked about, the area that we defended on the 11th and on the 12th of July. We come back into that area after that big decline on the ES yesterday, but we hold it and we're right back above those levels. Now, in fact, we're above the 50-point area. So if we continue to trend this way, let's see what we do at possibly 5,700 to the downside. Let's see if we can break or defend that 56 and a third, Brendo.
A lot to get through this morning. If you haven't done so, go down to the description of this video right now. Hit the link to the watch list, enter your email address, and then you get it delivered right to your inbox. Every single day has everything you need to know every morning for free. I was just checking here. There's TSM, there's AMD, there's Nvidia, Intel as well. 2+% across the board here for chipmakers this morning, coming off what was, yeah, that's Coinbase. We'll get rid of that. 2+% across the board coming off what yesterday, I mean, 2 days in a row to the downside. Nvidia specifically, pretty ugly all day long. Ends the day basically at session lows. We started to bounce in the aftermarket here. Nothing real significant as far as news on these, but they have been hit pretty hard here the past few days.
I thought AMD was going to go short sale restricted yesterday. We were really close to that 10%, 9 and change, I think, at the lows. So Taiwan Semiconductor, the world's largest foundry, reported overnight their earnings. They did quite well. These are new Taiwanese dollars I'm going to give you. So 673 billion new Taiwanese dollars, earns about 20 billion US. That's revenue. Their net profit, which is income, 247 million Taiwanese dollars. So revenue up 40.1%. Net income up 36.3%. The key drivers are obviously surging demand for their AI chips, as well as the perfection of the 3 and 5 nanometer technology. And in fact, they're going to start making 2 nanometer next year, they're saying. And last but not least, obviously AI, Brendo, and that's really driving the chips demand here.
Yeah, very active here this morning as well. I was just noting 10 million shares already for NVIDIA. TSM already at 3 million plus. So due for a bounce potentially here for this group.
Damn, AMD is SSR.
TSM already went like $6, and AMD did get SSR. It was like right in the last minute or two there at the end of the day. So TSM's already made a pretty significant and hefty bounce. Okay, I'm missing some data on my TSM chart, but manages to hold on to the trend at least temporarily. I won't bother drawing a trend line for you. You can kind of see that it's making that bounce. Because AMD is doing lots of RVol, well, NVIDIA is doing the most volume, but AMD doing pretty good volume as well. Yesterday went from short NVIDIA to short AMD because AMD was weaker at the moment, but it was the 165. Everything fell apart at $170. I mean, it is what it is. Like 170 lost at the open, and then the first available consolidation was right here at $165. Then you had that key support level at 163 on AMD. When a stock is SSR, a lot of times you're looking for that, it's like recovery relief type bounce play. Now there's a few ways that can play. If it doesn't hold this range, which is 63 to 65, I think you can see downside to that 160, which would put that even dollar for an SSR bounce. If it simply breaks out past the 165 level, Howard, that was the big resistance level. I think that's where you get a little bit of a like squeeze relief rally on AMD. This is the one that I only want to look for the longs in because it's SSR. If there's a pop and fade, it would be looking for NVIDIA, where I thought maybe we'd get it on a strong move yesterday. So we ended up shorting in front of pre-market highs on Nvidia at the open, but if it breaks out through the top, I think AMD is probably going to go too. I'd rather have that one, but if it gets into this previous close 2 days ago, that 127, Nvidia is one where that's a big support into resistance at 127. If it sniffs that price, it would have to be one heck of a rally, and I'd be looking fade up there around 127 on Nvidia. So I'm favoring longs AMD because it's SSR. So if there's a break higher, it's that I'd have instead of Nvidia. But if we see 127 on Nvidia, we're gonna like that short. And I feel like it's the kind of level like Tesla yesterday at 258. Well, you might not have thought you were gonna get there when you're sitting at 9 o'clock, but it got there pretty quickly at the open. And Nvidia is certainly capable of making a $4 or $5 rally at the open.
Hit the like and subscribe.
Oh,
is that what he was saying? There it is. Yeah, okay. I just heard it in my ear there. I want to quickly talk about the sticky note is now out, and I have on here for a semi play. I like the fact that AMD is SSR. So we did look at that. I like the SSR bounce possibility. So right into here. So I have AMD 167 short sell, right? So I think like it's going to have this bounce back up today. And if it does, I want to look at a short for advanced micro devices. I mean, just coming into play here, 167, that's where the 50-period moving average is. I mean, again, wasn't here yesterday, but you could see quite a violent drop. We did get a small little bounce, right? It's funny because I have such random thoughts sometimes. Like I just sent a couple paragraphs to Michael Noss in the last 2 minutes because I'd thought about something that I want to have, and that was another scanner, and I'll talk about that once the show goes. But anyways, I really think this little level right there, let's test it. So if we do get that bounce back up, and look, I'm bullish. It's the only name that I have short on the list today is going to be AMD, but I think it's worth trying at this level. All right, I mean, the semi names, great bounce back, up 2.5%. So you make back 25% of what you lost yesterday. That's all good, but there's still movements to come, right? I still think there's some downside pressures. We'll see. These dark pools wicking up here to 168, 169. Some of you look at that. I've seen it in the chat, but I like this 167. I mean, even yesterday, right? Like the VWAP was just holding. And if you look the first time you got an opportunity, 168, then again at 167, then the break happens and you don't get it again. So right now we're going to be above VWAP pretty good. I feel like if you can get to 167, you're way extended from it. And hey, if Nvidia is not going, which it probably will be, then we're going to short AMD. So I'd rather short the weaker name, Advanced Micro Devices. I saw SMH yesterday as well. This is a name that I've been trading a lot. Not a lot. I switched over to the TQs and SPXL, I think is the one I like. But anyways, this name again, only up 2.27%. So again, another kind of level for SMH looking at this 266 level. So, a couple opportunities to go short. I think I want to start short the semis just because of how dramatic it was yesterday. So we'll wait though. Play the bump up on the SSR. That's why I'm choosing AMD. I just wonder if it can get falsified up because you can't sell, right? And so let's just wait to see what happens here with AMD. You can sell if you're long.
All right, debt restructuring, as we mentioned, for Beyond Meat comes out after the close yesterday. This thing got absolutely crushed down to $4. That did actually trade. I was sitting here watching it. We recover a lot of that back to $6 this morning, trying to hold right now just above 622, but not a good look here. I mean, the headlines for the most part going back, I don't know, a year on this company have not been positive.
No, and you set me up perfectly for that, guys. All right, so this one's dropped 71%. Lost 71% of its value since it IPO'd back in 2019. That isn't the look that you want to see. And it's also reported 16 consecutive negative quarters now. That to me doesn't really yell a loud endorsement. The decline really is attributed to lower demand, obviously, for plant-based food, as well as persistent inflation keeping some of those stuff high.
And it's still way more expensive than actual meat.
And I don't like the way it tastes.
Yeah.
Is it way more expensive than actual meat?
I mean, it's not way more. It's more
actual meat.
Is it?
Is it?
Well,
Yeah.
I haven't bought it, and we tried it when it came out. I haven't.
I only say that because like when you go to restaurants and stuff like that, it's pretty much the same. So I'm just wondering why they don't mark that up.
Yeah, that's silly. Why they? Well, yeah, I don't know why they don't mark it up either.
I don't know, but
it was nasty after market, by the way.
It was never meant to succeed. I don't think.
I I'm of the belief that eventually there will be a point that some kind of like synthetic, there will be an alternative if they can make it as nutritious, within a stone's throw of that, as nutritious, as cheap, and then tasting the same. Like you get to that point, you're going to convert a lot of people, but let's not pretend that they're there, right? So it might not be these guys. I think at this point it's pretty likely, but it was so much worse in the aftermarket. This becomes a tricky one because I'm not really much of a believer here, but it was a massive, massive like quadunk and then recovery, oddly enough, to only be down 13%. I say only because I was thinking maybe you could have a Cassava Sciences moment and these guys are down 30 points, but that's not the case. So I was looking at what's the most simple would be previous support into resistance. If it tries to pop into 650, 660, look for a fade in that range. It's going to open short sell restricted as well. The volume is not that great in it. The reason I'm thinking short here and not just, hey, look at that rally, look at the recovery, is it did that meme move 2 days ago, which probably got a lot of people long, and then it held out some support yesterday. So I feel like there's a lot of people long the last 2 days in here that unless this gets back above 7 to 720, they're out of the money. So I'm looking for some kind of a fade in there just based on that thesis. A lot of people are probably into this thing, I would think, assuming there'd be a continuation squeeze because it's a huge short flow, 38% last we had checked. So if there is a pop in here and fade at the open, I'd be looking short on Beyond Meat. And I just remembered, hey, let's go get some locates on there because we'll be paying 1/8 of 1 cent is my guess.
I didn't have the picture of what my son had. Yesterday we went up to see Despicable Me 4 and we were up there in lovely Woodbridge and we went to Vivo here and I had the wife and I split this. This has potato on it with pancetta right there. Oh, there, you can sort of see my kid there. He's got the prosciutto. I mean, this guy, come on, my kid is, my Stream Deck's not on. Oh, well, he's not messing around. But anyways, this was really, really good. And the guy there is from Rome and it was amazing, honestly. So shout out to Vivo there up on Highway 7. Anyways, great day we had yesterday. Went to see the movie, went out for some dinner. It was so delicious. Yeah. And then my daughter had fettuccine Alfredo, and that was good too. She didn't eat it all, thank God. So I was able to have some.
Because you wanted to have
Yeah, exactly. All right, so look, I heard when we came on, I switched over this bear into a bull, and I heard Sharif go, yes, Katina, man. That's right when we started the show. So right now, the futures are up 40 handles since we turned over this guy. I'm not going to turn him around again. We're not going to jinx it. But we've had this bullish sort of feeling here coming back into today. I was just looking at Palantir again because, starting to go back up to the upside. Man, I like the stock. I don't know if you guys know that, but there goes Palantir starting to go back up upside. So I just put a bid down here. It's not going to hit. It's right down here at 27.60, a little bit ahead of this because if we get that trip, then wow. But anyways, this is going to be another name that's on my mind. Look, Neil just went over all the levels on Beyond Meat. I think you trade it because it's a short float. Other than that, the comment that I said that I was never really meant to succeed, it was rolled out here at Tim Hortons, failed. McDonald's tried it. I think A&W tried it. And they came out with so many products. The Beyond fake sausage, turkey. It was just not, they couldn't get it going. And right now you're right at these tipping points again of $6. So unfortunately, I think that the short float may win on this one as it continues to go down. And they're probably looking for a savior somewhere, right? And maybe they can find it. If there's a white knight somewhere going to come in and buy this name, but I don't know. Beyond Meat for me is not really a trade down here. I'd rather wait and pick on something else. I like McDonald's just because we were just mentioning that in the fast food space. Downside here near good lows. McDonald's down 13-14% doesn't happen too often. You already had a nice little dip buy opportunity here at 250. Maybe McDonald's gets back down there.
All right, let's touch on Google. You saw there moving back through 182.5 right now in a hurry. Nothing significant as far as news on this. We had a positive note from Mizuho yesterday. 1.5% after a pretty ugly day for this one yesterday too.
Yeah, Truist also chiming in on Google today. Yusuf Sakali from there basically reiterating the the buy rating on Google, keeping the price or boosting the price target, I should say, from 181 to 222. Separately, there was another headline here, not really a big deal, but Google is being investigated in Italy. The Italian Competition Authority investigating it for unfair commercial practices, basically saying the user consent process for linking Google's various services is misleading and can cause potential harm to some of the users. So we'll see.
Yeah, don't look now because all of these, or a few of them anyways, coming next week. Google Tuesday for earnings next week. Huge week to come.
We always talk about the big, or you get into earnings season, you have two massive weeks that come in where all the big names are going to roll out. Then you wait a little bit to get Nvidia at the tail end of earnings season. So Alphabet is a big one. The reason, like, Alphabet didn't make my note today, like the focus, Nvidia, AMD, Tesla, Rivian, Beyond Meat, like those are the names that I'm more focused on. It was mostly because I wasn't certain that, like, the 180 bottom, it seems pretty obvious. Like, it was a previous high into support. It's already, and then it bounced there yesterday. So yeah, Google 180 long, sure, but it's already trending. It was in the middle of the range here. It's already trending to the upside. I mean, if it can get through like this 183 half level, there could be a trend up that would be a nice one to join if that would be the case. But since it's already made this bounce off 180 and you're so tight to that resistance at 183.50, I would have to play that by ear. So as I said, we'll talk about Tesla in a second, but I like Google. I love the fact that it bounced so far where you'd want it to, like in front of the 50 period, right at that 180 level. But unless we get a retest of 180, I don't see myself trading Alphabet unless it's joining trend after the opening range, which I'm always open to. Like, you at 10 o'clock hits and a name like that is, putting in higher highs, higher lows, and you can find something like a VWAP or Trace or just a continuation of trend that's tradable, don't mind jumping into it. But as far as an obvious level, it's just the 180.
Shout out here to Dan Shenko here. He says, Sean, you got to teach us how you come up with these sticky note ideas. Yeah, told you, watch.tradetv.live is how I come up with them. And then I look at some different levels and I say, hey, I like that level. But no, 180, 150. So let's go over it right now. 50 period moving average, right? Long. So here's Google. I like it. It's a name that's on the list here. We talk about this every single day, how I try to come up with some of these names and some of these levels. So thank you so much. I retweeted that. But right down into here, right? Yesterday's close, 181. We had a problem with 181.50 yesterday. I feel like that could be an area right into here that if we dip in, I want to buy this level because, again, I feel, are we breaking 180? So why not if this can come up? Now, again, it's not a whole lot of volume. There's been other charts that look a little bit better right now, and Google's not up as much as the others. And we did have that little bit of a negative story there with the Italian government. I don't have to speak to them and see what's going on there. But 181.50, just want to look at it, right? It was a bouncing level there. I'm not sure he's sitting here. That's why it's sort of on the top. It's on my radar today for Google. Again, I like the stock, the 50 period moving average on the daily. See, so this is why we write it down. That's 178. So I feel like, yeah, it wants to bounce off 180. It's not as dramatic of a pullback as all the other names. If there's going to be a long in mega cap tech, I feel like we could pick something up on Google. That's not a semi name, right? I mean, those names are already up 3 or 4%. So we've seen Meta and we've already talked about this today, but Meta feels a little bit sick, right? I mean, broke through the 50 period moving average. You're going to get bigger bounces on these names because they've been so depressed. But, Google, again, up 1%. Feel like if we dip down, take that long. So watch out for Google today. And I trade GOGGL, just more volume and a stock that I've always been looking at. So this is the one that I'll trade. You could trade both of them, just different classes over there. Oh, I brought my coffee back there and I did not. You did not refill it? No, because I was going to get it and I was going to get a water and I forgot to get.
Sure, Randy will be by.
I'm going to holler at Randy again.
It's Tesla, so he'll probably pop his head in.
Yeah, Tesla. Okay, good. I'll mention Randy right now.
Swinging.
Yeah, let's touch on Tesla here. 251 right now on a bounce as well. This had a huge move higher initially yesterday morning before giving it all back and then some. There was this note on solar that just came out when we came on this morning. Tesla going to supply gigantic power packs for storage for solar coming through for 2030. So didn't really move on that, but worth a note, trying to hold 251.
Yeah, they also had a bit of a tougher headline here in Europe. Looks like their sales declined a little bit there. It says Tesla sales in Europe and the United Kingdom dropped 15% year over year to about 78,000 vehicles. That's for Q2. There's a market share for electric vehicles also dropped a little bit in Europe from 18% to 15.5%. Essentially higher interest rates, increasing competition being cited, and an aging model lineup. Breno, they need new cars.
Yeah, Toyota specifically was being mentioned there as far as taking some of that away from Tesla. Ford also downside over in Europe.
So yeah, with Tesla, it was two numbers yesterday: 258, 246, and sometimes it's really obvious where you might find support and resistance. And yesterday was kind of an example of that. Go back 3 days. Big level, 58. It was looking like that was going to be a big hold, and then you broke down at that price. So the following day, failure at the open, then the top at the close. Yesterday's short was at the 258 level, and then the bottom was just the same 246 bottom that it made. So I don't think it's all that complicated. Like when we sat here, we were at the same price at this time yesterday. I was like, if it goes up, you just got to wait for it to get to 258. Now I was looking for fades because we were bearish yesterday, and that really meant you just had to sit there and do nothing while the stock was climbing higher and higher, unless you were looking for a breakout. And I'm not really looking breakout on Tesla today. I'm really thinking it's just a 258 level. If we dip back down in and you show any kind of a bounce off 246, that's a trade that you want to have. So trying to keep it simple. It's 1% to the upside. The other thing that I am looking at is also going to be Rivian in the space. Rivian has not made the kind of bounce. Percentage-wise, yes, Rivian and Tesla are close, 1%, 0.7%. When you look at the two charts, similar in terms of support and resistance, like making a bottom, getting back into the top, failing the top, but you're still pretty tight to this low. So this doesn't hold on to 1695. To me, this is a potential breakdown on Rivian. It's seemingly rejecting this top up here. And if it cannot hold this support at 17, there's a big gap to be filled. Like this is the kind of trade where you can risk 10 to 15 cents. If it goes, it could easily move $1. If it doesn't go, you got to get out and then back through 1730. It could be a relief rally long, but flat bottom break like that, we'll have it the first time through.
So we're going to give a shout out here to one of our sponsors, Benzinga, the Benzinga Pro platform. And this is surprising to me. I'm sure it's going to surprise both gentlemen on the desk. The Tesla Cybertruck outsells the F-150 and the Rivian R1T, despite being more expensive in the month of May. So that's surprising to me right there. So there it is, man. Over almost 4,000 Cybertrucks in May, as opposed to only 2,300 F-150s and 1,200. So you add those up. You add those up, and you're not even at Cybertruck, which apparently was a fail. So let's wait to see what happens here with Tesla. But again, another good story, I feel like, for Tesla. But I wrote down again 250 to look at. But that's going to come into play immediately. And again, 250, 200 period moving average was right there. Now that I look at where we are with Tesla, I'm almost thinking, yeah, it's probably a short more than a long. I mean, this up here near 255, 254, looking pretty good there. But yeah, you cannot ignore this 246 level. So I know I do have Tesla on the sticky note. It's the last note there. I want to make sure to look at it. I'm wondering about yesterday's closing price. I know Sharif always talks about closing prices, and I think that that's something that we're going to have to see where that trades tomorrow or today based on yesterday's close, because that might be a good long. Hold it against 246. If you go long at 248 and you have this bottom, please just plan appropriately and take as many shares that you can hold for $2, because like this, the move that you could get way upside is way more than $2. So I just feel like that's a decent risk spot there for Tesla. On that surprising Cybertruck news, I haven't been following it well enough, but there it goes. I like that style of truck with the F-150, but I would not have expected that right there. So I'm glad to have sort of brought that out, and there it is. So more fodder there to think about.
Yeah, I think everyone would be surprised by that. Oh, there's some people that like the Cybertruck.
Yeah,
I think it's a little funky looking, but like all new things, I think people probably just have to adjust to some change. Before we go back to the desk and talk a little bit of crypto, there are some. I just saw in the chat, some talk about the weed names, which we haven't always mentioned. and they've been really strong the last few days. So very quickly, CGC, it's on radar if it can get above $8 here. It's been, what is it, 5, 6, maybe more than that, maybe 7 or 8 days in a row to the upside, with a few of them pretty outsized in here. And you're now at another level of resistance here. 4.5%. We've seen this do double digits before. I just want the area of caution, I would say, is when it's broken through. There's been some good breakout trades here at about 670. It broke out, actually held the highs. When it made the next break after consolidation at 750, it got to $8. I would suspect that you see the pullbacks, right? It either doesn't continue after breaking or it does a pullback. So if it does break 8, I think you got to have yourself a target and not expect it to just continue to go, because it hasn't been that kind of a trade recently. It also could be a consolidation trade today, which would be fine, because you consolidate today under 8, put another higher low in, and then go tomorrow. That actually gives you more explosive upside when you consolidate in front. But CGC, we got them on the radar, just not the front of the mind when these chips and the EV names have been so good.
All right, slight bounce here for crypto, as we mentioned. If you joined us early on this morning, here's IBIT. 0.65, we were mentioning yesterday the inflows this week back to multi-week, multi-month highs here across the board for these ETFs. We are pulling back a little bit. I mean, there's nothing significant. The big move coming a few days back on that Ethereum note that we could get Ethereum ETFs here in the next week or so.
Yeah, that's going to be really bullish for the ETH fans. With respect to the spot ETFs, that's 9 consecutive days of inflows now, Brendo. So good positive result there. Mara, Riot, CleanSpark, Hut, the miners essentially were up, not yesterday, the day prior, up big. Mara breaking through a key technical level. They're set to report August 1st. And an interesting article I actually read today, I discussed it with Neil. A lot of these digital miners are now actually getting into the AI business, Brendo, because they've got all these GPUs that they're not really looking to use anymore for mining, and they're trying to repurpose them for AI. So it's going to be interesting to see if they
can rent them out just for processing power at this point. That'd be a good business. Here's the, just real quick, here's the dollar on a weekly chart. Worth noting here, working on 3 in a row. This is, again, a weekly chart, working on 3 in a row to the downside for the dollar benefiting here as well.
Yeah, we were just looking at Tesla. Did you know that the Tesla
cool,
Cybertruck outsold the F-150 Lightning and the Rivian R1T by large amounts?
Okay, but they had, 180 some odd thousand back orders? Like,
isn't that a lot, or?
Who?
Yeah, exactly. Did you? I didn't know the Cybertruck was actually selling that well. Is it selling more than they expected, or less? Or?
Book, I need a coffee. The order book back in April was 181. There was a lot.
That's a good
So
number.
they're catching up. So good for them. The Lightnings had, how many issues? Recalls, problems,
Have they, the Ford Lightning? I've seen more of them around now.
They're out there, but
I see a lot.
there were so many problems with getting that out the door in volume. And Tesla had an order book to fill. The reservations were huge. So, I mean, take the money and run.
Yeah. No, I think what's interesting is, if you don't notice, we were pointing out, Sharif was pointing out some of the differences with the lights on the Lightning and F-150. And if you don't pay attention to them, you're like, whatever. There's none of these on the road. And then if you actually make the distinction between
Across
the
the
two,
tailgate at the
I'm
back.
just like, there's a couple in my neighborhood that I didn't realize were Lightnings.
There's a
and
LED
they
light
are.
strip right across the tailgate.
Yeah,
and there's no tailpipe. So they're pretty easy to spot.
Yeah. There's a guy down the street from me that has one, and I didn't even realize it. But look, I think it's a bit surprising, as Sean mentioned, that the Cybertruck's doing that well. Congratulations to them, let's just say. And Randy's such a good dude. He says he needs a coffee. He's brought us 2 before he gets his own coffee.
That's how we roll.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, he's had more than his own coffee today, I'm sure.
That almond milk, though? No.
You guys are going to be drinking this almond milk in
Brendan was
2027.
Right. Brendo, you got that. This almond, that Earth's Own.
Yeah, it's Earth's Own now as opposed to Silk.
40 cases of it, apparently.
So, 48 cases times 12.
It's, no.
Yeah, so we'll address that in the next couple of years as we run out of that. I think the expiry is still a ways away, so we got to wait for that.
Can somebody please send us almond milk?
We literally have somebody that does that job. So we just have to tell her we do not prefer it.
I don't use it, so I'm fine.
Bitcoin. So yeah, Bitcoin, huge drop that we've all saw over the last week or so. But yeah, guess what? As if it didn't even happen, to be honest with you. You get down into this 53, 54. I I wonder if Bitcoin's like the best technical thing around. I mean, it comes back in and it comes right into this level that we'd all talked about forever and ever and ever, and then just bounced right back up again. But now, are you going to hold 70 or not? I mean, I feel like that's the next little level to get through. We just kind of bounced around and took out 60,000. And now we're trying to hover above 64. We've been getting into 63.5. This is just a daily chart. We go over here to 15 minutes. You know, it's trying to hold right now. That bottom, it's 925. We'll see if there's any imbalances. 62, 63 right there looks like a decent spot to dip by if you are day trading something for crypto. But I don't know if that's going to be coming through today or not. I mean, crypto looks like it wants to go higher. We'll look at IBIT and the Ethereum ETF as well. I have them down here, 64.8 and 35 base, 34.7 right there. All right, so NVIDIA hit has a buy. No surprise there. I feel like there is some strength, obviously, in the NASDAQ, so let's watch out for them. Intel, of course, another Trump trade. We talked about why that was working recently. Apple right there as a sell, and then AMD. So Apple with the sell. I mean, I'll zoom in a little bit. It's not affecting these stocks too much. So, and then the other one was AMD. Let's just have a quick look at what that's doing. So that's a buy, and you do get a little shoot up there. I'm still waiting at 167 for that short. So that's, those are my trades there. TSLA, that's going to be a levered Tesla product down below 14 or near $14. That's getting hit on that. Was that a sell? No, that's a buy. So no Tesla on here, but TSLA a buy. So that's something to look at. Warner Brothers, there was some news there today with them, up 5%. So that's a little bit of a sell the news situation. It looks like early as they get all sorted out there with their takeovers. And then TSM, we talked about them early with, again, are they saving the space here or not? I mean, it looks like with a good quarter, Taiwan Semi right there gapped up on that buy imbalance as well. So, hey, could be some good excitement here. Let's see if Taiwan can get back up to 185. Still a couple minutes to go.
Still a couple of minutes. I always feel like it's Nvidia that and AMD we want to go to. So TSM, while on earnings, we'll use it as maybe a bit of a barometer. But hey, man, if you like the show, make sure you like the show. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. We got 3 minutes to go in here. I know everyone loves Bitcoin and wants it to break 65,000. Well, not everybody, but most people do. But if we don't break 65,000 and there is a rejection, I want to go over to like Mara. Mara was a trade. It could have been a trade. I outlined it. And like I said, we stuck with basically chip names and EVs yesterday for the most part. And it broke that 25 and did not break through second level. It's just each of these even dollars that are key. It was big resistance at 23 even on Mara. If I zoom up far enough, you can kind of see that there. I go back farther and you'd still see it. And then the next day after breaking it, or the same day after breaking it, held 24. The next day held 24. You dipped under 25, which was the next key level, and it came into this zone and then did not break lower and came back out to the upside. So that's the way that I want to play Mara. If it wants to dip, okay, dip through 25. If you hold 24, look for the break back above 25 and then the consolidation for that little jaunt. If it does the same thing downside through 24 and doesn't break 23, look for it to break back above 24, show consolidation above, and then take the retracement trade. Sometimes that's in the afternoon. So that's going to be the play for Mara, which requires some patience. NVIDIA, you see this one now 3% to the upside. Stranger things have happened. If we see the close of yesterday, not yesterday, 2 days ago, this 127 from Tuesday, it was actually 26 change, but this 127 area from Tuesday, I think that's the resistance spot. If it's able to get up there, it was such a big level in the other direction, was holding support for a while at that 127. There it is, there it is, there it is. If we get back there, I got to think that's a fade on NVIDIA. It's a big if, not a guarantee. And then that 117 is getting further and further away in the rearview mirror, where you got that bounce. I can go further back and show you it bounced off that same price a few weeks ago. Big level. Barry asking for levels on HUT. I don't actually trade HUT 8. So with Mara, if you're just watching Mara every single day, you kind of know the levels. But something like HUT 8, I think it would speak for itself. Like I pull up this 15-minute chart, 19.5. What I don't like is, you got a pretty big gap underneath that. And I don't know how this reacts to, does it wick this gap and try to come back in? If you fail 65,000, that almost looks like it would just be a flat bottom break. And then the key price here would just be look at that top, look at that close, clearly broke down. Once it got back above this 17.5, it rallied. Key price would be about $17.50, somewhere in there. That's too far away. So we got to be focused on the SSR bounce play, which is already coming in on AMD. If that breaks out 65, it could really fly. And it would be Nvidia that I'm kind of looking to fade on a pop there. Tesla 258 like yesterday, 246 is your support. But Adara, let's get this Thursday started in 2 and 1. Ring it.
All right, we're now open. Let's see if we do get that NASDAQ rebound today or not. As it started off pretty good, up 0.7 right now as we watch AMD, as that's just dancing around a little bit and going lower right now, fading off of that 164 top. We wanted the AMD short, but unfortunately didn't have it early. We were waiting for that pop up due to SSR, but here it comes back in. We knew we wanted to get that one short, but we weren't so certain on Nvidia. That also trying to fade off of its pre-market high of 122 as well. Looking a little stronger than AMD, as there goes AMD. Just hit 162 right there and bounced $1 off of that level. Oh, wow. Apple is starting to go down now too. Just broke 230. Apple looking like the one that's heading lower there. Look at the futures starting to go lower, man. Darn it. All right, so the only trade that we were looking short was AMD, and that looks to be right. But, I mean, all tech names right now, I'm assuming downside. I don't know if you're in anything. Tesla,
no,
250. No, so that was a
Nothing
good one.
there.
We wrote down Tesla 250. Let's put a bid down there now that we've seen it sort of hold. Again, it's early days. Let's not think that this early days, 9:31. Let's not wait to that. I even wrote down here, patient today, please, at the very top. And then there I go, putting a bid in at 9:31. All right, let's wait to see now if we do get that Tesla little bump through the 200 period. If we get it, we can get out if it breaks like 250, 249.50, something like that. Give about $1. And Nvidia is trying to go up. Yeah, you guys are right about that.
Yeah, Nvidia is making that move up, but it's nowhere near the resistance spot that we're looking at just yet. Tesla, again, you said absolutely nothing. Rivian making some moves. I just pulled up Meta because that pressed not even near that 480. It's 476. It's going to. Just thought we'd get a bigger range in there. Beyond Meat, we were thinking pop and fade. We got to be a little bit cautious with this one, as it is a short sell restriction. SSR name, but it's got a 38% short float. So 38% short float and going to the upside. Got to be a little bit cautious with Beyond Meat here. Want to short the pop, but I'd like to see it start to fade before we just jump into it.
All right. We said we'd get out at 249.50 if it broke down. So we have two positions right now. We have Palantir and we have Tesla. So right now we're in Tesla at 250.25s. So we're going to give this about $1 worth of room. So let's see if we get back up to 251 and we'll try to ring some of the register on this one. Remember what I said, like, if you're going to give this one $1, you're going to try to make a little bit more than that. But Tesla hasn't been that great here today so far. All right, so here comes Palantir. Look, so it's early to take this trade based on technicals or anything like that, but I'm taking this based on this 50-period moving average right here. On the 200 on the 20-minute chart. I like that, generally speaking. I can look back sometimes and be like, why didn't we take it off that? And then we have the 200 down here at 28. So I'm going to take Palantir, try to be in this name as long as we can, and hold it off of that level. It's a good trade. It's a big position for me. And there it is right now. It's your first dollar club. I hope there were some dollar clubs yesterday because that was a crazy one. There was probably $10 clubs. But there it goes. Tesla, nice move back up to the upside right there. But again, failing off of VWAP. So let's try to give this some space. And, you know, the reason why I talked about yesterday is if volatility was there yesterday, potentially same here today as the NASDAQ just made that nice move up there. All right, so there it is, man. There is Palantir. Big trade alert for me on PLTR. We just got to get it out. Nice take so far there at 37. We'll try to take out some more. There it is through the 40s. Big trade here on PLTR. It's already been a good day so far.
Yeah, so far only into one name. It was pop and fade on Beyond Meat in here. It got to that 660 level. We grabbed short underneath 650. It's trying to break back down below that 630 as we're starting to heat up in AMD. Still have my eyeballs on that one. There's just not much going on. I expected AMD down 10% was going to have some kind of a push, that you would have some kind of a breakout and we could short some Nvidia on that move. Looks like AMD might test that 160 after all. So it's SSR. I'm looking for a bounce play on that. And Nvidia, if it's not going to actually break, maybe it's the same thing as yesterday. If it's not going to break out, it could just be the same fade we had yesterday off 122. So I should just go right back to that well.
Yeah, I like those trades right there. We're going to go big time movements right here. Bang, 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 bang. As there goes Palantir right now into the 40s. So we like that one. We just took $1 and change again on Tesla right there. We got that price, guys. We got 251.30s right there. So that is your official first one right there for that. So we'll take it. But we're making just as much money right now on Palantir because we had, 4 or 5 times the size, of course, on a Palantir than we did on Tesla. So let's wait to see here as this $28 name continues to go. We like the AMD short fade. So if we can get an opportunity to do that, we probably should. And there it is. We did have an opportunity as it did come right back into VWAP right there. That's generally speaking a trade that I like with AMD. But all right, let's go back over and see what Adair is up to.
Do that UAL, of course. That was earnings from last night. That one making moves. Another earnings name, though, on watch here reporting this morning is Infosys. INFY. This one getting a nice volume pop, up about 10% here, reporting inline EPS, but a sales beat for the first quarter of their fiscal 2025. Also announcing higher than expected fiscal 2025 revenue growth for the year. So as a guidance point there, so good look for INFY, guys.
Sharif, wow, Tesla's almost $3 in money. He goes 250. I go sticky note long 250. I mean, it just that's why we do that. Thank you. I appreciate all the nice talks there on socials about how do you find these levels. I think we did a little bit of work there and brought some of those up to you. So again, we're still holding 40%. Could be a loser. Who knows on this one? But it's a nice trade so far for that. So we'll have to try to keep on working it out, man. I mean, I'm now waiting for 44s up here on Palantir. We'll see if we can get a little bit more out. But hey, man, I really like this stock as well today, Palantir. So let's see if we can get going on some rebounds. I'm still trying to find some shorts, and I think AMD is getting close to setting me up for that trade. It keeps going, man. I like to get up here, 162 and change, where VWAP is. That would be a good short to start with for me, anyways, on advanced micro devices.
Yeah, I just tried to grab NVIDIA through 122. It's continuing lower, so we're going to have to play the patience game here. You just dropped. We tried to get the same trade as yesterday on the way back down, but pretty much nothing doing. I'm not going to chase it. 120 is going to loom. I expect you find a bounce there. It was about 1 million shares on the bid at 120 when it first tested yesterday, and you got a bounce, and then you could fade into it for an eventual break. So if history can just repeat itself, I think we get a crack at NVIDIA in here. There was nothing over there on Rivian. I thought Rivian, maybe we'd get that early break, 17 or 16.95. Nothing doing just yet for Rivian, and we forgot to go over Intel. That's my bad. 35.50. Remember yesterday, 35.50, afternoon 35.50, breakout morning 35.50, 35.50 under, short, over, don't fight the short. I'll keep it as simple as possible. But I know we got questions about this one. Trump stock and all that good stuff, but 35.50 would be the key level. If I can't get NVIDIA to short the pop, I might take a shot at this one.
All right, we're at our day's high right now. Tesla is trying to go, but it's very, very volatile. I don't like these wicks is really sending my net like back and forth here. I'm going to put one at 250, 250, 250, 240. I was waiting for higher, but it just keeps on doing that. I'm at 252.61 and it just missed. Like we weren't there. We were just there right now and it went to 48s. So we got to get back there. So now it's back down $1 again. So yeah, it is starting to make me a little nervous about some of these plays, and Palantir is just hovering here. So again, it'll be a good day when you're going 2 for 2, and we're trying to put on some risk here. It should be good. So far so good there, but we do need to get out of that PLTR. Hopefully on that upside. Quick check on Mara right now, as that's been a name that's been recently pushing. We had that long at $23. We marked it down and didn't take it when it broke 23 that day, and I was like, what? It went to 24.50. But right now Mara is pulling back in. I was just looking at a 50 period right there. Coming in to play at 25.50. We already broke below. Feel like a break back above 25.75 maybe for that one to go. Could be something that you're looking at there for Mara on a break. Yes, sir. There it goes. Oh, my. Right there. Yes, sir. It's Palantir, man. This will be a big stock. I mean, I don't know. Hopefully we have a stock that's bigger P&L than this one for me today. But right now, this is rocking. There goes Palantir, baby. We hit this one. We knew we liked this one. There it is. It's Palantir. We saw the strength in it yesterday. And Brennan gave us that upgrade or whatever the news was there today. I liked it on the radar again. There goes Palantir. It's 40 cents. It's upside for PLTR. Fade City, though, for Tesla. That's not That's not going up. That's going down. So watch out here for that break. Look where our break is. If we break through 249.50, we are out of Tesla. That trade is already in. Let's go, man. Now 40 cents on Palantir. Oh, wow. What a big trade Palantir was here today. We'll take another piece out there at 62. So good little look there. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day just with these two trades.
Yeah, great look, Palantir. I got to be a bit careful here. If you're watching IWM, that is breaking out in a big way. But that 250 level on Tesla, I don't know if I want to short a breakdown of 250, but I have the eyeballs, as I said, on Rivian. If that does make a break, I want to be short this name. I might just take it off of VWAP here, but I got the eyeballs on Tesla. If Tesla starts ripping, then we wait for the high. Tesla starts tanking, I'll short the lower high here on Rivian. Still nothing doing in Nvidia. I'm going to cancel 122 because we're at 120.5 and just start looking for maybe a VWAP retracement. We already missed that one short. Do not want to chase. I remember this is pretty much where it sat yesterday, and then about a minute or two later, Tesla 258 came into play for us. So just got to stay patient. It might be 35.50 on Intel. Beyond Meat at 47. I'm at 48. So that's pretty much not doing anything, which for a squeeze name isn't what you always want to see. Like usually I'm expecting it's kind of to break it out, or we should be falling down here. So it's going to be a tight stop. If it's not doing anything, then I don't think I want to risk it too big here on Beyond Meat. So just going to tighten the stop up a little bit here. Hut was not a 1650 flat break, Barry. I think when I pulled up Hut and we got the question about that, it was 1950 was the support level from yesterday. I have my eyes on Mara, but it was 1950. If it loses that, that's where you see the big gap.
All right.
All right, here comes that 250.
Yeah, we, shoot. It'll be a trophy day here early, but we missed AMD. I mean, that was one of the better shorts. We were looking at it right here, too. And I was getting greedy waiting for this 162, honestly, and it's just like, it just fell back in. And now it could get going. I don't know. I mean, now it's starting to go up with the futures going down, so that's going to be pause for concern, obviously, as we look at that. We are now out of the math we have about 15% or so left of Palantir. Tesla is still in the pocket for me. That back down here into 250. But again, I'm not averaging into this. Not taking any more. We've already taken this trade. It's already been a good one. If it breaks lower, it breaks lower. I'm not chasing this one. Generally speaking, what I've done in the past is like sit here and say, oh, I like this level. But I liked it early to see if it had a chance to go. Now it's not going. So we'll sit up here. We've screwed that up by not getting out there. And hopefully we'll have better risk management or outs if it does go. Here's Palantir. I'm just going to talk about names that I'm in, right? I mean, here's Palantir right now, fading back down. So I know a lot of you will take the similar trades. We punched out of that when it got into the 60s there. No real reason. I mean, I think we could still go higher. Just that was a great move. Happened in one candle. So here's a pretty good pushback right now for PLTR. So we'll take some more down here at this reloaded level. I like the stock. I like the name. But again, back out at a 28 break. Could go sideways. So let's wait to see what happens here with PLTR. Again, good trading today. I had no problems whatsoever. Just could have got out more on that Tesla bump up. And to still be holding 10 to 15% of Palantir, I can't do much better than that. Being able to get out up there on the pre-market highs. So that's kind of a trade that I look for. I think we have Ryan Floon on later on today. You asked me about Roblox last time. So we got some out yesterday when we hit that 40.50 it was into here right off the open yesterday. So I got the notification that we got filled something. We were only long at 34. Remember, we even mentioned that last week that this was the spot that we were looking to get out at. And so we took some out. I do want to reload this name.
Tanking.
Yeah, is it? Okay. Nothing's really in too much danger for me. So what short do you have on there? Nothing's really. What do you like short? I like AMD.
120 just broke on Nvidia. In there, I just got Rivian just came in. I said, look, if we lose 250 on Tesla, that I would short the pop over there in Rivian. But 120 just went on Nvidia as well. So we might see that 117 after all. Let's go over to Rivian. I said if we broke 250 on Tesla, we'd short into that bottom there on Rivian. We still have Beyond Meat. That's pretty much doing absolutely nothing. But I did take a swing on that break of Nvidia and didn't get the fill. I wasn't sitting there for an order, but when it broke through and came back, I tried to grab it the second time. We want to short pops in Nvidia. We're not going to get VWAP anymore. Don't want to chase it too far, but you're now really starting to flush in here. If 17 goes on Rivian, that'll be like a separate trade for me. Just want to respect what Tesla's doing over here. Tesla 246.
Yep.
It was two numbers. It was 58 and 46.
Really going.
246 is the level down here for Tesla. If we get that, that was a long 2 days in a row. So if it loses the third day, it loses the third day.
Yep.
Let's just keep it simple when it comes to that. But I'm going to be there for 246 Tesla one way or another. Dara, what's up?
Keep an eye on Silo Pharma here, SILO. This one strong to the upside, pretty strong volume as well. Announcing alongside Riskia some updates with their plan for this nose-to-brain drug delivery. So intranasal delivery for PTSD treatment. So that announcement sending SILO to the upside. Float of about 3.4 million shares, 1.8% short float, guys.
Hey.
SMCI. No, darn it, man. This short was, the AMD is going to bug me the most because we talked about getting that pop early on AMD because of SSR. And that's like exactly what wound up happening. And then the market opened and it was just like, boom, right there to the downside. I mean, AMD was up that, I don't know, was it 3% or something at the highs? Maybe 2.7%. All right. So we did a very, very tricky little thing there. Okay. I don't know. We took 48s there. We got some out. We got some out at 48.60s, but here it goes, a break lower, and that's enough for me until we get to that level. So, all right, so there goes Tesla right now, about flat on the name now on TSLA. Not a great job on that reload, but I'm still fine with it. Again, we talked about that 246. If that's going to be a level to look at, guess what? It's coming in.
It's coming in there.
You might want to start taking along now if you like it. I mean, I don't know how far we're going to go from here, but here comes 246 coming in on Tesla. I'm just getting some of my orders set up now.
So I got Rivian 15s, scalped some out on the way to 17, but then 17 broke, so I took the short underneath there. So we're out of the 17, 15 short. We're into a short on a 17 break. I hope that makes sense. And now we're seeing this one continue to go into the downside. I'm going to get to SMCI. I know I mentioned a level and a channel yesterday that is potentially breaking right now on SMCI. So $800, it's trying to bounce off this. Let's go quickly to the daily chart. There is your trend. The break of trend has already happened and it wicked it, but an 800 break and SMCI would be nasty. Just keep in mind SMCI is getting added to the NASDAQ 100 tomorrow.
All right,
so that could be a positive for it.
Yeah, for sure, could be. There's a positive right now for Teslas. We're long now, 248 again. We got right back in. It's now $1 back to the upside. As we said, we were negative on it. That's not true anymore. As it goes back up, stay with your stocks for sure. And you know when we talk about staying with your stocks? Let's go. Look what Palantir just did. You know, it gave us an opportunity to reload it there. We didn't. Like the way that market was falling, and I was just sitting there watching Tesla continue to get murked to the downside. But look at Palantir all the way back. And again, big time trade alert for me there on Palantir. So we came in, we took the trade, we liked the trade, and we talk about, what the strategies are when you like trades, and that is that you take them. So right there, 28.50, 28.60, nice upside move. We did get some out on the way back up when we got to 50 period, but now you're right back to highs. Let's hold on to this one, and here we go. We liked 250 before. We're long now. Let's get our money back right now on Tesla. Those who taketh, we taketh back, hopefully. But it might miss right now. We just waited for 249.50 there. We were waiting at 249.56. Oh, oops, I just canceled all my lower offers now because I hit escape all. All right, we just missed that opportunity right there. So, yeah, man, Tesla giveth and taketh, and it looks like it's taking right now. Let's see if we go one more little bump up and we get our piece out there. Now $1 and change. Good day so far here today. We've only traded 2 names, and they have been pretty successful. DraftKings moving around. I know you're in Beyond Meat. That was a good runner there the last couple days. DraftKings right now, flat on the day. Came across a scanner. I have no idea which one. Maybe it was a VWAP one, but not good enough for me right now.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, SSR bounce on AMD off of $160, but also the 120 level came back in here on Nvidia. So AMD bounced off 160. It's making higher lows at the 50 level right now. So it's a bit of a difference because I'm actually, it's weird, I know, but 120 short Nvidia and then SSR bounce long on AMD. Not something I expected would happen simultaneously, but I'm kind of preferring this bounce play because it was that gimmick 160 on AM Dizzle. I'll get over to Beyond Meat. That's starting to move into the upside. But 119 comes in again. I want to take that buck on NVIDIA. I have my stop at that local high in here, just above the 120. And then to go over to AMD. AMD bounced 160. We got in. We were able to reload. I haven't even gotten any fills. There we go. It just hit 161, so now we got some fills there, up at 161. Let's see if we can't get into VWAP here. 161.50 is VWAP on advanced micro devices. Now you can see a little bit better. We get a press into that, and we'll take it all out. But Beyond Meat's still doing absolutely nothing. I'm a little surprised by that. But just because the stock has a big short float doesn't mean it has to move. That's a rule. You can want GameStops and all these things to go ham, but if the movement's in the chips, the movement's in the chips. And then that's where you have to be. So looking for this quarters next on advanced micro devices. I think it was the right call to maybe scalp aggressively out of NVIDIA and favor that bounce play in AMD.
Guys, there's a $2 winner right now on Tesla. We don't have any red names here. We're going to go 2 for 2 today. Tesla, Palantir, both sticky no names, both there. We missed AMD, which was the biggest one, and we're going to be at. If we just exit our trades now, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. So again, it's too bad that we gave this one only 50 cents, of a hit there on Tesla, because there it goes. And again, if you're going to risk 50 cents and then you put on the board $3, then is that not worth subscribing? Hit that subscription immediately. We're here. I'm here every day except for yesterday. So there's a nice move back up again right there to 251 and change. We'll see how far this one wants to go. Neil, it's a $3 winner right now on Tesla. So let's see if that one can come in. And it's a nice trade there on AMD as well for anybody that hit that long, as there goes AMD to the upside. We're going to short it against 162. So right now we're short AMD against 162. Let's see where we can go on this one. But yeah, Tesla now $4 in the money. What's up to Max on the Lambo? We're feeling like that right now. Nice move upside back into day's high. All right, good enough for me. Let's clear that out. Neil, that is your hot dog trade of the day right there for Tesla. $4 right there off the bottom. Let's go. And then, by the way, we're also just cleaning up right now. Let's go AMD to the downside. It's another hot dog cannon happening right now for AMD. So let's see. Good trade there on Tesla. Palantir at day's high. Man, it's glad to be back.
It's always
cost me
good.
Too much money yesterday not being here.
It was one of those days yesterday, but I think the volatility is right back in here today. Maybe not as extreme, but it's only $9.50. So I got my scalp into AMD. I'm going to hold on to the last 10% myself. I want to see if it can put another high, break VWAP, and get to that key 163 resistance level. Not a guarantee that it's going to happen, but if it does, it does, and I want to be there for
There's
it.
$1.
So we like that 160. It comes all the way back in. It breaks 160, I'm out of it. An SSR bounce play for me, if it breaks the low, you've got to go. So we've already got our scalp trade in there. Oh, I'm just saying it's for real.
I like
it
that.
It breaks the low, you got to go.
Let's go.
But that's because it's down for a reason. It was down 10% yesterday. So I was sitting out in front of 35.50 on Intel. This is breaking highs when the market's at the lows. So I'm not just going to sit out in front of this level. To me, that's insane. It's clearly a pretty strong stock. You just saw what's happening in the other chip names. So it needs to be a failed breakout for me to short this. Otherwise, this could just be a breakout long. Intel 35.50 key level. I've canceled my offer. We'll just deal with AMD and whether or not it's worth a reload, bounce off the 160 and go to Adara.
Keep an eye on some of these cannabis-related stocks. I have CGC up here, Canopy Growth, MSOS as well, running some of these other names here. No specific news on this, but lots of social media attention for this group. We did also have that move up yesterday when President Biden tweeted in support of expunging records for those with possession, cannabis possession-related convictions. So good look here for CGC, up about 7% here with volume, guys.
Again, we won't do a roll call here, but I just want to say a big thank you to everybody that's out there. So thank you. It's not that we're awesome, it's that you guys are awesome right there. BGC says thank you so much for those calls right there. And I can't repeat this. What's up, Chef Joe? Someone out here was trying to, there it is right there, Mo Fun. Sean, you are blah, 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 blah. So that's a good one right there. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, we'll put Palantir in that mixer and mix it up. That was a good trade there for Palantir, as it looks like it just came back in, though. No, 43 cents. Okay. So nice move upside, did not come back in. Our net is screaming right now. And by the way, there it is right now. I know Neil was the other way. It's still not breaking through 160, so we'll see what happens. I just took a piece out there for $1.40 on AMD. And again, it was the big shares. right? So big shares back there, the retracement back to VWAP, have faith in your positions. That's what we're doing. And that's what that trade was. We're going to go 3 for 3. And Neil, they're all bang, 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 bangers today on what we've been doing, man. We just took $4 on Tesla. Palantir is going to be P&L number 2 now because AMD is P&L number 1 easy right now. And we just took that. So I feel very, very proud to be following my own rules. Patience. AMD now going to be the number 1 stock. And it was on my radar and we waited for it. We're going to go 3 for 3 on the sticky note ideas there today. I'm sorry I didn't have an opportunity to get that sticky note out yesterday. But wow, today is a brand new day. And there goes AMD, now $1.40 in the money. I think Neil might hold this 160. So, there it goes. Now we're $2.
It breaks a low, you get out. That was the easiest
trade.
That was the easiest, I think, trade off of an SSR, round bottom or even level at 160 in terms of the way it kind of petered itself out. It got right to VWAP, which usually on a non-big cap tech name, I'd say get everything out in front of VWAP. But in this case, I held the last little bit. I did grab Intel. As the market broke that low, I grabbed Intel off that high. So 35.50, I wanted to see something of weakness. And once the market broke the low, I grabbed Intel here. If it breaks 35.50, it can be worthy of a reload, but it's not a guarantee that I will. Nvidia, it was the right call, I think, to have scalped aggressively out in the moment. That was the decision I made. So this will be, fortunately, a flat trade for me because it started to go against. Now Nvidia is making higher lows and trying to break out itself. So you're seeing some strength over there in Nvidia. CGC broke $8. I didn't have a stop order for the break. Looks like the break wasn't very good anyway, so that was a good thing. But now you're holding above $8. So CGC and that $8 level, I'm going to try to get in here. The focus was on the chips, so I didn't have a stop order to go long 8. I'll try to pick something up if I can get tight to the $8 even level. This is why, double top, breakout. You guys can see. Obviously, you're having a bit of a run here in CGC. But when you're trading, when you're over at AMD and Nvidia, those are the stocks that you're on. I'm not going to have a stop order breaking out here on CGC. If I've missed the move, I've missed the move. I'll try to pick some up in front of 8 and put a stop down at that 790. If we get fill, we get fill. But I'm not going to chase. They've retraced this move every time it's broken out pretty rapidly. So you want to make sure you get something in that first quarter. So if I can't get a tight fill here, we might not end up with any of the weed names to the upside. And one last one, Mara. We do still want to play the same game over there in Mara, not on Blue Ocean. There we go. It's right down into that 25 level. So the plan of action, if it fails 25, holds anywhere above $24, comes back and regains the 25 level, I want to look for the long. That was the play in yesterday's trade. That's the play we're going to go with.
All right, I'm just right now I'm putting a tweet out thanking one of my good friends from the show, Brian Shannon. So bang, 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 bang. This is what we're doing, man. Every single day, we're making trades, and you got to make trades for reasons. We're out. So we now have 10% left of AMD. I have like 2% left of Palantir. We'll review all of this. But that retracement back to VWAP is like exactly the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. We talk about this all the time. If you're trading without a strategy, then your P&L will probably represent that, right? So you got to try to figure it out. As things start to work, you do it. I put on a big trade there for it. We're going to give ourselves about 50 cents worth of space. And now that I look back at the math, it completely works out right there, AMD. So good trade done. We still do have that 10% left of advanced micro devices. But it was, again, the largest position for me of the day was that. Well, actually, notionally wise, these were probably similar. The amount of shares we had, I mean, it's crazy how high Palantir's gone, up to $29. I mean, I wish we still had that. We would have been, remember I said like one day we should try to hold something that we actually do, and this would have been a good one, I guess, right there for Palantir, but there it goes. Huge move up. I mean, why not take something out or take it all out now at 29? Because often we look back and we're like, what? But that was a good trade there for AMD, so we will shout out Brian Shannon, post that on our sticky note. And then get it right out there because that's what we wanted to do today, right? And I know that there's a lot of you saying in the chat, where do you find the sticky note? I need to get that. It's at Trader TV Sean, both on Twitter and on Instagram. Look, AMD short. We had it, man, looking to rebound, short bounce. So it made it in the pre-market, then it went down and it was so red that we played the VWAP again to it. Palantir long, that was absolutely huge, and then Tesla long. So again, hard to pick exact prices, which is what I'm trying to get better at. Exactly. We nailed Palantir to the penny a couple days ago. But right now, today, play the weakness early on PLTR. And that's what putting out the sticky note and trusting in and making trades off of it and showing you guys the success. It's hard enough to go 3 for 3. It's not that it's rocket science. You can flip a coin 3 times. But at the same time, it's not easy to do, stay focused. And Neil said that about looking at the chip names and things like that. So if you're looking at the chip names today, they should be either, because it's 10 o'clock, there's been tons of moves, right? So your chip names should either be paying the bills today, or you've been risk managing and maybe you've lost on them, but you're still available to play the rest of the day. So when you're looking at stocks and your job as a trader, it's to make money at the end of the day. So you have to focus, stay where you are, stay in your pocket. And there it goes, Big Patty Ice over there, BPI, because there it goes, man. There's Palantir. What else are we supposed to do? If this guy's the Mara Whisperer, there's Palantir. Huge move to the upside right there. Let's go over to the desk. And again, thanks, guys. It's now breaking $29, PLTR. All right.
Just getting in, the CB leading index change month over month for the month of June. That's our only data print we're getting today at 10 a.m. Came in negative 0.2%, so slightly lower here than slightly higher than consensus and forecast of negative 0.3, and slightly lower than the previous number of positive 0.4. So CB leading index, again, slightly higher than expected here on the month over month basis. Also at 10 a.m., we have comments from Fed's Goolsbee set to begin. So I'll let you know if we hear anything coming out from Fed's Goolsbee later today as well. Some more Fed speak. Fed's Logan at 1:45, Fed's Daily after the close here at 6:05, and then Fed's Bowman at 7:45 p.m. So lots of Fed speak to digest throughout the session and also throughout the rest of the day here. SPY not reacting too much to that number we got. A little bit of a range still for the S&P 500, looking pretty similar to the NASDAQ as well, as both of these indices tried to recover from yesterday's big move to the downside. One name on watch here, Taiwan Semiconductor. This one sold off a bit yesterday, trying to hold on to positive territory here, up about 1 2/3% with its earnings beating across the board. Here's a good look for TSM. We also have here Beyond Meat on watch. This one trying to recover a little bit, still down though, about 10% here, after the Wall Street Journal reported that the company has been engaging with bondholders for some restructuring talks. They also do have a short float of about 36.8%, so one to watch out for, BYND. And also, we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Are you tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Thank you very much there, Dara. And as we said, reversal. Not every out is a reversal in the other direction. But in the case of Intel 3550, it was a reversal yesterday that I did not take. I got out of a long right here yesterday on Intel and did not reverse short. Obviously, that would have been the perfect time to do it. But at the same price, get out of a short, reverse into a long at 35. Now, it actually did a bit of a, it's kind of hard to see. It's like a dip and dive. So it got 52. And then it did a little bit of a dip. I was able to get 49s on the way back as well. So there's like 2 executions there. So I do have a 49 as the second execution because I'm out of the ones that were at 51. Now we're looking at the $36 level for Intel as you continue to rally. The market, however, is maybe retesting 20,000 sometime soon. So you are putting in a lower high and consolidating for a potential drop into the downside. That might bring me right back on over to the chip names, specifically Nvidia. Like Nvidia had the 120, it got to 119.5, and that was it on the secondary play. But now it can't seem to get through VWAP. So if there's going to be a VWAP fade in there, Nvidia looks like the play. I know I had said SMCI in that breakdown. SMCI hasn't broken that $800 level, obviously, as you guys can see, but it's still trending into the downside. So SMCI for the first time in a while is actually on my radar. I don't think I've traded this in months. But that 800 break looks pretty juicy. We thought there'd be a chance we'd wait till Friday to make that push, but looks like we can get there today.
Wow, we are having a day. AMD, we just got out more right there at 160 again as it just came back in. Palantir, we got out. That's at $29. Tesla, we had that bottom and we got out right here. That just hit 252.75 again into that pre-market high again. So there are some levels here that are playing. wow, Palantir is really, guys, like honestly, like bulls unite on this name. I mean, Palantir just upside and continues to go. Darn, man. That was a big one. We had a good position there for sure. Like I said, probably the two largest here today, Palantir, and the thing is, Tesla's pretty good too, but because it's a $250 name, so notionally probably could have been it. But I know for a fact I had the most amount of shares notionally, like put the most amount of money into this AMD short right there. So that's, to me, it's going to be P&L number one. But Palantir and AMD are right beside each other, and then a third of that is Tesla. So we'll go 3 for 3. So big here, and then a third here. And that's because we lost right there. So we were long on Tesla. Then it was a good trade early, right? And then eventually it dropped, and we were flat after all of this, after about 9:43, so about 10 minutes in. Then when we dropped in, and then, I mean, we even said it, that 47, 46 area was something that we really liked. So again, shout out to Sharif, where he's somewhere. And because we talked about yesterday's closing prices, right? And there it is right now. Let's go. Oh my, right now, as there goes AMD right back down. This is $1.50 in the money. Let's just continue to hold this one. As the NASDAQ is not doing much. It's the chip names right now that are falling all over themselves. So we could go back into...
Maybe not NVIDIA.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's go have a quick look at NVIDIA as that's starting to go up. So, man, did we ever nail the right one to short there today with AMD? But, yeah, NVIDIA, yeah, good call. That's right here, right now.
Relatively speaking.
It's
still underneath the open price. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
Relative to AMD, relative to SMCI, relative to...
Nailed that one.
ARM...
Wow.
If SMCI wasn't where it was, I'd be looking at potentially ARM. Actually, ARM's breaking VWAP, so throw that one out the window. ARM was pretty weak, looking like a 160 break. Let me get back to Rivian. Rivian back into VWAP. This is simple. This is VWAP. This is a wick into VWAP twice. So 1710, VWAP is 1716. It just failed at VWAP, so we shorted it back into 17 even, where there is an iceberg order. There's only a couple of thousand shares on this bid. But look at, for the last 20 minutes now, it has not broken 17 even on Rivian, which means take the half print if you can, which we just did, and then we got filled at 17 even as well. But iceberg order sitting at 17, there's not a lot of size there, but if it breaks through, I think you see that 1690 again. Intel is about to hunt for 36 even, so you got to be able to reverse. Intel was an L short and reversed into the long. Yesterday, like as I said, it's not that I refused to, I just didn't do it when it broke that support level. That was a huge mistake. So today, we take it. If it gets to 36, I'm looking for the fade. Probably not at 36, but that lower high at 36.30, like right in here from yesterday. That would be a place that I look for a little mean reversion possibility there on Intel. So if we fail here in front of 36, looking for the out. Yeah, there's a refresher at 90, so I'm just going to take it out at 90. Reverse 35.50 into 36 even. We got 90s out, and we'll just make back what we lost on the short, but that's something we didn't do yesterday. Like Intel, oddly enough, was actually a negative name. If I just do one reversal yesterday, that would have been the entire difference.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like being flat on a name or whatever, like especially when we're taking multiple shots. I mean, that is a good trade right there. We're going to wait to see what happens now on Meta. So I'm short Meta right now. We're short at 472 quarters, just up to the 50-period moving average. I was going to give this one to 473. I don't want to give this to the top wicks, to be honest with you. So if we can get anything down here at 470, let's just put a bid now at 471 and change. Let's see if it drops in right now for Meta. We'll try to make about $1 on this trade, trying to give it $1, right? And so I feel like that would be something there. Again, Meta's pretty strong, but it is hovering around. If the NASDAQ does turn on itself here, Meta should obviously follow course, as we've seen it be down to 470, 469. Its low right now is only 468. Here we go. Look at this, Neil. It's another $1 right there. Well, we didn't take it, so let's not hit it. But it just went to 471.20 right there. We're in 471 teens for Meta. So, yeah. Let's see what happens and go over to Adara.
Worth noting, we are getting some comments from Fed Goolsby coming in on the more dovish side, saying that, quote, we've had multiple months of better inflation data and, quote, the inflation fight is not done, but I feel a lot better. Also, again, continuing to mention the labor market, which has been a continuing point here for these Fed speakers. So first Fed speaker of the day here, Fed's Goolsbee, mentioning some confidence here with where we're seeing in inflation. Also, AAPL on watch here had this chart up, seeing some circulation here of this report from Reuters that Apple is in talks to license some more movies from Hollywood. So maybe some more movie opportunities here for AAPL. Got a nice little candle up on that news, guys.
License more movies. I got a good show that I'm watching on that. Presumed Innocent with Jake Gyllenhaal is a pretty good show. But I'm glad we didn't just stand in front of VWAP on Nvidia. As we said, it's starting to look relatively strong here. You're getting higher lows. Got to watch for a little something else in terms of an opportunity to get into that one. Maybe a press back into the high that can be faded. And then looks like that was the right call. That 36 level just pull back in on Intel. So we got 90s when there was a refresher. Pretty simple. If it bounces off that 35.50 area, that was a reversal spot before, that's where I'm going to look for the long. So the next play, looking for the pullback. If we bounce off 35.50, I want to see the buyers step up, and then we'll try to grab some shares back into Intel. 3.5% to the upside into, it's not a flat market, but the market's only up 5 points over there on the NASDAQ. Rivian just lost that 17 order, so you're through that refresher at 17 even. Might make a fresh low there, but the next trade, I'm looking for a test of 35.50 on Intel. Want to be able to join any bounce that happens. Just got to stay patient. It's been trending up. Let's let it do its work. If it can do a bounce here, that's what we're going to have.
Yeah, we only have a really small position in AMD. So someone's asking, like, why am I still short? It's because I'm just wanting to see if it wants to go. It's not, we have less than 10% left of this trade. And we did get something there. It's not $1, but we got 50. So we got 75 cents right there on what's turned out to be my friend lately, Meta. Nice move to the downside there. So we did get some 50s right there, 53s to be exact, or 54s. So let's see if we pull back. We're still waiting for that 471 11s or so to see if we can make $1. Just the spread is so big on this that, it just needs one little push down. So I'm trying to sit on the bid. So here it comes. Like just like that, it was at 90s. Now it's at 60s. So again, if you're looking for some fire, I feel like we've got it right now. Fire in the booth with Meta. Let's go. We're at our highest spot. It's been at all day, and it's been a really, really great day trading right here. So, all right, there goes Meta downside. We can look at Root. Why not? Dominic. Hey, what's up, Dominic? My guy from Wisconsin over here.
Insurance, baby.
Guys from Wisconsin over here. Hey, trading fam. Good morning. Stay green. Hey, we're back in the building, Dominic. All right, so yeah, Sean and Neil, can we get a look at Root? Solid mover for a while. So, okay. Root, again, we'll look at the short float for that. It's going to be quite large.
I think Lemonade's a bigger short float.
This must have reverse split a couple times, obviously. Now that's at $8. I thought this name was a lot worse than this. But right now, Root, nice move up. I mean, unless it hasn't split. Again, wow, $45.
That hasn't split?
I don't know, all the way to 90. I don't see it. Here's the Root chart right here. So what a good move this has had. There's the low of $7, and there's the high. I don't see any split markers here, but there it goes, $8 back in December, all the way to 80. So 10x there on Root as it continues to go higher. So Dominic, I mean, you absolutely nailed this one. Yeah, huge move right at tops. I'd be selling. But again, without knowing this name took me by surprise. So this has doubled in about a month. So good job there looking at Root as that continues to go higher and higher. So Dominic, I would just say, looking at these levels, I mean, this is a pretty easy pattern here to talk about triple tops. So yeah, right there, good mover.
I'm shocked by that. I can't. Wow. Ring the register.
Yeah, ring the register on Meta also. Neil, that's another one. So we've taken $4 on Tesla, right? We're taking $1 right now on Meta. Palantir, although we do not have it, it is now $1. Every trade we've had so far today is at least $1 in, and we've been the right way, and only on one trade. It's not like we've done anything, some complicated mathematics in here or not. This AMD short, you could still have it right now, and you're laughing at that trade. If you still have this Palantir trade right here, you're just like, Sean, you are such an idiot. And thank you, I would understand that. Because look at this move now. That's $1 right there. We should be joining Max in this Lambo right there. Yo, pick me up, my guy. Right there, $29.40. So that's $1 in the money if you left that go. We just took $1 $1.10. That was 11s. We told you where we were sitting. There's $1.10 on that one. And then Tesla, right now, we're glad to take $4 or $3.50. But look where Tesla is right now, $254 and change. Hey, today is a big day. So we come back and we put up the numbers again for you. Real Trading, our #1 sponsor. And I hope that what I'm showing you today is an example of that. So nice move to the upside there for Tesla, AMD, everything. It's a good day around here. That is for sure.
Yeah, the market's bouncing higher. Tesla's at the high of the day. Rivian is languishing in the depths of hell, down 2%. It looks like it's going to tag 1675 this quarters. If I don't get filled, I'm trailing this one. If it gets back to VWAP, I think we got to be really, really patient with it. It was a chase, to be honest with you. We didn't get any short. The pop there. We had to find the short. We liked the short. We had to find it underneath VWAP. So that trend is what we're playing. I'm now out of it. I didn't actually pick up Intel. I'll get to that in a quick second. But we just pressed the low there on Rivian. So we stay with that short for a couple of days. Intel doesn't quite pick me up on that last little bounce. So the key level, 35.50. We went short, reversed, into the long. It's making a higher low. Could be a 36 breakout, but we'll just play it by ear. You know, if it doesn't break the 36 level, there's still a chance that we go dip buy hunting in this name. But we missed it last time, so we'll let it get back into the bottom. When it hits the bid, hopefully we catch a bid and then we can continue trend up, but I'm not just going to sit out there in front of it. The market's making some lower highs in here. Just want to double check SMCI. SMCI still chilling out around VWAP. No double bottom break there at all for SMCI. And you mentioned, no, sorry, it wasn't you. It was up at the desk. It was Adara mentioning Apple. Apple bounced exactly off yesterday's low and has been all green since then. But you know what? VWAP, VWAP, VWAP. If you were watching Apple yesterday, then this is what happened every time it got to VWAP in the morning. It wasn't necessarily always home runs, but it was easy scalping off of VWAP after it did the same move. 231, 226 half into VWAP. That's what it did yesterday. If you just want to repeat yourself, then I'm perfectly fine with it. Apple gets to VWAP. I'm going to add this to the list to look for a short. It's pretty strong going into it, so you got to be patient.
AMD's $2 in the money. Meta's breaking lower. Meta probably goes $2 in the money soon as well. Wow, what a great day to be here trading again. Just feel really. Meta just went $2 in the money again. Let's just put a bid down there at 469. Wow, I don't know, Neil. Like now, every trade we've had today has been multiple dollars. These are the markets, man. These are the markets for day traders right now. And we've been saying that for a while. And we're just in earnings season. Like, please, guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe. You know, like, again, I apologize. I wasn't even able to watch the show yesterday. I'm sure it was full of bangers. But that's back-to-back days. Today, the market's even been calm. Like, this makes me feel like, what did I even miss yesterday right there? So I don't know, but I just going to assume yesterday was like this and today is like this. So here it goes, man. We're going to wait for 469.70 right there. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, and just keep on going, man. Keep on going. You're with us now. We're going to be here as much as we can every single day, of course, and then I'm forced to take holidays. So on those days, we'll be off. I'm going to London at the end of this month. That should be really nice. And then we do have a couple. I cut that vacay short to come back and coach, but we are going to take a few more days off. I think July 26th, I think we have a tournament there in Royal York. I'm taking that day off. But wow, what a good opportunity. Spend time with your loved ones. But if you're day trading, man, it's only like right now, we've met our day goal while. But the thing is like, it's only 10:15 now. This is part of it. We talked about the Freedom and Wealth podcast and things like that. These are the opportunities that day trading presents to you. Because right here, after 45 minutes of work, we'll go 4 for 4 today, which is, that's unique. But just after 45 minutes, it's beach time if you want. And that's kind of what trading allows for you. Some days, oppo, it's like, oh my God, I got to grind and get this back. And you're here to the very last minute. I love sitting here and trading, obviously, as this job, as host, and showing you guys all this. I've been doing this for 22 years. And my best trading is, my best P&Ls were, I mean, I think I was telling some guys like this before. When crypto started going, that's when I was really putting up some huge months and stuff. But right now, getting better and better, just trading these big cap names and playing momentum. I mean, the fact that, you know, we're in some of these names every day just proves to me anyways that we've got the right feels, we're in the right space, and we're trading the right names. So yeah, stick with us. Hopefully you're having a good time and enjoying some of the trades. Well, Neil normally has trades that we normally always have on. So, and we're going to look for
usually.
That's what I mean.
No dip in Tesla.
I was just going to say like Neil's short or long this, and I'm long that, and I looked over. But yeah, we'll look. There goes Meta right here. We are going to get this bid, hopefully breaking through 469. There goes Meta. $2 on both these trades. Hands up. We'll wait to see what happens. Good day here.
Yeah, it is what it is. Like, usually I'm in something right now, but we just got out of Rivian. We're looking for a bounce back into VWAP. We just got out of Intel, looking for a pullback. This will be a pullback, not a bounce, back into potentially VWAP or 35.50. Nvidia is not doing anything we like. The only place that I wanted to short Tesla was $258 like yesterday, and I'm not compromising on that. Tesla's up 2% into a flat market. It's like, if you want to short it, then it's got to be at the top. Like, that's where we had it yesterday. That's where it has to get back in there. Again, it's just all, be patient. I think one of the things that you learn in the market is it does, like, every single trade, there's a cost to it. And if you want to get a winner, then there's a cost of what if you get in and it breaks your stop, that's the amount that you're going to lose. And so if you get away from that, like, look at Tesla. If I just shorted Tesla way in front of the 258, this would be in the money. You short 55, great, you'd be in the money $2. But if I'm getting out at 258, then that's not a good trade, because then you're holding it $3 against you. So it would be a winner, but it actually wouldn't be good risk to reward. So not just any price, your plan. That's what matters here. Scotty H, I see you in there with that the CeeLo, but I wanted to get to the super chat. Before we get to the small cap recap, I did want to address super chat. Happy Dingle Trader. Any thoughts on Netflix? They report after the bell. Stick around for the aftermarket show. We are going to have Netflix after the bell. It is not looking fantastic for Netflix. It's failing this 50-period moving average before the earnings. If it can hold above, maybe it can rally going into those earnings. But that 50-period sits right at about 651 or so. And I see like a failed break and then a wick underneath. I don't like it as a day trade because of the spread and the volume's not always good. But that's a failed breakout, and that's a 50-period. Key price is 651. It's almost like an over-under. If it can't hold above, the stock is weak to me. Let's get over to that small cap recap. We've got Adara at the big screen.
IWM up on the day right now, looking to continue its strength over the last few days, but it is worth noting we are having some lower highs here on this 3-minute chart, still struggling a little bit with this 224.40 level on IWM. So let's see if the Russell 2000 can continue its streak. SILO, probably the strongest runner here in the small cap world right now. We have about 72% to the upside, announcing with this company, Resica, that they're partnering on this intranasal PTSD treatment. So SILO here with a float of about 3.4 million shares to the upside. We also have Cassava Sciences, SAVA, this one near high of day, trying to recover after selling off yesterday, announcing after it's been mired with some investigations here that they're changing some of their executive leadership, including CEO. So SAVA trying to recover. That one does have a 27% short float. Last but not least is AGEN, Agenus, 11% short float. This one actually down here, but trying to recover, down about 50%. They did announce that the FDA discouraged an accelerated approval pathway for its study up for its colorectal cancer treatment. So AGEN to the downside, short float worth mentioning there, guys, 11%.
So good luck. And as mentioned, hey, we got a question about Silo. We get the small cap recap, and Adara goes right on over it. It's a tremendous amount of volume on Silo holding into VWAP here, looking like it just wants to continue trend. This is not day one. This is like day 3 for SILO. And you got to zoom it way, way out here as it attempts the chart. Let's go. Okay, you don't want to do it. You go way out there to this $4 level. Now you can see it. That $4 level presenting some resistance. But if it breaks through here, you've got room to 6. So these things can go more than you think, but it is on a pullback. Lower high right now, needs to find some kind of a support, potentially maybe VWAP, that 360, but you've got to be very, very careful with names like this. As fast as they go up, they can drop just as quickly. I thought we'd get some kind of a chance at a reload in Rivian. Rivian now down 4% to the downside. Let's go to a higher time frame on this one. Like, where is it going to bounce or potential bounce? I shouldn't say where is it going to bounce. Support here is 1635. Rivian continuing to flush into the downside. That would be the level. Not saying it has to bounce, but if it's going to bounce somewhere, that would be it. Mara is now in the channel down, so it broke 25. My plan of action, if it loses 25, look for a potential bounce at 24. If it manages to not break 24, wait for the rebound. And if it gets back through 25 even, then we can have it there. All of a sudden, now you're starting to see what I wanted to see on Nvidia, which is a little bit of a trend back in. So you fail a high and start making lower highs again. So a little bit strong on the way up, but now you're making some lower highs. Let's go to Adara. It's 121.5. If we never break through that, I'll look for a little bit of a fail here and a scalp back into VWAP. Adara, what do you have for us?
We have an IPO coming later today, Ardent Health, ARDT. This one's set to open on the NYSE sometime today. They're pricing 12 million shares, indicated at $15 to $16 per share. Worth noting as well here is actually below the initial price range they were looking for $20 to $22. Currently looking like we'll open at $16. 12 million shares here as part of this initial public offering for ARDT, guys. Keep alert.
Ardent, we'll have a look for that. Usually the play is I want big volume and then take the opening print. Not necessarily one that was on the radar for like, it's going to be so liquid, we're going to take the opening print and just go long. I think when you make that play, you want there to be a very, very big name. Oh my goodness, you're not getting a break. You're not getting that pullback on Intel. All right, Intel has gone the other way. It just broke 36 even here. We played 35.50 into 36, looking for a dip back into the 35.50. I said if we tested this high here, 36.30, that would be a spot to look for a mean reversion trade. So it's now getting there, 5% to the upside. The best you can do is be long, strong stocks and then short, weak stocks. So, when you see Rivian at the low, when I see Intel at the high, I don't mind that I took profit to get out. Again, that's going to be my trading style. Do your own thing. As long as you're green, you should be happy. But Intel, got to be able to find some way back into it if we can get one more dip on some higher lows. So this is one that we like, but I do not want to chase that top when it's close to a resistance level. Buying highs into resistance is not the way to go necessarily, but 5 points to the upside. If you just fight that one short, you're going to get yourself into a world of hurt. Never fight. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. That's one of my favorite lines out there because I don't think anybody wants to be that stubborn. You can average in all you want, but when it gets to your kill spot, get the you-know-what out of Dodge. That's the best advice you can usually have. Just double-checking SMCI. It's still failing underneath VWAP. It might not be only a breakdown of 800 that could be in play here. Triple bottom and a close at 816. And now all of a sudden you're seeing a little chop and churn at that 816 level here in front of VWAP. So I want to keep an open mind on SMCI and not only wait for a potential breakout. It's decent enough volume for SMCI. If it comes in here and fails this wick again, doesn't break VWAP or breaks it and fails back under, that can be a short. Because I just don't see right now NVIDIA setting up the way that I want, unfortunately for me. So Intel's the one on watch. Tesla's about to break, which means 258 can come into play. Wait for the key levels. We break here. This was my top trade yesterday, was short 258. If I lose on it today, fair enough. But I want a 258 short. I'm not shorting 55. I don't want to short 56. It's got to get up to 58 and test the top. Adrian, Apple's at VWAP now. But remember, the plan of action wasn't just to sit in front of VWAP. It's to see this. See it get to VWAP. I got the chart right here. See VWAP, see it hold underneath, and then take the shorts. That's what we talk about patience, right? Every trade has to set up for you. That's all that matters.
I have $4 in the money on three things here. I apologize, I was late there. I ran into the boss. I ran into Daniel, Mr. Daniel Schleffer there, getting another coffee there for real trading. And there's AMD right now. I know Neil is probably just killing it with you guys. AMD now $4 in the money. Meta, we took this trade live with you guys. I mean, not only did we take this trade live, I mean, we talked about why we liked it, what our risk tolerance was, man. Like, we were risking $1. It's now $3.
Another one.
You know, in the money there. So we had Palantir. I mean, we probably need to. What in the flying What? Palantir right now, we went long at 28.20. This is at 29.80. And we had a position, boy. Oh well. Ah, well. At least we've got AMD on right now. I don't know, Neil. I apologize. I left you sort of hanging there for a couple minutes. We were just talking about it. There's going to be a big launch later in the year for real trading. And of course, Daniel seeing these trades and saying, wow, dude, what's going on over there? And I said, hey, I'm talking about real trading all the time. My God, you don't worry about that. There it is right there. Props it up for Meta right here. Look, good thing we're making money. Look what I did to my shirt. I ripped it going through the door.
How the hell did you do that? I know. I think I have an idea.
Yeah, there was like a little spot there, and I was just like, and I was like, oh no.
No,
maybe I just rip it off here like Hulk Hogan style.
No, actually, I did that. I did the exact same thing recently. Actually, at home, there was like a hanging nail or whatever with my back door, and I'm using the crutches all awkwardly. I go to get out, and it gets caught. It is what it is, man. Or it's just like the Hulk arms, right? That's what you should have said. You was like, I was flexing.
Yeah, but it was near the elbow. I don't know. I maybe I just got in a fight with somebody. I don't know. It's like someone's jaw mark right there.
There's some stories you could pull out for that one. You could always, but you got to keep it real.
I told these guys I'm from the streets. You know some stories. I mean, maybe it's better we keep them here. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not going to tell that. Well,
yeah, no.
There was a flying elbow that one time.
There's a lot of things flying around. Neil, is it bad to short above VWAP? Yes.
Well, I mean,
in a trending market.
Yeah. I mean, in a general
short
sense.
Above? Yeah, no, I would say I don't like that.
Yeah, like in a general sense, if a stock is above VWAP, that would suggest that it's strong.
Yeah.
So it needs to be at a ridiculous level. Here's an example. I'll give you a quick example of that. Apple just bounced off VWAP to the downside. But an example would be Tesla. Tesla was above VWAP when it got to $248 yesterday, but that was a big level. So you wait for a monster level if you're shorting a strong stock. If you're shorting a weak stock when it's weak, then you want to short at VWAP. I don't know. It's just trend down. It's just it's a level or a line in a chart that tends to get respected. It doesn't always get respected. It just tends to get respected. Like here, Apple goes into VWAP and starts flushing. Yesterday, Apple zoomed out too far. Yesterday, Apple went into VWAP and had slight resistance. So it's not a hard and fast rule, but I like to have it. If we get 227, I think Apple is a good long down here at 226. So I'm getting out at 227, and we'll go to, I think I just heard we're going to Adara.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not connected.
We are going to get to crypto, but a couple things to mention here first as well. Going to get a bit of a move in some of these oil-related and gas-related names. We did get that EIA natural gas change BCF lower than expected. Also keep an eye on SQ. This one had a positive analyst note from William Blair earlier today. And also now Bloomberg reporting that Block plans to shut down its Cash App platform in the UK, so this one could be on watch. In the world of crypto, interesting name to keep an eye on here. We have Bloomberg writing this report on the strength of XRP or Ripple. This is one that we do have that story in the past there with SEC suing Ripple for selling unregistered securities. But in the past week, XRP has been up almost 40% compared to about 12% move to the upside in BTC. So interesting, about 5x outperformance for XRP in the last week, and could be one to keep an eye on, according to this Bloomberg report. In terms of Bitcoin itself here, trying to hold on to the 65,000 level, dipping a little bit below. We had a bit of a topping tail candle yesterday on the daily chart. Looks like you're trying to form a second one here. But right now, decently above this previous resistance area of 63 for BTC, so not a bad look for the cryptocurrency. Ethereum here, basically flat, just holding on to that 3,400 area. Bitcoin just above that 64, about 64.2 for BTC. And a bit mixed performance, but generally weak in a lot of these names. We've got BNB close to flat, down about 0.6%. Solana down about 0.5%. We have Ripple, though, down a little bit more significantly here, ironically after that report, down about 6%. So mixed picture here for crypto. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys.
All right, we just shout out to Lunas because we just put 5 on it right here on Meta. So we just put 5 on that short right now. We're $5 in the money on Meta. We're $4.50 in the money on AMD. But for those of you looking for longs, never fear. The alarm bells are here. We're long now, and it could be a problem. We're going to wait to see. We're long Amazon. We wrote down Amazon that we liked 186. Now, look, this is a play that we're not going to be in for very long. If this takes 185, we are well capable of losing $1 on this name, that is for sure, as it just continues to get hammered down in. But we're long right now at 80s, so we'll wait. We're out of the money 30 cents here. We did take that first 86 fill. Again, I'm not just going to sit here and be like, oh man, we have all these Amazon nice trades off sticky note. I wrote down 186 long. Can we test around yesterday's low? It held. Can it do it again? It's not doing it again. It's broke. So yesterday's low rate here in Amazon has already broke. So this is a level that we wanted to trade against. Obviously, it came fast and furious right now. So if we lose this, and we might, we're only out 50 cents. I mean, if you're worried about this trade, you get out. Here it comes. Now it's really coming in. All of
the
our
NASDAQ lost 20K.
I was going to say, all of our shorts are really printing now, but we'll give some back, it looks like, here on Amazon, as it is breaking lower through 185. So, yeah, this was a level that we had talked about, and it looks like it's coming in right now, 184.98 or so. If we break below, I feel like we just need to get out of this one and be wrong on it, which is completely fine. We say that all the time. I mean, you know, you can take trades, and that's fine, but at the same time, you got to manage your risk. And we're trying to do that right now. Not going to hold this through.
Whoa.
The market is really tanking. Really, really tanking. Top Democrats in my ear believe that Biden's exit apparently is imminent. That's what's happening from Benzinga Pro.
I mean,
so again,
too convenient.
You know, yeah, I thought it was convenient that he got COVID. So, all right, nice move down right now on Amazon. Let's see what winds up happening here. Looks like it's going to break. So there it goes. We'll get stopped out of this. We should have never taken this one, but I didn't mind it. I'd look back and say, why didn't I take it if I didn't? So there it is. We will take a little piece out there at 20s as it just bumped up. You saw me take that. It was actually 18s. So we'll take a little piece out, but there it is. We saved a little bit of money there by getting some out, but we still lost it there on Amazon.
Yeah, so just very quickly, 20,000 on the NASDAQ, the level that held yesterday in the afternoon. You'll see me out of Apple. Yesterday, I went long Apple in the afternoon and got that break because we held 20,000. So when Apple got to the bottom and we were at 20,000 again, for a brief second, we ticked underneath 19,998 and came right back above. I'm like, oh, that's the same thing where Apple turned yesterday. So I covered here. So VWAP for the buck, 50 cents and then $1. But Apple continues. You're now 50 points below the 20,000 level. Apple's going to retest this double bottom in here. And I don't want to be catching a falling knife. So we're going to we'll look for a potential bounce, see what we can get. But wow, that is a huge reversal. There's not much that's still strong. Tesla's above VWAP, Intel's above VWAP. That could be temporary, but this is exactly the moment, almost exactly the same time when Intel, this is 11 o'clock, but this is right now 10:35, where the market reversed. Intel was at 35.50. I went long and didn't reverse short. So I still like the potential bounce play here, but yesterday I was unwilling to short this immediately when it lost at 35.50. I think with the weakness in the market, I should probably change that tune. But it is still a bounce play long for me. So as long as there's a bid here that's starting to form, I want to try this. But if we lose it, I should be willing to reverse. I just didn't do that yesterday at 35.50. You saw what happened.
I think that's a good name to go long on.
Tesla's strong. Oh, wait a minute.
The strength.
Tesla's that
right there. So we've learned a little bit of a lesson. We've now made back 30% of what we lost on Amazon just by going short now. But we still need to get more fills. It keeps on bouncing off 70 here. So we could lose more if it holds. But right now, Amazon does break that level of 185. That was sort of my stop zone there. We did lose. We did lose about less than $1. We lost 85 cents there, plus slippage, probably $1 actually, as we go. But here we come, Amazon trying to push lower. We're short here at 97s. I'm going to put another bid at 71 or so and cancel my 50 just because it keeps on bouncing. I don't, we don't like to see this. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Huge volume candle that obviously got a lot of people out there at 185. So it wouldn't surprise me if we do get a bounce back up, but I'm looking at 185.50 to stop out of this short. And like I said, we got out of half of it already, but yeah, we're not going to put good money after bad, or yeah, good money now after a bad trade already there with Amazon. So we'll give this a little bit of love, and if it throws us around, it throws us around. We should have got out when it broke 186, which was the level here. So now we're kind of like piling on a little bit to this problem. All right, AMD. I don't know where we're going to stop, man. We're $5 in the money on AMD. But if I'm looking here at this level right there, 155, I mean, we've held this level a couple times. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do it again. It's really 153.20 or so on that one. So could we get into that level? Probably, but there it is, man. We're even going lower right now on the name. So man, that's 156.50. Yeah, AMD is sick today. So we already saw it down 10% yesterday. I don't think we're going to get that kind of a movement today as the NASDAQ turns red. But yeah, Neil just mentioned 20,000. Maybe that's your stock.
I'm willing to bet. Well, okay, I shouldn't say I'm willing to bet. I think it's highly probable that a stock of AMD's market cap has never had 2 consecutive 10% down days, unless it was like the financial crisis or something. But even then, I'm very skeptical that would ever be the case.
Yeah.
But until something happens for the first time, it's never happened. So.
Yeah, I know. I think that probably has happened before. Probably, I would think probably.
But if it was 08.
Tesla. No. I'm even thinking recently Meta too.
Oh,
right? Like Meta
okay, fine. You know what?
It's just because of the price of these stocks. Are so
yeah, you got to think about it. It's like Tesla might have done it. But at the end of the day,
it's still a huge move.
Until the fact that something hasn't happened or is unlikely to happen just means that if it does happen, it's shocking a few more people and your opportunity is even greater. I saw someone in the chat say sometimes catching a falling knife yields the best profits. That's why traders do it if you can find a good one. But it also means that you need to get out if it breaks. Like the market's tanking, the market's breaking down pretty heavily. Yesterday, this same move, when 35.50 reversed, this went 3% further on Intel. 3% down when it reversed after being another 3% up. So I acknowledge if we can bounce here and you can go 1.5% easy on Intel, but it can come the other way. If we lose VWAP, you got to get the you-know-what out of Dodge. Let's go to Sector Watch is it Sector Watch? With Adara. Isn't that usually at the screen?
Do you have some news here on that drop? Again, this is, to clarify, this is very unconfirmed, but there are some speculation circulating of unconfirmed reports that Japanese government officials are warning that China is preparing to launch an invasion of Taiwan. So again, unconfirmed, but lots of circulation of this report that the Japanese government officials warning of a prepared launch of an invasion of Taiwan by China. So again, unconfirmed, but potential launch here of an invasion into Taiwan by China. In terms of the sector watch here, we do have those moves down in both the NQ and the ES. NQ a little bit weaker. You can kind of see that reflected in some of these tech names. Technology services, we have Microsoft, Google, Adobe all red. Meta actually up on the day, recovering from the move down yesterday. Electronic technology also a little bit more mixed, but it's worth noting as well in the technology services sector. Some of these security-related names, we did have some downgrades from Redbird Atlantic hitting CRWD, so one to keep an eye on. Finance pretty strong here as the banks kind of wrap up their earnings there. Pretty green across the board. Consumer non-durables strong. Consumer durables also strong. Energy, minerals, producer manufacturing here. A little bit more weak to flat in retail trade, utilities, process industries, communications, distribution. So very much a mixed picture as we get these moves down continuing in both the indices, guys.
You might hear me say, yes, sir, yes, sir. We got Amazon right now back in the money, 40 cents. We just, again, patience, right? We actually wrote this down here today. I heard Neil mention that when I got back from the reload there. Look, we wrote this down today. It was pretty easy to know that today was going to be a day that there was going to be some opportunities. Not patient, as in be a patient, but have patience. So patience, I should say, not patient. Right there, but patience today. Be patient.
Yeah.
Be patient.
What's wrong? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, sometimes nothing's wrong with it.
Oh, I was gonna say
it's because I was just more saying you could be a patient or be patient.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that pitcher thing. Like you having a pitcher of water or are you a pitcher? Felt the same way there, but the pitcher.
I literally drink
wall.
every time someone says water.
Like what is on the
no.
wall right now? But look what's happening to AMD. I don't know if this is TSM related there, as Adair just brought us that story. But guess what, Sharif, Professor? We're $6 now on AMD. That's it, yeah, man. And the NASDAQ's just getting going now. $5 in the money on Meta, almost $1 in the money on Amazon, $6 in the money on AMD. And I just want to let you guys know something. My stop for AMD was 50 cents. So this right now is 12-1 risk to reward right now on AMD if you take it here. So nice move to the downside right now for AMD. I thought that the bottom would be somewhere, but I'm not willing to call it yet. Like somewhere around here is what I'm saying. Obviously, it's going to be somewhere. It's going to have to stop at some point, right? But what about 153.30s? Something like that. That could be a good little spot right there. But here we go. Let's get another piece out here on Amazon as we're getting low low, low, low. There it is. Yes, sir. And by the way, it's almost another $1 on the reload there of Amazon. So we just believed in the short. We took the long and lost on it. There's no doubt about that. But if we exit our trades now, we're pretty much at the highs. Why not get out at 466? That's a couple times now in a row that we've seen Meta stop here at 466. I'm going to put a bid down there, try to end this trade, but these have been big ones. You can see what we have on the board right now. AMD short, Meta short, Amazon short. Put your damn money where your mouth is, and I feel like we've done that today, just loading up the shorts. Neil, the only long we had was Palantir, which was $1.50 in the money. We were lucky enough to take $3 on Tesla.
Was there a bull next to me?
I don't know, but look where that one went, upside right there, 255. I turned the bear into a bull earlier, so that was me. But right there, 255, nice high. Maybe we're getting low again here on Tesla, but wow. We'll have to catch our breath here. It's only 10:44, man. We're in pretty good moods now as Meta going lower. AMD, $6 in the money. Diddy, that was Diddy there on the Chinese exchange. Amazon now trying to go lower. We just took a piece out on Amazon right there at 184.50. So good level there. Maybe we're starting to regroup a little bit. Meta trying to find a base. 467. We got to put a bid at 467.
Well, I said if the market was tanking, I said if Intel lost that support, we get out. Intel immediately ripped after that. So it broke that 35.5 and now immediately ripping. It still looks like it's going to be a decent long in here. So we might have to just go right back to the well. And we had that long, we scalped some out, we ended up losing on it after all on the reload, but it's still looking relatively strong. I didn't get SMCI 800. I don't know if anybody got that break. You let me know in the chat. Did anybody actually get a fail on an 800 break of SMCI? It did immediately tank $5. Half of that was literally the bid, the spread opening up. So it was like the spread opened up, but the first actual bids were like 98, it looked like. But SMCI, if you're wondering why it looks kind of bad, this is a big trend that it's breaking in here. I'm not saying it's going to get all the way down to previous lows, 666. I actually think it's going to catch a bid somewhere because it's going to the NASDAQ 100 tomorrow. So there's probably buyers somewhere in here. But it broke that 800. Good for anyone if they happen to have it. We've got to get on to what is the next. Rivian is starting to bounce. We've traded VWAP twice on Rivian. We're going to look for it a third time in here at about 1680 or so. That's where VWAP sits. Obviously, it's a moving target. As the stock trends down, VWAP goes a little bit lower. Right now, it's 80 to 85 that would be the target entry for this name. And rightfully, Julia, Mara is at 24. We talk about being patient. This is now Mara bouncing at that 24 level. This is where I wanted to see if it could bounce. We never got through 65,000, so makes some sense that you had a bit of a push to the downside here. But this is that next even dollar level. If it can hold this low just underneath, it's about 90 at the bottom. If it can hold that low and get back above 24, that would be a failed breakdown. But I'm not taking it as it's falling down in. I want to see it hold the low and then grab the bid on the way back into the upside. So Rivian looking at VWAP short. If we get fortunate, maybe we get another crack at Intel in there. And Mara is trying to hold the bottom at 24 even. I don't want to fight it when it's weak underneath. It has to hold this bid, which you're seeing it's not even happening right now. So nasty, nasty, nasty there on Mara. And crypto, not crypto in general, just Mara and the miners.
Guys, just with the positions that we're holding right now, would be just in the unrealized profits would be already a good day, but we've already taken a lot out. Like Amazon right here is falling like crazy. We're short now. That's now $1 in the money short. So again, something that's changed for me, and I'm going to keep talking about it because it's made such a big difference for me, is that stop being stubborn with things. And like we were long there, and then look, as soon as we got stopped out, what did we do? We shorted, and we turn our frown upside down, and now we have a monster winner for Amazon. And it's just because, again, being patient, right? Making sure that our levels hit, and if they do, we get out, and then we reassess. That short looked pretty good. We just had a bid down there at 20. It's at 14, 184.14. So we just missed that bid down there at 184. So let's make sure we get some. There it is. Let's make sure we get something out. There's your dollar right there. So right here, what we're holding over here is AMD, $6 in the money. Amazon, $1 in the money. Meta, $3. But the thing about Meta is, I'm still bidding here. I'd like to get this bid. I'm probably going to turn stubborn with this. I've seen Meta really fall before, obviously, where we've taken, I was saying that before, $19, and then all of a sudden, that was when we shorted 535s, and we got out at 413 or 513, something like that. And then all of a sudden, it dropped below that 500 marker. So, yeah, man, if Meta starts feeling ways, this should be $5 or $6. AMD is, and a good thing for this, AMD is not stopping right now. So this was, again, a big trade here. Go find it at Trader TV, Sean. The sticky note right now, so far so good, trying to go downside with AMD. I had a stop right here at 156.20s. So if we go back up about $1, we'll retrace $1 and we'll get stopped out because, as many of you know, you can easily. President Biden is not wavering. So he's going to stay there. Here we go. Nice.
The opposite of what they just.
Well, that's a report. I don't know anymore about anything. All right, so watch out for AMD trying to get back up to the upside. We did talk about where our stop is. We will take it out. It's 10:50. It's time to find out what's for. All right. Yesterday for lunch, I don't know. it was chicken, wasn't it? I think it was. I saw it. Oh, it was hamburgers.
It was hamburgers.
Cheeseburgers.
We didn't actually get the menu till like.
Right. I saw that pop in.
Yeah,
we didn't. Cheeseburgers with fries.
It was cheeseburgers.
It was good. Oh, very good. Homemade burgers or? No one. Okay. All right. So, anyways, end of the day. Today's chicken dinner winners are brought to you by Chicken Katsu Kebabs. So those are pretty good. I like those. That's like a Japanese style. Sometimes we get that chicken katsu with our sushi. So that's a good one. And by the way, there we go. We'll fire it. We'll fire it off right here with the hot dog cannons as we get out of AMD for 550 right there as it retraces back up, man. We'll get out of that one over and over again. We did get that Amazon fill down there. So that was a good one at 184.30. So that was a good trade. Meta may or may not come in. Chicken katsu kebab with basmati rice, peas and corn. That's what's for lunch. And what's on the desk, we're about to find out with Adara.
Yeah, I don't think that story is real.
Update here as well before we get to Money Talks. PENN stock not doing too much on this, but CNBC reporting that they're going to lay off about 100 employees. They do have a short float of about 16%. Penn Entertainment, PENN. In terms of the dollar here, we're coming back into that area of support and resistance that we just broke back below. It's going to be that 104.10 area. Right now at 103.97. So a bit of an interesting area for the DXY here on the daily chart as it tries to climb back up while we have the market heading to the downside as a whole. We did get initial jobless claims higher than expected here. 243,000 versus 229,000 estimated and 223,000 prior. We also got the Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index for July coming in similarly higher than expected, 13.9 compared to the estimate of 2.7. Some dovish comments here coming from Fed's Goolsbee as well. Our first of four Fed speakers today. Fed's Goolsbee saying that there have been multiple months of better inflation data. The fight isn't over, but he feels, quote, a lot better. So Fed's Goolsbee making some dovish comments. We do still have a couple more Feds to wait for. Fed's Logan coming through at 145. Then after the markets close, we get Fed's Daily at 6:05. And at 7:45, we will get Fed's Bowman. Some more Fed speakers tomorrow as well, Fed's Williams and Fed's Bostic during the session. So should be a lot of excitement with Fed, though we don't have any major economic data coming out tomorrow, guys.
I meant to get long Intel. Damn it.
Getting wicked out of Intel is going to be frustrating. But so it turns out like that Taiwan thing, there's only one source reporting that. So maybe just let's temper our expectations on how much that could be happening. So back into VWAP, whoops, I zoomed the wrong way. Back into VWAP is Rivian. Got some on the way up, which is the wrong way to go, and going to add on the way back down. But this could be breaking out that top. And if it breaks out the top, either wait for the price that we had this morning, that's 1750. 15, it's not 50, 1715. 1750 was the open. We didn't get it. Or,
oh no,
we just have it back underneath. I'm willing to stop out and get back in at VWAP there. But Rivian starting to show some strength. Intel, I got to show it to you. It was a good reverse the first time. The second time, I got out. You saw it. All that Taiwan stuff was happening. It broke that support and then immediately runs right back into 36 even. So Intel looking pretty strong. I'm going to sneeze in a second. But we're in Rivian. It was Mara. So that bid on Mara, it doesn't come in right away. But now you've got consecutive green candles. It's back above the 24. So if you're going to be patient, this is what it kind of looks like. If I just sit out in front of that bid, My keyboard's sticking a lot. I have to clean my keyboard. No, but if I just sit on that bid, it goes all the way down to 2370. Now we're trying to grab it on some strength back up. VWAP is $1 away on Mara, so even a halfway retrace would look pretty solid. So I want to get this out in front of now 2390. I want to get something in front of 24 even here and play at 2390 on a potential rebound there. And not just the market, but in this crypto name. Bitcoin's not really doing much. It's just Mara and the miners having a rough time. Well, at least this miner.
So I put, yeah. Okay, well, it's going to show that we're $1 in the money now on Meta, but we're really 6. Again, keystroke error. I punched out there and I just punched straight back in. I was putting another stop because VWAP had changed, obviously, as it's come down since we've taken this trade. So I was reassessing risk and I put, instead of punching out at 472, I put 462. Like, so stupid because I've been typing in 60s and unfortunately I did that. So whatever. I'll slap a fail on getting out of it, but whatever. We got right back in at literally the same price. So pretty happy with that one as it goes. Now, we just got stopped out of the last piece of Amazon for flat because we only had 15% left. We got a bunch of outs on the way down. That out was so key, man. The fact that we got that live with you guys, right there, 184.30, I mean, it just ripped up. I do want to short this again, but I'm going to wait for VWAP. We talked about a VWAP retracement. Amazon's just a funny stock. I know I want to be short this name, but it's like, at what level? You know, like I thought right here was pretty good. Now it's just come back up. We just got stopped out. This could still be a good short. Meta right now, by the way, and I'm so glad that we got back in. Again, have that confidence. We talk about that with the DARA and everything. It's like, have that confidence to get back in. That's a keystroke error. And I just punched out and I punched straight back in because it didn't break my theories, which was going short on Meta. And it didn't break VWAP, but that's why I'm in and out of that name. Got a little scared about it, so I was altering my stop so I could definitely make sure we gathered profit on that last quarter, and we wind up punching out. So we got back in, still $1 in the money, and we'll still wait for a 467 take here on Meta. Hopefully that can come in. And again, it's about time of day, right? We've done the damage already here. Meta's already been taken sort of through. Now, let's see if it can hold or break. So I'm going to get this piece out. If it breaks, we'll get out at 460. I just put a bid now at 467. So if we can come back into the low, we will try to test it and get out right here at 467 for Meta, if that does come. Look, it's $1.20 in the money. You know, some traders would take this, and again, depending on your risk tolerance. So just be careful with it. I'm going to average in all the way back up. The futures, Neil, just turned positive. So that was a good little take.
And you know what? Rotation again. The NASDAQ bounced. The Russell lost VWAP. IWM it was racing when the market was weak, but look at the reversal here. So anybody out there trading the small cap index, I know actually Adara has been trading IWM. Nice. Just sort of note that. If we lose 20,000, here you go. I'm talking about these two things relative to each other. I can show you both charts at the same time. As we're bouncing here, off the bottom here, if we lose that 20,000, I don't wonder if you can regain the trend back into the upside. Because technically speaking, IWM is still up. You're actually both flat on the day, so I don't wonder if you're going to see any kind of divergence between the two. That said, you got to move on to the next. Intel is like this moving target that VWAP has now become. Great, I hit enter too fast, and IWM's on the Amex, and Intel's not, so there you go. The moving target that was 35.50 also happens to be VWAP. Got to start to look somewhere else for this trend back into the upside. So maybe it holds this 36 area, breaks out the top, but there's clear relative strength here in Intel that I want to be able to respect. So if we can get something, we're going to take it. I'm just going to check back in. There's only 3 minutes to go. I'm not even in position. I'm going to check back in on SMCI, right back at 800. When it breaks an even dollar level, the spread was like $2. So this gets to VWAP. Like it can get in here, break VWAP, and it almost has to go past like 15s or 16s for an out. But if it cannot hold 800, I think this could completely flush. I just don't want to be short things if we're going to be breaking out 20,000 again. Like if we hold 20,000 on the bid, I don't know that I want to be short. So this battle that's happening here, I want it to resolve underneath, and then I look for shorts. The curl, well, not in Intel anyways. If the curl happens on Nvidia, VWAP on Nvidia sets up. Apple is right on my watch for VWAP again. That's at $228 or so. Or you know what? If 20,000 fails, we might just take it where it lies because you've got this bottom here. Earlier bottom range was 226.5. Not a bad spot. So that's where the eyeballs are. Nvidia 120, Apple VWAP if we can even get it. Intel, I'd rather be dip buying. Intel's a long for me until it's underneath 35.50. I'm just going to keep that there. Line in the sand. If Intel's under 35.50, I can start looking for some shorts. Otherwise, I'm buying dips.
All right, yeah, I like that. I like that kind of talk right here. With only a couple more minutes to go, I want to thank everybody for watching. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. There you go. Okay, he's got it. I was gonna say a lot of the buttons that I have over here are a little old, so we will probably film some more things as well.
Yeah, mine messed up every
Sharif's
time.
is like
no, if you hit
years old.
If I hit Sharif's, it like so it's chopping and freezing and.
All right, it's one of those edited ones. I got it.
Yeah, it's a problem.
All right, so. Yeah, look, good calls on Amazon. I really feel like the time to be short Amazon was probably weeks ago when we were talking about it up here last week, up here at 200. I'm going to have to let this one go all the way up and see if we could do something. I'm just going to review some of the trades that I'd be looking for now. Obviously, Palantir made this happen. I wasn't even looking at that. I don't know. Buying the VWAP there, I probably would have lost because it did wind up breaking 29, so I might have been afraid that we were starting to head back to the downside. Again, when a move happens like this, counter the market. Palantir up 5%. On a downgrade, Palantir takes out 52-week highs. Like, I mean, what a great name this has been. I'm glad that we've been able to hopefully get some of you, or at least I've been able to get some of you into this name, Palantir. We've really liked it for quite a long time now, and it's starting to pay off finally. Well, not finally. It's been a good one the whole time. But it did give us a scare because it went back below the direct listed price that we were in. Palantir went below 920. At one point where we bought more, but that was nervous hands right there. Meta, so again, $6 in the money on Meta, but now we're back in the money, $2 on a reloaded position. So I don't know, Randy, there's only a minute left or less than that. Tesla, we got hit early, my guy, and then we bought these 247s. And then we took it out there for 350. Then it went to 255, but still positive against the red market. So right now, Tesla, relatively strong. But guess what? If you like dollar winners, 1 and 2 right there on a reloaded position for Meta. Without any further ado, maybe Randy will make an appearance on the midday show. You never know.
You never know.
But Neil and I will definitely be back at 2 o'clock. So we will see you then. Thank you so much. Good day, Neil. Thank you so much for watching.
Mr. Clean, I just realized you got the white tee.
And the white tea.
Yeah.
I was going to say you got the fresh dew the other day. Oh, you want a hot dog cannon? All right, let's do a hot dog cannon. One more thing before we go as well. Let's get that cow popping off there, Randy. There it goes. A nice little day today. As they bringing that money through, man, we got to pay some bills. And today we are doing that. All right.
You get it the last time you said that, you know.
Here we go.
No, Friday. We're supposed to get it on Friday, brisket.
What day is it? Oh, it's Thursday already?
Yes.
All right, let's go over to the midday show. It's 11:01. We don't want to run out of time with the best talent at Trader TV Live. It's the professor. It's Miss LePage.
Big Patty Ice, too.
It's Big Patty Ice. It's Big Randy. It's everybody. It's Trader TV Live, more importantly. Let's go.
Let's go.
Easy day.
That was one hell of an introduction, Sean. What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That in the Auburn Brown? What is it?
It's a burgundy. I
Burgundy. I like it. That is your girl, Adara.
It is.
And that is Randy. And Trenda's back. I was able to abduct Trenda. Yeah. Ram is really upset about that. Trenda is back. What's up, Randy? Good. Trenda just got shellacked by Randy, but Trenda is back. Welcome to everybody. Adam DeLuce, what's up, my man? Yannick Nesbitt, Eddie R. Hey, Davis. Cesar Sandoval in the house. Scott H, what's up? Small cap gappers, Silo and NASA running, according to Scott H. Shout out to him. Bora Hutt. Daryl Finch, Nate, so is stock up. Courtney Blake there too. Papa Bear, hello there. Robert Isaac, I should say. Kurt Hoffman, Aaron, and Joanna Brewster. We got Gorev, the Piper, the OG Darwood in the house. Mary L, haven't seen that name before. Hurry, me, they say yes, no problem. Urso, Robert Woods, as well as Tammy B. Shout out to everybody. Good morning, Adair.
Good morning. How are you this fine? What day is it? Thursday?
It is.
How are you doing, Trenda? How are you doing this Thursday? Happy to be back. I've had 2 L's, but that means we're going to make more M's. As 21 Savage says, and I also have not had my first caffeine of the day yet. So, Derek, what are you doing, Drayden? So I had NVDA, which was, So I to be fair, proud of, I don't know what that sound was.
That was a ram.
I'm proud of my approach to it. I liked that look. We come here, we had that big old swoop down to that. When we come up at 119s, I watch. We break below. I say, Adair, I like what I see on the book. I get short. I only risked 20 pennies. This was like pretty clean. Took it with maybe more size than was advisable. At sizable, I don't know. But I tried. The attempts were made. It's all good, baby. And then obviously now we've just had that chop and turn. That's how it should be played. Now, Sox L was a Sox L. There's no Sox W and Sox L for me, but I am proud of myself for attempting it. I just think the management should have been better. I don't love my point of entry. I wanted initially like 51, around where we are now, like 52s for the short. I ended up getting 51.80s and added a couple times, so the entry a little bit questionable. Not a massive position, but probably larger than I should have been taking. If I had scalped out here when we got into sixes, that would have been great. I tried to, but then Sox L ran right back up. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. It's all good there. Like I said, I always like to use the L's or the, little hits that you take on the shoulder to motivate me to go harder. If there's any tickers that are motivating you that you want to look at, I don't know if it started yet today, but when it starts, just so you guys know, you have the opportunity to vote in our new audience segment brought to you by Real Trading. So if you have some real trades that you took or that you looked at or were wondering, what would the big kahunas do here? We can find out. Exclamation point, join space, $ AAPL, GOGL, TSLA, that's small cap, SILO, whatever tickers you fancy. You guys go in there and you make it happen. I love audience segments. What are you looking? I see some triangles.
I do. I want to big up Intel, though. Intel is up 5%, and it's still going. 30 million shares on Intel. I got that in the corner of my eye there. AVGO up as well. Okay, so I took short Apple at 227. Not a random area, but a 10 exponential retracement. Look, I've traded Apple quite poorly this week. It's been very consolidative after an initial move up or down. Today, not so much. Today, it has direction to the downside, obviously, much to the chagrin of my personal account, but that's the way trading and investing is. So today, all I can say is I feel like I have a better read on AAPL today, a bit more in the way of direction as opposed to chop and churn to the side. And that, obviously as a trend trader, that works for me. I tried to range trade it, but it was bamboozling. Anyway, Tesla, the strongest name on the day in Mag 7 World, up 2 1/3. And I do love these higher lows. I want to see if we can get a higher high through that 255 and 2/3. So good look right now on Tesla for the bulls if you are, insisting on getting long something as opposed to shorts, because the shorts have certainly been in play today. We'll cover many, many more different names as the show goes on, but right now we're going to start the lesson du jour, and we're talking about Elliott wave theory for the second last time. Tomorrow we're going to conclude the 10-part mini-series. Today we are talking about wave truncation, essentially a very fancy word for saying that the wave does not finish its complete shape. It doesn't move up into the area that it's supposed to. So essentially it is kind of like what's the word I can use without getting canceled here? A smaller wave. It didn't fully grow to its full potential. Let's just go with that. So in Elliott wave theory, the ideal scenario often involves a textbook progression of impulse waves, which we know are waves 1, 3, and 5, followed by the corrective waves, wave 2 and 4. However, the market can sometimes throw us curveballs, and that's a baseball metaphor in case you are not from North America. One such deviation is wave truncation. Let's explore what wave truncation is, how to identify it, and the potential implications for trading. So let's get right to it. So what is wave truncation? Mind my very kind of rudimentary explanation at the start. So essentially here, imagine a stunned version of a wave, okay? Stunted version of a wave. Wave truncation occurs when an expected wave, it's typically here wave 3 or 5, not so much wave 1, 2, and 4. We're usually talking about wave 3 and 5 when we're talking about wave truncation. Essentially, it fails to reach its normal extension, its Fibonacci extension, or its target length. It appears kind of chopped short compared to the ideal Elliott wave structure. So it kind of, that's what we're looking at. It's just cut short. And here's what I mean by that. So you get that initial big boy move On wave one, the choppier of the waves, we already talked about that. You get a decent 38.2% retracement into wave two. Then you get that big boy wave three, the biggest, the baddest, and the meanest of the waves. Then you get a decent wave four correction. But what? Look, lo and behold, wave five unable to breach or even reach the top of wave three. So now what we have here is wave truncation, and this works for both sides, the longs and the shorts. So we have that initial wave one down, wave two correction to the high side, that big boy wave three correcting a little bit, wave four, wave five comes in, cannot make a newer low than wave three. So it's truncated, and then we end up basically having a wave five, but the wave five doesn't reach its full potential. That's what we're talking about here, okay? So why does wave truncation happen? What's going on here? Several factors can contribute to wave truncation. Number one, external events, right? Unexpected economic data, news events, or changes in the central bank policy, like for example, the umpteen amount of Fed speakers that we have today. These all can disrupt the market flow and act to truncate a wave. There's also price exhaustion, right? The market might lack the momentum to push the wave to its full extension, leading basically to a premature ending. And there's also the issue of strong counter trend forces. What do I mean by that? So emerging forces like strong support and resistance levels that are coming into that top of wave five, or significant selling pressure as a result of a long-term resistance level like that 200 on Apple before it got breached, for example, or that 165 support on Apple. Basically, that's kind of what I'm trying to say there. So how do you identify these truncated waves? What's the move here? Well, not always definitive. Certainly, some signs suggest potential wave truncation. The first one is a shallow extension. I'll show you what I mean by this in a second. So wave three or wave five, they both usually have some issues with truncation. It fails to reach its typical Fibonacci extension, which if you go back to the original lessons, you know that wave three is about 1.618 times the length of wave one. So we have standards off which we're working. So it typically fails to reach that wave extension. It also typically has limited momentum. The price movement in the truncated wave lacks the vigor and the momentum observed in these non-truncated waves. And yeah, sometimes you can see a failed breakout. Like for example, that earlier image I showed you of a truncated wave five, unable to surpass the top of wave three. So that would be your breakout area, the top of wave three, and it comes into that area and it rejects. So price movement attempts to break a key level of support or resistance, but fails to sustain the breakout. So basically suggesting potential wave truncation. And here's what I mean by that. Here's an actual IRL. This is the USD and the yen. You have that initial big boy wave one. You can't really see it here. You have that wave one starting from up here into there. You have a decent wave two, looks like about 50% or 61.8% retracement. Then you have the monster wave three come all the way up into that key area. Of resistance. Wave four retraces healthy, but that wave five can't do it. Can't seem to breach wave three, and then what we end up doing is making a newer low, and that's kind of your go-to look right there. So you know that no, that top of the wave five was unable to reach that 126 level that wave three got to. That should be your go-to look there. And then once you start making lower highs and lower lows, then you're kind of confirming that. Here's another look. Again, USD, Japanese yen. I don't know why there's so many of these. I didn't actually mean that. There's your initial wave one. Right? So you get that wave one push up. You have a wave two retracement of basically almost 61.8%. Then you have that lengthy big boy wave three, a healthy wave four retracement right there. But wave five unable to breach the top of the wave three right there. So wave four comes in decent here. It's like a 38.2% retracement, but the wave five never even develops. So sometimes you have wave fives developing like this one, which can't seem to reach the top of wave three. Sometimes here you just don't have wave five forming at all, and that kind of basically was confirmed by the breaking of the new low. So that's a look there. And again, another example over here, you have, this is to the bear case though. You have that initial wave 1 down move, a healthy wave 2 retracement, a big boy drop on wave 3, a healthy wave 4 retracement. But look at this, wave 5, it doesn't even come to the bottom of wave 3. The trough of wave 5 can't make it to the or to the level of wave 3, and you get that reversal. So that kind of bullish double bottom that sometimes we call this pattern when the right side of the W is a little bit higher than the left. So the trading implications of this, let's go through those. So truncation can impact trading decisions. Obviously, it has a way of having false signals, right? Truncated waves can mimic the characteristics of the corrective waves of waves 2 and 4, leading to potential premature exits from the trend when you should actually be holding on. But there's also volatility that happens during truncation. Truncation can introduce increased volatility as the market searches for a new direction, right? Because we're waiting for wave 5 to develop. All of a sudden, that's in question, so it zigs and zags a little bit. And there's also the issue of trend continuation. Despite truncation, the overall trend might be valid. So it behooves you here not to rely entirely on Elliott wave analysis, but to actually get confirmation using other technical indicators, such as a higher time frame analysis. So managing truncations, how are you going to do this when you're actually using Elliott waves to get in and out of trades? Here are some tips for navigating wave truncation. Confirmation is absolutely key, right? Don't rely solely on wave truncation for trading decisions. Seek confirmation from indicators and higher time frame analysis, and make sure you're managing risk. Can't say this enough. Manage proper or maintain proper risk management, especially during periods of truncation-induced volatility, and be ready to be adaptable at all times, right? The market has a way of throwing curveballs. Be prepared to adjust your trading strategy if truncation suggests a potential shift in the market direction, guys. And remember, wave truncation is a deviation from the ideal Elliott wave pattern. However, by understanding its characteristics and potential implications, you can better be prepared to navigate these situations and make better informed trading decisions, Adair.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sharif, for that. And thanks for putting together that lesson. What I think is so cool about these lessons, I want to shout out, it's an elephant. It's truncation. He's riding the wave.
There you go. That's fantastic. Was that Sora? Fabian.
That was Fabian. Shout out to Fabian there. An artist,
amazing.
If you did not know.
That's amazing.
So shout out to that.
Wow.
But also what I think is cool is because it shows, it's not just like, you could potentially have false signals. What I love about these lessons is showing you this is what they could look like as well.
Yes.
So I really want to shout out Sharif for those fabulous lessons and just being awesome on this desk. I like being grateful. You know what else I'm grateful for? The Cybertruck. Took 2 successful trades on this, both directions. I want to talk about them. This first one here, I got long this top. I'm aware this looks deeply sketchy, but I watched the book. I was initially interested. We got our first pop. We made that initial topping tail cancel here. We get into 255.55s, then we sell back. We get back to 254.50s. And I say, Dara, watch what we do here. If you keep seeing higher lows, I don't think you're going to get that whole move, but you might be able to get 255s. I ended up taking about 35 pennies on it, so I was happy with that. Happy I set my exit where I did as well, because I wouldn't have gotten anything else. Then I'm like, hey, so now Tesla trying to break down now, huh? You want me to hop in that Cybertruck? It did. Obviously, could I have stayed in longer? For sure. But that wasn't really the point of the trade. I was willing to get that 254 breakdown. I got involved at 254.30s when I realized I wasn't going to necessarily get it in a timeline I was comfortable with. Got out at 254s, took 30 pennies there. Very happy with what I've done here in Tesla so far. Obviously, these aren't massive positions. They're not massive trades, but it's about the reps. It's about getting those gains there, doing those arm workouts so you can take some different trades later on. Also, it sucks because Nvidia, to me, is looking like way better technically than SOXL, but I don't know what it is. I feel like my levels in Nvidia have just not been it lately. I don't know. I don't want to get too in my head, though. If I see a nice little rejection here on the book of that previous area of support, I'll give it more room to run, because that was my issue last time, too. I didn't give it that much room. You know what? We're rejecting here. We're making lower highs. We're going to try to get involved at 60, small position, add at 65. If I have anything, if I see something distinctly different, I will get out, because I do think there is something here in the water here on NVDA, and SOXL is just not going to give me, I think, what I really want in this. So SOXL, to talk about those trades, though, shout out, thank you to Tammy KB for the kind words for the SOXL trade in the chat. I wasn't there for the whole move. I got a small position. I wanted to add, because like I said, first short didn't work out. Tried the second short, took way too small of a position, ended up getting I think 35 pennies, so I'm not going to cry over spilt shares here. SOXL breaking lower. If I end up feeling like I have a better read on SOXL, I'll switch out of NVIDIA. But I just got NVIDIA, and now NVIDIA is pushing lower. So it's like, hey, NVIDIA, you want me to take a... Okay, y'all take all part of the position here. Beggars, well, I'm not a beggar. Beggars can't be choosers, but also traders can't be choosers because you never know what you're going to get. I said that phrase and I was like, I don't like that I said that. But traders literally cannot be choosers. You got to take what you get. NVIDIA, if you keep bouncing here off 30s, that's going to be a bit dicey. Happy I de-risked the position, but I'm seeing some stuff in the book I don't like. My biggest issue yesterday was not trusting my read on the book enough. Let's get it popping, NVIDIA. Oh, you want to break below 30s? You say it with me. Please just punch. What are you looking at?
Good. I'm just excited that you're excited.
I'm
you're,
so excited.
yeah. I love the energy today. All right, let's. I'm in NOS at the moment. Shout out to Scott H. I'm going to get to SLRX in a second because Scott was telling me about that. So there's a lot of small cap gappers right now. I've got 5 up. I didn't actually sadly prepare this prior to the show, but I've got them up now. So here's why I get it. I got into to NOS because it came into that previous area of resistance, that 640, 650 area. It's also the area where VWAP is. So I said, look, get in here. It's a good area to defend. You're above the volume weighted average price. You're not breaking your rules by getting long on NOS here. So we'll see what we get here. I've given it to 620 to hold. Silo as well. Oh, sorry. So let me give you the deets first quickly here on NOS, because I know that this is, it's been running for a while. It's not new for us, but it's an $83 million market cap, 9.9 million shares traded on the day. Again, I don't have the proper float. We'll have to use trade ideas over here because mine says something incorrect. Trade ideas 4.15 million shares and 1.3, basically 1 3/4 of the float is shorted. So long NOS. I'm also looking at BNED. This thing is an absolute monster. Look at it fly. Here comes 1050. This started its life at 8 1/4, 8 1/3. It's flying right now. Let me give you the deets on BNED as well. This is a $275 million market cap. Very light volume on the day. 850,000. There hasn't been halts, as you can see. Despite that, it still hasn't printed that many shares traded. 10.5 million share float. And let me tell you what the short float is. 1.59% of the 23.62 million shares shorted there, according to trade ideas. But BNED looks really good here, but they're just not really giving you anywhere to enter. SILO, another monster on the day. Let's talk about this one. It's #1 gap scanner on my chart, 78.2%. It's got 14.75 million market cap, 78.5 million shares traded today, and a 3.5 million share float, so quite small. Let's find out the short float. 1.99%, so 2%, not negligible, but nothing really to write home about. But there it is, big move up for good day for Silo. The big move though is happening here right now on SLRX. Shout out to Scott H for pointing this out to me. This one has a short float, large, 27.1% of this stock's float is shorted. And look at the float, 597,000. Let me double check that on mine because that's minuscule. This is according to trade ideas. So mine says the same thing. Okay, so this has got about 500,000 share float, and about more than 1/4 of that 500,000 share float is borrowed for short. So this thing can absolutely fly. It's got all the ingredients: small float, higher short float, everything. So that also means that it can absolutely wipe the you-know-what with you. So be careful with this one. Make sure your risk management is sound on this bad boy over here because it may be around for a good time, but not for a long time. Up 82.33%. Fantastic look right now. I'm waiting here on NOS's like to get filled at 60s, but the spread's a little wide. There seems to be a seller at 58 or 59. I'm going to pack my patience over here. On this one. That's the only 5 I've got at the moment. Adara, if I can send it to you quickly, just so I could do the ad read.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I will say I was a little bit displeased as Punch that you weren't, when you were like, oh, I don't know what I got into NOS, I was that you weren't like, NOS was like. Because, but no,
yes,
I'm joking.
I know.
I know. Shout out though to you in NOS. Hope that trade is Illmatic.
Are we ready for the read?
For you. But yeah, right now we're going to be thanking the lovely Benzinga people.
Oh, they're the best, and it wouldn't be a day without telling everybody how I dare use it. So tired of being late to the trade, guys? always playing catch up in the market, missing out on these big moves because you're too slow to the news. While Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everybody else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial today. I should let everybody know that I actually got multiple free trials from Benzinga back in 2020. And when I had issues, you could text the people, like actually text them, and they would respond in a text message. So I thought that was cool. Not just It's a good memory there. So that is the situation. All right, we got printed on Nas's like, and then I'm going to hold a little bit here. Guys, screen. If we can move up possibly into 7 to test that $7 area again. If we break down from here, though, I'm not going to look at this again because it'll be a lower high. And, well, then that's not what I'm looking for there. Adam Deleuze, can I get 30 minutes ahead of the NFP news? Adam, you ask for it, you get it, my man. You just let me know what you want. We'll get Adam Deleuze whatever he wants.
Nice, yeah. Also, I would be remiss if I had said, it ain't hard to tell that that's an awesome trade you had in.
Oh, I appreciate you.
If you know that reference as well. It's an awesome reference. Yeah, it's from it's one of my favorite Nas songs. But yeah, I'm just going down memory lane myself for another Nas reference here on this NVIDIA trade. Definitely missed that opportunity. I wanted to go short this again here when we had that 17 failure. I saw stuff I liked in the book, but I was like, Adara, it's at the low of day. I'm like, Adara, you already took a low of day NVIDIA short. If you see stuff you like, you owe it to yourself to try it. I also don't know what that voice was that I did, but it's all good there. Also, thank you to Adam Abu Sahel for the $9.99 super chat. This came a little bit earlier, so apologies for getting to this now. Market has a very negative outlook. I loved longs until I realized how terrible the economy is. Ooh. 3 out of 7 neighbors make $16 an hour, and rent is $1,750 a month, like $1,750 a month. Real estate is collapsing in Texas. Keep that in mind. Yeah, thank you for letting us know that. I'm sorry to hear that. I was not aware that was like the vibe there in Texas. So I do.
No, I did not know that.
Sorry to hear that, but thank you very much for your support and thank you for being here. Great participant in the chat. Also, if you guys, enjoy being here, definitely feel free to like and subscribe. We would love to celebrate with you all. If you're like, Nas is like, I like the show, then you can get in, be a part of this show. Sebastian's saying there's a crash in the making. I mean, there's certainly some bamboozlement in these markets for sure. I don't really know how else to put it. I want to discuss my Tesla trade. I'm proud of myself for the management here. Because I tried to go short. I wanted that 253.20 area. I was willing to take it long initially, but we were just wiffle waffling with it so much. I was like, if we break below the 90 EMA, I think that's a better short. We break below the 90 EMA, took teeny tiny baby itty bitty share position. Because I've said I have a massive issue with when I'll have a good trade and then I'll double down and lose everything. So I was like, Darren, you got to keep this tight. If you see anything you don't like in the book, run for the hills, which I did. Lost 15 pennies in this. I realized we were now bouncing off 253.20 instead of rejecting below it, so I did have to leave. Keeping an eye on Tesla, but to be honest, it's been quite the bamboozler. Also happy I got it where I did because I get out and then that thing ran up back to that previous top. Darius Golden was asking in the chat, would you say this is a double top on Tesla? I believe you were talking about Tesla. I don't know. It's always hard to diagnose things. I think with Tesla, you have to keep in mind, we have the higher lows. This could be a flat top break. We also have a lot of failures to break above this area. I think regardless of what pattern it is, to paraphrase something Brian Shannon was saying on the recap and also on his Twitter, sometimes things don't have necessarily a pattern. You don't know how to describe them. You just know they look a certain way. I know that Tesla has a bizarre fascination with that 254.55 area or 254.50 area. So I hope that answers your question, Darius Golden. I know it's not like a straight up answer, but I think sometimes things are a little bit, and I've noticed myself, I try to diagnose things as, it's this pattern or it's going to do this. Sometimes I get myself a little lost in the sauce. Maybe it's barbecue sauce, maybe it's sriracha, but either way, you don't want to be lost in the sauce. So I would say just the way I would think about it is there is some kind of magnetism, as Opie has said, at this level. Also, thank you to James Knapp for the $10 super chat. Let us know if you have a message here, because I'm just seeing the chat. But, James Knapp, love your name as someone who is could be a professional napper. Olympics, hit me up. What are you looking at?
I love it. I'm going to look at quickly here. Oh, wow. I almost got filled. 75s coming in here on Nas. I'm waiting at 77, so we're 2 pennies away. Not much in the way of size. 76 now on the ask. Okay, so it's going to have to zig and zag a little bit. I thought I might get printed there. But anyway, who was asking me there quickly? I did see it just a second ago. Allow me a moment over here to find it. What was it? Gorev there. I'll get to Gorev's in a second. Someone was asking me about Softy. Okay, so I just got printed there quickly before I get to Softy on NAS. Took 30 pennies on NAS's like. Happy with this trade. We're done it. And now time to remove said stops. But there it goes. So I didn't have enough shareage here because it's still going to the high side. But that's the way it is. NAS's like. Now, let's look at Microsoft. So the person, I forget who it was asking me, Microsoft bounce here. So I got to tell you, I'm not looking long on any of the Mag 7 until I fundamentally see something different. I didn't see it yesterday, and I'm not seeing it today. You're continuing to get lower lows and lower highs. On the soft one, there's really nothing here showing you, hey, this looks like a long. I mean, there are opportunities, but you got to be better than me here because I'm basing it on a 10 exponential retracement. That's that solid green line you see there. And as you can see, it has that magnetic effect moving into those lines and then having a way of rejecting them. Sure, they breached. The wicks show that clearly. But look at the closing prints. They're all south of that area. And in fact, if I had to guess, we probably retrace on Softy back into 437.5, 2/3, maybe even a 438 touch, much like we did over here. Big boy drop, sideways consolidation, pop back up to the 10 exponential on the 5, Huadunk once again. So we move sideways, retrace a little bit to the top, Huadunk once again. So I'm not looking long on the Mag 7. If it's going to be long, maybe something different, a Russell name, a small cap gapper, or whatever, until I see something distinctly different from said longs. Look at Apple. Apple is in a full state of tank right now. I had a short off this 227 area. It's at 223. I'll show you quickly here the short that I had. I think it was 227. Yeah, literally got 227. That would have been like $157.25 in the money. Take it easy there, Katina, man. What's going on over there? Big Patty Ice brought more chocolates. I see.
He's a sweetheart.
Oh yeah, but Big Patty Ice is networker number one.
Oh, yeah.
Bro. Yeah.
Did you get the pun there?
Yeah, of course I did. Right, sweetheart chocolate. I gotcha. 223 is about to go here on the dead one. Here we go. There it goes. 229.84. There is all sorts of selling today. And funny enough, the monster Goldman gave Apple an upgrade today and boosted the price target to 265. So it doesn't really matter because the market is in a full state of tank. Yeah, Goldman Sachs analyst Rod Hall maintains Apple as a buy, raises the price target from 238 to 265. You're going to have to deal with this kind of momentum to the downside if you want to hold something like the Mag 7 right now because all sorts of weakness. And I want to show people something too that I was talking to Brendo about, to Neil about. The market has a way of doing these kind of cyclical moves. And we're going to look at the NDX for a second over here because the futures contract doesn't work. So look at what we did last July. We got a big, huge move from the lows that we put in mid, I believe, June. We shot up to July. We were up 25%. And then look what July did. We absolutely made a newer low in July. So July has a way, July and August, this midsummer push, we dropped aggressively from the last week of July, first week of August, all the way to that second week of October. It was uninterrupted. This is the weekly on the NDX. Lower low, lower low, lower, mostly candles. There was 1 week where we were green between the week of August 15th and the week of October 10th. One green candle. So what I'm trying to say is if you can't stomach this midsummer pullback and you're holding, sell now and then buy in October again or buy in the fall because I think we're going to be selling off here for a little while there.
Yeah, that I think the midsummer night's damp instead of because I was because midsummer night's pullback.
It is damp anyway in the summer too, isn't it?
That is true.
There you go.
Also, thank you to Big Spile Burdette for the $4.99 super chat. What is it that one guy in Street Fighter game used to say? Kadouken, dump it.
That's Ken and Ryu.
Okay, I did not know that. So shout out, thank you very much to Big Spile Burdette. Zinod 1066, thank you for the $5 super chat, tagging us and saying, sounds like a Batman villain, the Bamboozler. It really does. Honestly, I think that's a very apt joke to make on this desk, given the our affinity on this desk for the 1966 Batman. But shout out there, thank you very much for those super chats to everyone. Also, if there's anything that you are super interested in looking at, get in the chat. and vote. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you fancy. Maybe it's TSLA, maybe it's NVDA, maybe it's GME, maybe it's some gimme. Maybe you're like, give me some gimme. Maybe you want to know what NAS is like.
NAS is like, NAS is like.
BNED. I don't know, I'm looking at your charts now instead of mine. But anyone, if you're interested in any tickers, get involved. I'm a little disappointed in myself with this TSLA. I tried to get short again because I liked that 253.20 area. I was like, oh, well, last time we held it, let's see what we do here. I was willing to take it long, but I wasn't really seeing a long case because we had these lower highs. We broke below it, took a really small position, ended up losing on it, wasn't able to get out quickly enough, lost more than I would have liked to, like probably 50 pennies. But again, like I said, I'm happy I'm not looking at the P&L anymore because it's like that's not about that. It's about the process. My issue in this trade, regardless of the fact that I lost money on it, is the fact that I was not quick enough and I didn't trust myself quickly enough. That is the issue. So really trying to focus more on what are those mental lessons you can learn instead of what did the trade make for you or whatever. That's especially as I'm still pretty new to trading live. So that's going to be my takeaway from that. Always happy to learn those lessons and do those workouts and figure that out there on the market. I took my little Nvidia scalp here because the thing was I was like, I don't want to do it low of day, but I was like, Adara, as he always says, the trend is your friend till the end where it bends. Nvidia makes new lows of days every 2 seconds. We pop into the previous area, we sloop below. So that's why I took that there. That being said, would I short Nvidia right now? I mean, knowing me, I still might, but I'm a little hesitant. We do have these topping tail candles, but we also have some bottoming tail candles forming now. I want to wait and see what the motion is in this here ocean. Speaking of oceans, we do have here, there was someone here in this chat, it was Darius Golden saying, with all the lessons on wave theory, it'd be nice to see a live example from you or Major Stash. It's kind of hard with these Elliott waves.
It's
we
tough.
have to find them in the wild.
I need to address this because I made an effort.
Yeah, no, yeah, of course. Yeah.
No. It was like I actually tried to use my software to see if I could like actually narrow or use a setting for Elliott waves. It literally has every other indicator, moving averages, everything else aside from Elliott waves. So there is a subscription service that I could sign up for, and it has like this automatic chart detection for waves, or it makes suggestions to you, and then you got to vet it and make sure that you like what you see. There was that. Maybe we'll use it like in a subsequent series on Elliott waves. But guys, I want to point out, I want to look at the chart over here because let's get back to trading. I want to look. We're 19.8 right now. And there's a green candle, 2 green candles on the 5-minute chart on Nvidia. So I'm thinking it's going to move back at least into the 10 exponential, which means it moves back into 17 3/4. That's about 40 pennies from here. It's going without me. I had eyes on this one as it started printing some doji candles. I figured, it would move with the market. I didn't think Nvidia would start curling up on its own. That's exactly what it's doing right now. Nvidia with the Mag 7 curling up on its own because you're not seeing any curl up on any of the other names. And so there it is. Yeah, here it comes. Here comes that 3/4, and it's gonna likely touch a 10 exponential. But that doesn't mean we can't trade it at this way. We can trade it as a short because what's done is it's come into the 10 exponential or that 118 area, and this is what I'm predicting that it rejects. You have a double bottom at 118. The closing print from yesterday is 118.01. The 10 exponential is a little bit below that 118. So I'm thinking short right here. I would have liked to take the long and then back the short. Let's see if this one can move up a little bit more, or is that as good as we can do? Looks like that's as good as we could do. So we touch the 10 exponential and right back below the $0.50 we go. I'm just looking at the side chart because it's a 5-minute look here on NVDA. I wanted a little bit higher to get that short, but it's running a little bit here. Let's see what it does. Good strength right now. Holding up above 17.5, just looking for a little bit higher as it weasels its way back at that 10 exponential again. And look, there's obviously price action resistance in and around here, but I like that 118 level a little bit better. Let's see if it can work its way up. It's working its way up a little bit more here. Let's see if we can get something in the 80s. Here comes 70, definitely a seller at 70. Here comes mid-70s, Katina, man. Let's see if we can get some 80s on this bad boy. Are you long? The Katina man is long at 252 on Tesla. I was right. Shout out to him. Killing it on that. To what? That's still good enough, Katina man. 252.12 is a good guess there. All right, I'm going short on NVDA here. Let's see what we can get. We're short at 75s. Let's see if it drops back down. I'll be looking to defend into 118. If it breaks 118 decisively, that's going to be the end of my trade there.
Yeah. My thing is, I do not want to go against Sticky Note Nation, but I really want to short this pop on Tesla. So badly did I want to short this pop on Tesla. Oh my gosh, it was screaming at me, but I'm looking there. The last 2 times you tried to short that same level on Tesla, it didn't work well for you. I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient. Shout out to the sticky note. Shout out to Sean in those trades. And again, to be clarified, I always scalp. That's the thing. If I took this, it would definitely be a scalp based on the levels in the book. Happy I didn't take it though. I liked it initially because that 253.20 area was massive. We kept whiffling, we kept waffling. In this case, we ended up going higher. So shout out to Sean with the sticky note nation. If we bounce here, I'd be interested in probably getting a long, again, scalp here. I am not a buy and hold type person. Remember someone in the chat was like, oh, someday Adara will be the type to hold. And I was like, I've tried it. Does not work for me. You got to figure out what your style is. And I think that's one of the best parts of trading is no 2 traders are alike. We're like snowflakes. Oh, wow. So that's pretty cool. Also, MSFT, not a name I normally trade. I want to shout out Sharif, who I've said this, is I feel like adept at being able to read and trade Microsoft and Meta, which I find to be 2 of the more for me, irksome of the Meg 7 names. But I like this Microsoft. I really like, and as I say that, it's like popping up, so never mind. I was going to say I like the rejection here. We come to that little area where we had those wicks up, and then we slooped, and I was like, oh, we're going to sloop again. And Microsoft's like, Adara, I don't have to, though. The thing you don't understand is I don't have to. And I'm like, I understand Microsoft, but if you come back to 70s and you don't bounce, you break below, I am deeply intrigued by the possibility of a short. I don't think Microsoft's going to give it to me, and I would not take much size with it, but I do like Microsoft. I just want to be aware of the change of tides here in the market. TSM, I'm just looking at all my side charts here. This TSM is kind of interesting to me as well. TSM doing the same kind of thing as Microsoft, but better spread. Sometimes. And it also, I think this is setting up better. So I'm going to try to take a small position here, short TSM if it gets to 49s. I don't think it will. And I will risk it basically until I see something different in the book or we break above that 167. I probably won't risk it to 167, but I'll see what we do there once we get involved here. If we get involved in TSM. Nvidia is strong. I tried to take that 117 bounce on a scalp basis, and Nvidia was like, you're not going to get Nvidia. And I said, that's okay. Also, Elon said Adara scalping day. Yeah, that's the goal. This has been such a fun scalp day for me, so I've been really happy with this. It's been a really good opportunity for these scalping. Shout out to you, Elon. Hopefully you're E-long or E-short on some names, because you can actually probably trade in either direction, depending on how you're trading. Yes, TSM, I would like some smoke, but if you're going to pop here at 29s for some reason, I would not. I'd like to politely decline that smoke. My lungs are getting a little... So we're going to get out there at 29s. I'll take 20 pennies with that if it lets me. How are you doing?
In trouble with NVIDIA because it's not rejecting off the 20 exponential and it's on its way up to 119. So my line in the stand is going to be 118.88. That's as good as I can give it on this one. So we're going to have to, that's exactly what we're going to have to do. We'll put that stop there. I did not expect this kind of strength on this kind of day. So there we go. Strength coming in on NVIDIA, and we are likely going to get stopped out here as it breaches that $0.75 area. If it can come back down, I'll hold it. But if it continues up and breaches 88, that's going to be the end of that. But I was looking, 10 exponential didn't hold up there. At the 118 level as well, which was the closing print from yesterday, didn't hold up there as well. So right now it's finding a little resistance at the 20 exponential. So if we can tank here, that'd be just aces. Now we're only like 5 pennies. Well, now we're break even. Oh my goodness. On this name, here we go to the downside again. But do we catch a bid here? And likely will catch a bid at around these levels. So we'll keep watching here as NVIDIA does flush a little bit. But to expect a bid to come in after a 60 penny drop super quick. Could have broken even on that one, but that's not really why we're sitting on said desk to break even. So I'm going to hold this, and if I get stopped out, I get stopped out, but I will hold it through 118.88. Right now, it did drop a little bit from that 20 exponential drop and did come back a little bit into that 118 area, but still about 10 pennies out of the money on this monster as it drops into the $0.25. Where am I waiting over here? I'm waiting at 11s or something like that. Here comes the teens again. Here come the low teens. If we can get some low teens on this one, there we go. So we can get a little bit more on this. There we go. Now we're printing on this one. So 36s. There we go. Nice. Okay. So got out of trouble there. Now printing on it bigly here. We're short 46. So about 30 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can get a 118 break. Here comes 118 again. We're doing the dance with said pants at the 118 level, but does seem to be a buyer at said 118. Packing the patience is a requirement here because NVIDIA, it doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care.
It does not.
No. So, Yeah, so did well on this one. Got out of trouble, that's for dang sure. But that was a close one there. I got to tell you the truth, because it did not hold up at the 10. It did hold up at the 20, and that's what I've been yapping about for a long time now, about this 10-20 business. But here we go, break even again after we're just 40 pennies in the money as the strength comes in on this one. And I'm still holding shareage here. Like this is one of the biggest positions I've ever taken on Nvidia. So I'm gonna have to, really be careful. So I'll send it to you, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, shout out, hope you print, as you always say
I
to
really
me.
hope so.
Yeah, we are hoping there for you. This stock sell is looking interesting to me. We're getting a bottoming tail candle. I wanted to get involved at 49.70s, get into 50s, and stock sell was like, but you have to be faster about that, which you weren't. And I'm like, stock sell.
Oh, geez,
Stop stocks yelling at me, okay? No, it's all good there. I do want to shout out Sharif in his semiconductor trade, but I've noticed.
What's going on over there, Katina man?
Cybertruck? $2.04 on TSLA. Shout out to Sean. Also, I'd like to clarify, he put it in the chat, PSA, the Tesla trade was not a sticky note trade.
Oh.
I did shout out the sticky note, but I want to clarify because I did see him put that in the chat. But either way, it was just a real trading trade, so shout out to real trading. Also, either way, shout out to Sean and his sticky note, both of them separately and together. Great entities that I'm always very pleased as punch I get to be part of. Also, that is one of my favorite animations. But you guys know what my favorite button is that I have. Shout out to Dick Wolf and Law & Order. But hopefully I'm going to have some conviction, which is actually the name of a Law & Order spinoff, ironically enough, in some of these trades. I think Tesla, like I said, still interesting to me on some levels, but I don't want to force it. I want to have like the level of confidence that Sean had in that awesome level. But I do want to talk about my TSM trade. I want to show that there was someone in the chat there that was saying Adara, like, it was Chris. He said, don't do it Adara for the TSM short. TSM is support at 164. Look at the low of July 11th, the high of July 5th. Yeah, I want to show you that because I do think there was support there. I scalped it and it did work as a scalp. So I was happy with that, but I was cognizant because I was like, we could be breaking up here, right? I get involved. It goes, like I said, I didn't really want to go to 167s, but it gets to like 166, 70s. I'm like, okay, let's see what we do. The book's pretty tame. If we bounce off 50s, I'll get out. I don't care. I'll lose a couple pennies. If we break below 50s, you stay in. I took out 2/3 of the position around just above 166, the remaining third around 166.20s. So took average like 35, 40 pennies on that. Definitely happy with this. Right now, I think we are poised for a long year. I would definitely agree with you, Chris. For now, not advice, just my take on the chart. Look at the support we have here at 165 here on the 5-minute. We have that bottoming tail candle. I would like to see us peek our little heads up above the 90 EMA before I make a call on that. But interesting look there on the TSM. I'm saying the now. Apple also making higher lows. So how do you like them apples? I'm not really sure yet. But I do like that, again, peeking our head near my favorite level, the 90 EMA. Also, who are those people on the screen? Because I don't know them. No,
I know.
Shout out. Yeah. Definitely check out our show. We, as Ramin pointed out, we have, evolved. People evolve. They grow in.
They do.
They grow, change, and they get different hair and facial hair. Ramin says she looks the same.
I don't know about that, Ram. Yeah, well, she says she looks the same. We can agree to disagree there.
Shout out.
Did you see what I've reclaimed, Ram? Hello, Trenda. Yeah, she does. Okay, good. Shout out to Ram.
Also, sorry, just saw this super chat from Michael Moore.
Yep.
Nvidia has gap on 125 that didn't get filled since yesterday. Now double bottom. Any opinion? Let me see here on this NVIDIA daily chart. Sorry, we don't get to see all the super chats right away. There's a lot of stuff flashing on the screen, so I do apologize there. Let's take a look here on this daily chart. Gap that I guess sort of a double bottom. I think though the thing for me in NVIDIA, lower highs on the daily chart below the 90 EMA. So we have that 140 area, bit of a topping tail candle, schlump. Then we get to 135, schlump. I would like to see us have a close on the daily above the 135, because that would be like, hey, we're trying to reverse that trend of the lower highs. That's because I think double bottoms, things can always be a couple of different things, right? Sometimes it can be bullish, or it can always be the potential of like a flat bottom break. So I think that's the one thing to notice. That would be my take on that chart. I don't know if that's of any help there, but that's my read. I think that with the lower highs on the daily chart, that's one thing I would probably be a skosh cognizant of in my take on that. But yeah, shout out to Ramin. I just wanted to read that super chat. How are you doing in your little chip play?
We're good. Well, I've de-risked a little bit now, so I've got two more beak wetters actually. But I was able to get out several over here. I'm happy with this trade so far, but I'm still in trouble with the last remaining bit that I have, 10 pennies out of the money. but I like what I'm seeing in the sense that I haven't seen a higher high. So I put my stop where it is, and it hasn't breached yet. So that means that there is no higher high, but that could change in a second on NVIDIA because the bamboozlement is real fast and furious. So if we can not make that higher high and continue down, I will try to pack my patience. It's either going to get printed at that 118 level, or I'm going to get stopped out. It's going to be one or the other. So let's let that cook and do its thing 21 and tell you that Apple looked like an excellent 10 exponential short, but so weak is AAPL today. Even when it did catch a bid at 11:35 about 10 minutes ago, it was unable to reach that 10 exponential on the 5 because of the amount of selling that keeps coming in and basically preventing this one from, well, not preventing me from getting in, but I was waiting at the 10 exponential around 224.5, and then it made a newer low. It made the low of the day prior to that at 222.27. It's at 223.27 right now. So decent look here. Down goes NVIDIA. Go to 118. Let's go. No. All right, here we go. Coming into the teens is NVDA. So let's see if we can get printed at ones. I'm just trying to pack my patience. I'm seeing what I want to see, but NVIDIA is like, oh my God, it makes you wait. I'm waiting essentially at around the whole dollar, but we're going to have to pack our patience. So I'm going to stop looking at it. Anyway, what else we got going on? Yes, make sure to vote. Thank you for reminding me, Ram, because that segment at 2 to 2:30 or 2:20 is all about the viewers, and it's about putting the strength back in your hands, putting the decision-making back in your hands, and having the big kahunas, Neil and Sean, look at the tickers as selected by you. So if you want to hear about Microsoft, Google, if you even want to hear about the NQ, Sean's been trading the TQQs lately. Get into the chat right now. Enter exclamation point, type in the word join, space, then the $sign, and the ticker of your choice, whatever that may be, even small cap gappers included. Let's have a look at those small cap gappers, by the way, because I saw Scott H in the chat telling me Nas's like is breaking into highs, and he absolutely is bang on with that. Shout out to small cap gapper extraordinaire, trader extraordinaire, Scott H, 749 high a day on Nas's like, and it's been really holding the 10 exponential on the 5 on its way up. So if you've been looking for an entry on the way up, all you really had to do, sounds a lot easier than it is actually, is to wait at the 10 exponential and get filled on the dip. I personally looked at this one earlier, obviously traded it. The spread is relatively respectable. At the widest point, it was 3 pennies, but typically it is 1. So this looks really good. Nas headed to the high side, but there's other ones as well. CHUY, it's not Chewy, it's Choi. I don't know how to say this. It's been moving up nicely as well, up to that 37.5. Good move there. It's up 48.8%. That's really pretty good. Wow, NVIDIA. Yes. Printing on that 118 short. I still have a beak wetter. We're going to hold this one for an even lower part of the day. Let's see if we can get maybe 117 or whatever. I don't care. I'm not getting out of this one. I packed my patience. I'm going to pack more.
Brenda and I are both pleased for you.
Well, Trenda's in my good books today. Yeah. That may change.
Someone was saying in the chat, you actually are kind of twinning with her because you have like the lighter blue.
Yeah, I saw that too.
So I did enjoy that there. Also, happy you got your beak wet there. I would like to say I am pleased as punch. Also, I have a question. Because you were in Nas, what is Nas like?
You know what? Like? It's not spready. Well, let's show them what Nas is like, Adair. Here's the tape and here's the book. I mean, I said 1 penny at a time.
That's not spready.
No, but it opens up. See, 3 pennies, 5 pennies, but then it gets tight again. So it's not bad. Clearly, though, good question, Adair. Perfect timing. There's clearly a seller here at 740. Look at the umpteen amount of topping tail candles, albeit this is the 1 minute, not the 5 minutes. So each one represents a minute. Topping tail candles coming into 740. I'd like to see what this one does at 7, Scott. So this one breached 7 after having key area of resistance. Look at that. It rejected 7 at 10:53. Then we got the big boy breach at 11:41. So if we get into 740 or even 7, I think 740, 9 or whatever is a high. What do we do at 7, Scott? Do we punch long or what's the situation? Tell me what you're going to do, Scott, on this. What's your look? Are you looking for a $7 hold here? If it is, to kind of round top and come back down. Shout out to you. Mahmoud, Adara, Sharif, IWM breaking down. Good risk reward. That's the Adara Panera thing right there. I don't really trade IWM. You want to have a look?
Oh, I would love to. I was just thinking about that. My thing is, I've been looking at this for quite a while, Mahmoud, but unfortunately, I would have, IWM, don't do this to me. I was just going to be like, I want to have a trade on you, and then you get to 221s, and you want to do something for me? NVIDIA. No, IWM. Why did I call it NVIDIA? It's like yesterday I was calling the SMH IWM very confidently, and the Sharif was like, oh, you mean the SMH, right? And I was like, oh, yeah.
I knew that's what you meant.
I know, I appreciate that, but yeah, anyways, the point I'm trying to make is UM is getting interesting here, Mahmoud. I like that we have these lower highs, lower lows. I just think it's probably instead of, a dip buy, maybe a rip sell opportunity. I would have liked those two. I was waiting for 221s just now when I saw that, but we did not get 221s. They did not do something for me. The 90 EMA rejections, though, have been pretty swanky. And I think, again, not advice, just my take on the chart. Were you laughing at that? Should I have not have said swanky? I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to make you cough there. But yeah, I think the thing is, as long as you kind of, I think the move you might have to play this is you're seeing lower highs, lower lows, right? So as Sharif always says to me, sometimes what you want to, or just says in general, and I've definitely learned from, is sometimes you want to use what gets you into the trades, get you out of the trade. So if you're looking for lower highs, lower lows, maybe you see a higher low or you see a higher high, and that's when you're like, got to leave the IWM, not rustling with this guy anymore. But this chart right now to the downside is very much, to paraphrase TI, grind won't stop, Russell won't quit. So let's look at this on the daily. The daily chart for this one is just on another level. I know what I want to shout out Chris Bretcher. What he was saying to Neil and I yesterday was basically if the Russell makes a new pops above into new all-time highs, that could be when the market drop begins for the overall market. But right now, the Russell kind of two pretty bearish looking candles in a row here, but I think we have seen pretty nice recovery in some of these markets. Tesla just wants to keep coming back. Russell's been strong lately, so I think these names that have been strong could continue to do. I think on an intraday basis, though, I like the shorting of the pops. Let's talk about Tesla, though, and I want to show it again. Sean's amazing non-sticky note, but still Sean approved, obviously, because he's in it, trade on Tesla. But I think one thing we've talked about is you can make money on both sides of the desk. Sean was in his short. I made like 35 pennies, or he was in the long. I made 35 pennies on the Tesla short, so I would like to talk about it. So this was really hard for me to take. I saw stuff I liked, but I was like, Adara, the last time you tried to short around this level, it didn't go that well. And I'm like, but now you've seen it happen. Now you just wait for more confluence. You're more patient. Initially, I was taking these 353.20 or 253.20. I said if Tesla was 353.20, that'd be a whole other ball game. But I was taking them 253.20. I said, Adara, wait to see us decisively below 253. And that's when you take the short. We broke below, we came back up, tested again. That's when I got short. Happy with that. Got it into, I think, mid-60s here, so happy with that. I didn't want to stay beyond the VWAP bounce there, but I think sometimes it's just about trusting yourself and trade management. If your only reason to not take a trade is, I got caught up on it earlier, that's not a reason. Right? Like, just as you take a trade on the balance of the evidence, your reasons for not being in a trade should too maybe be based on the balance of the evidence. Yeah. Because I said evidence. But yeah, Tesla right now, super rangy in a way that's making me think, hey girl, why are you not a part of this? I don't know if I'd want to range it short though, because like I said, Tesla has been really bouncy at that 253.20, and I'm a little bit once bitten, twice shy. If we go back to VWAP and bounce, that might be where I range this. But either way, I would love to shout out Sean, the President, Prime Minister of Sticky Note Nation, with his sticky note trade there. Sox L, Sharif, he had his NVIDIA short, and I'm interested in playing this through these Soxes, the Soxes. I don't know, the Sox out here, because we are making these lower highs. I like what we're doing. This could be a double bottom, but could also be a flat bottom break. The thing is, you never really know. You have to take in the balance of the evidence. Right now, this evidence is telling me chips and the whole market are in kind of a meh state. So maybe I'll get socked in the face, but if I see a little bit of resistance here at 50s, a little bit of chop, a little bit of churn, or a little zig and zag, I am interested in taking a short. Also, I love this thing from Sean in the chat. That's exactly why I hate the reason I am just a beginner, therefore I'm not taking the trade. If you like it, take it. Thank you so much to Sean for that chat. And yeah, I think that was the thing too with the Teslas. I was like, but that level didn't work. It's like, well, Adara, you waited. You were way more confident this time. I had my confidence, and I had more confluence to get in the first place. So I think it's like, you're right, that if the only reason is, I don't feel like I'm scared, it's not a scared trader is a deficient trader, as Sean says. How are you doing?
Good. Couple of things. I want to talk about the NVIDIA trade. I want to mention What's the person's name? Adrian. Astutely pointing out, he was like, look, man, get out of that NVIDIA short. And when he said that, I already had to stop there to protect the profits. And that's where I got short. But then I messaged him like, it didn't break that high. There's clearly a seller at 80. We saw that initially right there, 1140, rejected at 80. Did it again on NVDA, 118.80. So I felt really bad about myself for not having added to that area over there. So, just because it pops up doesn't mean it's going to breach, right? Because the seller was there for a reason and the price didn't breach 118.80 again for a reason. I personally didn't see the seller at the ask, but I don't have to. We all know about iceberg orders and the like. So I want to mention that I should have been adding to that position there. Now, there's an individual by the name of, let me see if I can find them here. It tagged me, I think. Did they? All right, here we go. Someone asked me about Rivian not that long ago. Redna, Sharif, your thoughts on Rivian, please. Here it is. So Rivian is, let's look at all of EVs. Rivian is definitely not down nearly as much as anything else in the market. Rivian's down 1 1/5, okay? Which is not a bad look. Let's look at the 30-minute quick so we can get some levels on this bad boy. So this 1650 level takes us all the way back. Area crest on July 10th. Consolidation area low July 11th. So we hold that level, and now we're right back into $17. But look at this, Redna. We have $17 as a consolidation area low from yesterday. Essentially, from 12 o'clock onwards, all the wicks into $17 got held up. Generally, you get the idea, right? These are zones, not exact prices. Now we're kind of doing the dance at 17, trying to reclaim it. And what I see so far is an inability of Rivian to reclaim 17. This is the half-an-hour chart. You see here, 2 topping tail candles trying to get into 17, neither of which is able to take it. You're at 17.01, you move back down. The whole point is you need to take that 17 on a break and take. Now, I don't know what time frame you're trading on. I'm looking at the half an hour right now. I don't typically trade off the half an hour. The reason I used it is to glean the levels. But if you're looking at getting in on this level, it's definitely going to have to close above 17, because look what happened here. You breached 17 by some distance on this candle from 11 to 11:30. You get into 17.14, lo and behold, look where the candle closes, 16.88. So you're going to have to wait if you're trading off the half an hour time frame for the candle to close. Otherwise, I'd say to you, scalp. Otherwise, yesterday, the closing print, by the way, on Rivian was 17 1/5. So even though we're doing the dance with no pants right now with 17, the closing print is that 17 1/5 level. So keep that in mind. I hope that helps. As a company, generally I need to see more from Rivian. They have very expensive cars that basically are, what are they, like purchasable by 5, 10, 15% of the population. So I need to see cheaper vehicles if this company is going to do big boy things. But we already know those are on the way. It's just about how much they cost and when they get dropped. So good luck for Rivian. But on the day, it's going to have to take 17 as a long. If you want to take 17 short, that's another play there. Shout out to Redna. Big Spile Burdett was letting me know several things here. I want to mention them because he's trading up a storm on the SPY there today, and as I'm sure we can all imagine that.
Oh, yeah.
Where the hell is my... Yo, Instagram, bro. These people update the thing, and they move the messages. It was the top left corner, now it's at the bottom. Instagram, Ram, look. It's at the bottom now. So Big Spile said SPY 550.30 before major support. That is the anchor VWAP from the last FOMC day on June 12th. Let's look at what Big Spile is talking about. And then I'll get to Willis Addison's super chat in a hot second over here. Thank you very much for that, just prefacing that, but I'll get to it, I promise. All right, SPY, let's go to the 15 over here. And Big Spile was talking about June 12th. So we're gonna have to zoom out a little bit more, actually. Let's go to the hourly and see where June 12th is at and what Big Spile is talking about. Here is June 12th over here. No, that's the 11th. So that's the big boy move. You can see the future jumped up big there. So I'm assuming you're anchoring it, Big Spile, at 536-ish, 537-ish. Let me know if that's accurate. And so I'm assuming he's anchoring it from here and basically saying that 550 530 before major support. So that would be around right here, okay? So that's, I'm assuming, where the anchored VWAP from the 12th is hanging out, because I don't have anchored VWAP on the software, sadly, but this is where the anchored VWAP is hanging out. He's saying 550.30. We're at 552.75 low of day today. So maybe we don't get it today, because maybe, you know, we have obviously another trading day tomorrow. We could obviously sell off a little bit more. So yeah, good to know there, but keep an eye out on that. Now, Nvidia still doing the dance, multiple lower highs here. Look at this, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, downward channel, rejecting off the 20 exponential, but not tanking, right? I guess maybe we've sold quite a bit today. Right now, the moves are not as aggressive to the downside as they once were. Like, just compare them to these over here, right? Willis Addison, $2 super chat. Crazy busy day. Scored Domino's DPZ 430 puts into ER. Shout out to you, my man. Print up a storm. I know Domino's got shellacked today, as well as Beyond Meat. They were both in some trouble. Let's look at DPZ. Did they have earnings today or something?
They did have earnings.
They did, yeah. Shellac. This is another name that Alfred wanted to get into a couple of years ago. I don't think it's one of the names he's interested in anymore. My pitch to him at the time was, watch out for food inflation. It's going to eat into margins, but that's like old news. I don't think we're really dealing with that in the same way anymore. Anyway, huge gap, huge, from that 472 and change that we closed out yesterday. We drop into 400. Yikes. But my man's got 430 puts, so he's printing up a storm. $15+ in the money. High a day is 434, so he basically has the highest. Shout out to Willis Addison, great trade.
Yeah, I'm seeing Steve Barnes and a couple other people mentioning Eli Lilly, and I mean any excuse to look at my old pal, FKA Mademoiselle.
It's still
this
selling,
LLY. Yes, strong.
Is that Roche news, or is this?
I didn't see anything new on this, so it might be just general market weakness. Yesterday, we know Eli Lilly and Novo were a bit weaker on the news that Roche had their drug trial that went well. So LLY, I like this pseudo double top here, 887. We break down significantly. If you were in a short here, so shorting the pops of the 9 EMA was not a bad look. If Lilly's spread wasn't over $1, this would be intriguing for me on a day trade. We know I used to be quite a big fan of Lilly in the sim. But let's take a look at the daily chart here as well for the people asking. People are also looking at Unity here. I'm trying to see if I'm looking for anything. I'm going to see what's up in the Twitterverse on Unity as well, because apparently there's a bit of a volume spike on that. I've noticed sometimes Unity, it has like enough of a short float, it'll sometimes run if we get a couple different short float names popping. Let me see here.
I don't see anything.
I'm not seeing anything on Twitter. Most recent tweet was a minute ago, then 4 minutes ago, then 8 minutes ago. This is not the type of furore we see when people get super excited. They're on the interwebs. I think you shout out to Rivian Millionaire saying Lilly could go to 820. I totally see that. We had a couple pops here into 820 on the daily. A couple wicks, then a wick below. So support resistance on a wick basis here on the daily chart. Not a bad look. But also that 840, a bit of a doji candle. So I think 840 or 820, the area we're at right now, or about $20 lower, could be interesting. That Tesla range continue. Let me take a look at Unity, though, on the chart, though. As I said, we're not seeing any news on this one, nor am I seeing any social media action for this one right now. Let's see how we're feeling, what the energy is in Unity. Is it feeling united? Oh, Unity falling here with volume. Then we get a bit of a topping tail candle. This is definitely a big move to the downside. Bit of support here at 1790s if we curl back up, but that's a big if. Huge sell-off here on volume again, guys. Wasn't able to see anything, nor was I able to find any news on it, so or social media attention. So still looking. What else? There was something else here that I wanted to look. Palantir being mentioned here by Gaurav. Failed breakout for this one. I mean, yeah, we're still up on the day for PLTR, up about 1.5%. Oh, I do like this bounce here at 2850s. Also, shout out to Sean's long earlier today. Why do I like this long, this area at 2850s? Well, look at this. Pre-market, a little bit of top, a little bit of churn, bit of a resistance area. Then we come here, look where we bounce decisively. And now we're seeing some higher lows with some bottoming tail candles at 2850s. I would love to see us poke our head above the 90 EMA. It's the level that I like. I think it could show a bit stronger of a reversal of the trend. But I like that PLTR. A couple ranges, though, that I have been sorely neglecting. One of them is Tesla, which has just been giving you, it's pretty tight, though, that chop and churn. Like I said, higher lows. I would not necessarily at this point take this range as a short. I would take it as a long off VWAP or 253, but I keep missing it. Do you want to, Sean, are you still in the Cybertruck? Tesla? Yeah, he said, yeah. So Sean is still as the confident there. I just wanted to make sure to update all the people. He says AF to the confidence, but Sean is still in Tesla. The other range, though, I'm obsessed with that I need to be trading probably more efficiently is SOXL. SOXL, I tried as a short there at 50s, didn't like what I saw, got out. Then I was really proud. I scalped the pop here on this long draw stack low, keeps coming back. SOXL is basically giving you about a 49.70 to 49.40 range. It's not perfect, and now it looks like we're trying to flip that because we're seeing higher lows in the book. But there is something here on SOXL. I don't know if I want to go SOX long, though, or SOX short just yet. Pardon? Yeah, it sucks that it took an L, said Fabian. But yeah, I mean, definitely you're not having an L here by being a part of this community. So if you want to get involved in the chat, if you want to just be part of us, definitely hit that like and that subscribe because we're so happy to be here every single day. SOXL, oh my gosh, you want to give me a 90 MA bounce maybe? I would be pleased as punch with that. Also, because I mentioned Unity and I made a bad United pun, I would be remiss to not mention UAL. United Airlines. That was earnings yesterday. I haven't really looked at it today. This one's NQ. I always think it's NY. I do not know why I think that, but let's pull up here this United Airlines. Though Neil is ready, so we're going to pass it over to the real deal with Neil here. We're going to have that plane ready for takeoff. Yeah, UAL having a bit of a bounce, not too much here, just lower highs, lower lows. Maybe a 90 MA bounce, but we're going to bounce over to our pal Neil Roberts.
Welcome, a lesson of the day today. Day 2 continuations of a reversal. And it's interesting because I haven't traded IWM, but I got the idea when we had a quick look at the IWM in the middle of the morning session, and I saw something which you could take advantage of in a few other stocks, but it was very particular to IWM. So the reversal requires that, A, you're going strongly in one direction, right? Like that's obvious. I'm not just talking about it on a single day. I'm talking about on a higher time frame. So everybody knows the Russell's been running like wildfire the last couple of days. So first step is the instrument you're trading going up or down strongly for multiple days in a row. Not a small move, but a big move. So if we come to the chart for a quick second here, then we can see the Russell's been on a big breakout. Monster move up, you get extension, it's clearly doing something different. That's kind of the idea. You go from one mode of trading to another mode of trading. And the good thing about this kind of a setup is you're not worried about catching the top here. It's more about what do you look for that second day of fade, which is simple. You have this quick look every single day straight to the upside, closing without giving back those gains, either closing at the highs or at least holding the gains that you've had. Then you have failed break tank. And all you're looking for the next day is what happens when we try to take out the lower high resistance level. So there's this top. If it retakes a second high, obviously you got to break out. But the lower high is right here at about 224. This is where some green candles come in. That's where you find your resistance. And when it tries to break that top, you get the rejection at the open and then a continuation big downtrend day. And what you're looking for is that previous high, consolidation under, when it breaks down, short here, stop there. And it's not something where you're probably scalping it a little bit. It's more of a big extension trade because you're getting a second day of a monster rally turning into a pullback. And the second place, I mean, there's a few places that you can find something like this. Obviously, recently you had Tesla do something like that. Similarly, Tesla did breaking. It did big flush. It took a couple of days, but when it retested that level, you got continuation. But it was actually GameStop that I think presented one of the more unique opportunities for that trade today. And if you can quickly see GME rallying multiple days, you don't have to zoom back, but you can go to the daily. It was just a smooth glide up that the last two sessions gained in momentum and exploded higher. So you had a slight move up that just gained momentum, culminating in its biggest up day, which was here the 16th. On the 17th, it makes the high and reverses. What happens? There's your lower high range. This was almost easier in terms of a trade because it wasn't even the high, it wasn't even the lower high that you're working off of at 29. The bottom of the range was 28.40, so it's even more bearish the day before. You had that weird flush we all saw in the afternoon show where GameStop on no news broke 28.40. So it gave you the deep pullback, and then you come in the next day. Okay, it had a reversal of a long upward trend. Where's the first level of resistance? It would be right at that top where we had that funky drop in the afternoon. And it was nonsensical. I think it was maybe just technical. People were speculating online, all over Twitter, like what the heck's going on with GameStop. Doesn't matter. It bounced and got to this level, support, resistance. What happens the next day? You're looking for a continuation play to the downside. First test is that level. Wicked once at the open and flushed. Wicked twice at the open and flushed. So the key here is do not ignore a stock that gives you 4, 5, 6 days in a row of explosive upside, shows you the first day of rejection. That second day is so key. You saw it with Tesla recently. IWM just did it again here today. And then GME, even a meme stock, following those patterns. And all you've got to do is at the open, wherever it happens to be gapping that second day, you check to see where the key resistance is. It was obvious on GameStop because of that drop. I mean, it couldn't be more perfect. Kind of a fluke that GameStop made that move at the end of the day. With IWM, I don't think it was overly nuanced with IWM either. It fails the high. Where's the first green bar on the 15-minute? It's right here with a top at 23.70. Now, this is a trickier trade than the GameStop one because GameStop was just easy. It barely wicked it. Here, you had to show patience for about half an hour for it to actually break down underneath. So you needed patience with IWM. You got an instant win if you took it in GME. The key, multi-day rallies when they reverse are good for more than just one day if you can find the right setup. So a lot of people like mean reversion trades. If you like them, why try to catch the top on day one if you can just more easily catch it with better confidence on day two? That's your lesson of the day.
Excellent, Neil. Thank you very much for that. Awesome, always, and eloquent. Neil Roberts dropping said hotlines every day at around noon hour. The wisdom it's palpable. No question about that. So shout out to Neil. All right. I did take a short on NVDA because it did move up into VWAP, and I did like that level. It's been incrementally rejecting off different technical levels. So the first rejection we talked about was off the 10 exponential. Then we had a bit of a deeper rejection off the 20. That's what we're seeing over here. Probably better if I show you on the actual chart where the lines are. So here it is. You get the first rejection off the 10 exponential. We drop down. We make that new low. We don't hold up at the 10 exponential on that retracement, but we do on the 20. And then the 20 gets breached. Actually, we hold on. We range, I should say, between the 20 and the closing print from yesterday, right around 118. Then the big boy buying comes in. And now what I'm seeing is a possible inverse head and shoulders on NVDA on the 5. Now, I need proof that that's going to manifest. And the manifest to me is going to come, or the manifestation to me is going to come at around that 119 and 2/3 to 119 and 3/4. We need that big boy neckline break, right? So left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Maybe I'm seeing what I want, but what I know for certain is that preceding this formation of the pattern was a downtrend. And that's what we need to see an inverse head and shoulders, because it is a reversal pattern. So we've talked about this multiple times. These patterns are fractal, but there is also an element of confirmation bias when you see these patterns. So wait for confirmation. I'm not going to base it entirely just on what I'm seeing on the chart. So right now we are getting a rejection off the volume weighted average price. There is price action support to price action resistance, to support us rejecting right from here. It is basically these tops and these closing prints at that 119 to 119 and a third. So I say 119 and a fifth to 119 and 2/3, So we are rejecting off the volume weighted average price right now, but as you can see, this candle has still not made a newer low. I'm going to pack my patience. If we reject, I'll take it short. If we breach it, I'll take it long, but I'm keeping my eye on NVDA today. It seems to be in play. A lot of these names seem to be in play, quite frankly. The Katina Man, I was about to say the only one that hasn't been in play is Tesla, but the Katina Man's killing it on Tesla because it's ranging and he keeps buying it off the volume weighted average price. And it seems to absolutely pay off every single time. As you can see, it's defended VWAP quite well, but it's been a range. So there is no wrong way to trade a stock. I was about to use the cat metaphor, but then I'm like, maybe I don't want to skin any cats today, Kadera. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, they're good look for the Mag 7 today, obviously to the downside, but they've been absolutely tradable. We'll keep tabs on that. Before we send it back to Dara, see what she's trading, let's have a look at the small cap gappers, see what they're up to at the moment. Donald John Trump just awoke from, I don't want to call it a nap or anything, but it was doing its thing. It just breached the high of day. There was umpteen amount of resistance at that $37 level, but what we did see for certain was these higher lows. So this ascending wedge ends up manifesting, and we get a breach of the top end of the wedge, which I would submit to you is around that 37 to 37.10 level, even though the wicks go up into that $0.25. Here comes Donald John Trump. There it goes right into that 2/3 of a dollar, 37 2/3 right now, the high of day. What can we expect in terms of price action? Well, let's have a look. So we're at 37 2/3, as I just mentioned. We got to the high on the 16th of 38 3/4. Yesterday, though, we got a big boy jump. Right at the bell there, we popped up into 39 1/5. So, definitely going to look more to the whole dollars and the closing prints rather than the wicks. But just wanted to tell you guys that DJT, nice move up there. This candle alone has about 300,000 shares on its own. So good call there. Willis Addison dip buy. Donald John Trump, $36 calls ahead of nomination tonight. Shout out to you, my man. Obviously, widely anticipated that today being the last day of the Republican National Convention, the RNC, Donald Trump will be giving the keynote, obviously, on the final day. J.D. Vance gave it yesterday, his vice presidential nominee. I didn't stay up long enough because the dude, went after 10:30. I'm like, I got to go to sleep, bro. I got to be up at 5:30.
I overheard you saying it was weirdly late at night. Yeah.
Super late.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I guess I'm assuming the implication for sure is that stock could get a bit of a Donald John pump if we get that. Yes, I know I've been abusing that pun, but that's what I do here. I'm taking a Tesla long, and I took a small position because I don't know how I feel about it. But we bounced off that 254. I like that 254.20 bounce area. I know I've been drilling to that 20 cent level recently, but I found for whatever reason, Tesla has been giving you stuff at that level. Tesla, I don't know. Do you want to flip and support the resistance on it? That's fine. I'll get out. I just want to see what we do here at 254 at the even dollar level. That would be an interesting look for me. So far, we've gotten here. We've bounced. I also liked it as a point of entry because A. Sharif mentioned bit rangy for TSLA on the day in general. B, look at all these bottoming tail candles we have. And C, we're kind of bouncing off the 90 MA. So a little bit of, to me, the balance of the evidence for this was that it was going to be a long for my purposes. We are trying to bounce here. Okay, nope. Bye Tesla. Got out there, lost about 30 pennies on that. It's all good. I would rather lose a little bit than lose a lot. And that's what the whole point of my scalping is. That's why I like my scalps, because it's all based on just what I'm seeing in the moment. If I'm comfortable, if I'm not, I get out. IWM did lose a bit on this one here. I tried to take, this I think where the short bias gets me sometimes, because then I'm like, oh, well, not everything can be a shorted era. Try some longs, and that's oddly enough where the problem lies. We, to me, seem to be forming a beautiful base here on IWM. Now, we were below the 90 MA, to be clear, but I was like, you know what, you could scalp it into the 90 MA. Like, that would honestly, I got involved at 35s. That would have given you 35 pennies because we got to 220.70s, right? I get in. I think the most we pop here is like 7 pennies. Then we fall below. We get to the bottom of the topping tail candle. I watch to see if 220.20s will form from support to resistance. It's resistance. I lose 15 pennies. That being said, if that level now wants to be a nice short entry, I don't have an issue with that. I also was trying to take a SOX L long, clearly timed that poorly. I got like 10 pennies or less on it because it was moving in a way I didn't like. We're trying to build for something in SOX L. I think a push higher, but this one I've noticed, Nvidia is very beholden to it. They're very beholden to each other. So we're going to have to see if I like the looks on that. If you guys are liking what you're seeing, though, hit that like, hit that subscribe, and that way you can join our chat so you can vote for the tickers.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, sorry about that.
I just hit the like and subscribe. Yeah. And even let's let the man tell you himself.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
What's going on?
There's lots of bang.
What's with the choppiness? Oh, they didn't do that before, though, no? Sorry, go ahead. What's up?
Also, actually, Rick Bin Laden, I'm actually up on the day today, but I don't check my P&L much, but I just took a look at that because I was like curious about that. But yeah, no, different styles work for different people. I just want to say that because I think that's really key. And also, if you have any stocks you're looking at, get involved in the chat and go in there, exclamation point, join space, $. Maybe it's MSFT, maybe it's TSLA, maybe it's NAS's like. Maybe you want to know what NAS was like. Maybe it's Apple, maybe it's Google, maybe it's just Goog. I don't know, but you could just want Goog. Whatever tickers your fancy. maybe get involved. Also, to answer the question of why stocks sell, I like stocks sell because it moves fast and it's a little bit cheaper, so you can take a little bit more size and scalp in and out, because like in 1 week you can get like 10 pennies, right? So I like the way it trades for my purposes. Good times.
Fantastic. I wanted to mention here that something's afoot here on NVIDIA. So what happened was we talked about this possible inverse head and shoulders coming in. Look what it did. So it comes into that key area of technical resistance. Let's just say around 19.5. And then it not tanks. I used the wrong word. It drops nicely 60 pennies there to 118.80. Remember that 118.80 that we kept talking about that wasn't getting breached, where I got my short? Well, lo and behold, it finds support at 118.80, moves up another nice 40 pennies there. Now it's having trouble with 20s because for whatever reason, there's big boy size sitting at that 20. I saw about 400 to 500 lots. It didn't hang out at that level for that long, so I'm unsure exactly. Here we go. Let's see if we can see the wattage there as we move up into 19s on NVDA. But what I'm telling you is right now there it seems to be stair stepping up. 1660 support, 1780 support, now 1880. If we get that incremental moving up of support, then this is going to look like a long to me, especially if we breach that neckline 119.60 for the completion of the inverse head and shoulders. I will want the smoke. I took this one down. I'll take it back up. Even though we are down on the day, I realize that. I realize the chips. Oh, the chips are down. I didn't mean it like that. Yeah, I didn't actually mean that like that, but that is a put. Yeah. I realize that most of the chips are down. Intel obviously up a bit. AVGO, Broadcom up 0.5% as well, but most of the chips are in negative territory. I get that this is against a trend, but if I like what I see, I like what I see. Simple as that. Here we go. I'm trying to see the size at 1920, but it's just not close enough on the book for me to be able to glean that at the moment. So I'm going to pack my patience here, but definitely volume weighted average price, still a key area of technical resistance on NVDA. New do to boot it. So we'll keep an eye on that. Now let's talk about things that are being distinctly different here than some of the other names. You can notice a lot of similarities between the Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and Google chart. You're seeing a little bit of a difference here in Meta, Tesla, and certainly Nvidia. Okay, so they are trading kind of their own way. You can see Tesla has a love affair with the volume weighted average price as a level of support today. You also see that Meta is curling up, making higher lows and higher highs in the exact way that Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, and Google are not. So there is something to be had here, possibly, to be able to distinguish the lone person out or the lone stock out and be able to trade it in a way that works. So I just wanted to mention that Nvidia, Tesla, and Meta looking like their own thing today, while the other four and the Fuge kind of coincides with the loser four of the day. Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and Google.
Move over Meg 7.
Yeah.
The loser
four. And here comes the volume weighted average price on TSLA. And we've seen the Katina man has been rinse and repeating at this 252, 250, 252 and a third, excuse me, 250 and 2/3. I'll get it right. 252 and 2/3, 250 and a half. That's where the volume weighted average price has been. It's been a defend that kind of day on TSLA. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. I just like it because I want to get into it next time it drops into the VWAP. Keep your eye on that. Apple breaking down slower now. It's still been multiple rejections off the 10 exponential, and now we've found this kind of sideways movement, this hockey stick pattern with this, I don't know, I guess this is an extra handle or something up here. But that is the look. Not much else to talk about. Let's flip to the small caps and see what's afoot. Donald John Trump holding that 37 1/4, 37 1/5 area of technical resistance that it was able to break out from. So does DJT find support here and then start curling back up? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if DJT moves up on the day, right? I mean, it's the last day of the RNC, right? I mean, there's really not much to be had in terms of policy announcements until they get back on the campaign trail or whatever. If there's a debate, God knows how this is all going to work out. But anyway, I want to see exactly what DJT does at this $0.25 third. And I could definitely be persuaded to take this bad boy along. Nas's like is still in play. Shout out to Scott H. This thing is holding the 10 exponential on the 5 like a dang glove, except that it has wicks below. But look at the closing prints, man. Higher highs, higher lows, showing you its propensity to hold onto the level. In addition to that, Oh my God, what a beautiful flip. Look at this, the candle at 1050, the 5-minute makes a high of 714. Look at this candle over here at 1210, low 716. So resistance flips to support. You love when you see it. But again, I want to mention this one's around for a good time, not a long time. The bottom can and has dropped off. So make sure you are managing risk and keeping your eye on it, or, you know, put stops that are going to trigger, right? Like, we're not going to get into the whole thing, but if you're going to use these stops, unless you're going to use a market order, if you use limit stops, you got to have a spread between your limit orders, because these ones can become very illiquid once they start selling off a dare.
Yeah, so basically someone was asking here about Apple in the chat. I'm going to figure out who it was. I have thoughts on Apple. I'm currently short Apple, but I have two kind of styles that I trade. And I find sometimes I can use them at the same time. One of them is going to be what I'm doing here in Apple is you have a level, you scalp in out of it. The other is I just like my book scalps. This is, I mean, I like stuff on the book, but I'm mostly taking this as a plan to just kind of add and subtract from this trade. That being said here, Apple, why did I like this? Lower highs, lower lows. Look at all these topping tail candles here. The thing is though, that 223.10 area being kind of weird. Don't love it. We were rejecting it. I was like, oh, cool, great, perfect. Tried to get short, couldn't get short there. I was like, well, fine, we'll build into the position. Now we're kind of bouncing off that area of support. So I don't like what I'm seeing in the book here. I don't want to like panic out of this. I don't have any like definitive reason to leave yet. But what I'm seeing here specifically with that 233.10, like Adair, you should have left the second you saw that bounce the second time. You had that proof. You had that confluence. A little bit disappointed in myself. I'm going to watch and see what we do here because it looks like we're trying to curl back to those levels. But if we're going to keep making higher highs, I can't do this to myself anymore. Out of the trade. Did take a bit of an L in that, but you know, you do have to take less L's and make more M's eventually at some point. Shout out to 21 Savage. But to answer the question for the person who was asking about Apple, my take on Apple, I think you were saying you wanted to get to 235. I don't know. My thing with Apple right now is it does look a bit bear flaggish, right? Look at that big old bear pull, bear pull, flag pull, and the bear goes, roar, or get down, as Sharif was saying, in a very guttural tone that made me shocked. But yeah, a lot of top and turn here. To me, it looks kind of bear flaggish on the 5-minute. Let's take a look at the daily chart, though, on to see what's Tim cooking over there on a wider term. But let's see. Bora Hout's always voting for the stash. We were just laughing at that in the chat. It's like, what is going on? Pro stash nation. But yeah, Apple, here's the thing. Apple below the 90 MA here and VWAP on the daily chart. To me, honestly, and I don't, you're looking for 235. I think you don't always want those support resistance like flip-flops to happen in real time, but I would say that 220 bounce would be kind of interesting because we did have a little bit of a time getting above that area. We had a wick into it. Then we had, this candle in it. That was our last, I guess, high before that last high. So I would say a 220 bounce could be interesting. Who knows? The way we're trading in Apple, we might get it today. But that 235 does look, I'm going to be honest with you, a bit resistance-y to me. Not one, but two of these little bearish-looking candles. This is not a perfect, for me, I don't think interpretation of this candle, but I know Michael Noss said there's something called the tweezer candle when you have the two candles there at tops. I know that can sometimes be a bit of a bearish look, so I would just say be cognizant of that trend. Happy to get out of my Apple short where I did, though, because it looks like we are having a bit of a flip-flop rejection and resistance. I'm really happy with how I've traded today. I'm not going to lie. Had some trades I was proud of. I just need to take a moment before I get back on anything else, see if there's anything I'm interested in. SPY kind of curly. I might be able to short that. Microsoft, one of the members of the Loser 4, also a bit enticing to me right now.
I like it, yeah.
Yeah. Also vote for the guys, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers are fancy.
All right. NVIDIA doing its thing at the volume weighted average price is trying to break down. I'm going to give it to the $0.25, and then I'm going to get out of this one. It was breaking up incrementally. I don't want to be too quick to get out of this, but I don't want to give up too much in the way of profits over here. So if it does break down below the $0.25, that is going to be the end of my trade. We're long at 58, so we're 20 pennies out of the money now, and here comes the $0.25. Well, there we go, bounced back up a little bit. So the reason I got in here, because it was stair-stepping up, it was breaching the volume-weighted average price, but I think I jumped the gun too quickly, or whatever. I don't. Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at the side chart there. I wanted to have a resting order to take this long through the break of the $0.75. That way I'd have some sort of, confirmation that it was breaking, clearing the volume weighted average price. But it, I don't know why I jumped the gun too quickly. We're back break even now. Let's see if we can weasel our way up into around 74s or something like that, where I'd wet my beak on some profits. Here comes 71. Let's see if it can weasel its way up. It's very volatile at this moment. Definitely a seller in the low 70s. You can see it weasel its way right up into the low 70s. And then definitely a seller at 71. That's the third time it's done that. Here it is again. 71 again, rejecting. Definitely an iceberg at 71. How big that iceberg is, an entirely unknown unknown information at the time. But I'm just going to pack my patience with this one. I feel Nvidia might be a little bit strong here. I'm keeping an eye on the future as well to see what it's up to. The future is curling back up into the 20 exponential on the 5. So we'll see if we can get some continuation to the north side here on said chips. Here, well, we're about to get into the low 70s again. Here comes 69s. Let's see if we can see 71s again to see if we can breach that 71 level. Now there's an iceberg at 66, so now it's moving down. So now the seller's moving down. That's dangerous there. You can see that on the book. Here comes 66 again, and it rejects again. So now I know that the seller is moving down from 71 or to 76, unless it's a new seller. 66 rejects again. Okay, now it breaches. Now 69. Can we get some 71s again so we can see? Definitely sellers moving down. 71 again over here, and it rejects for the 5th or 6th time. Again, here we go. And now we get the Prenadera. Nice. So happy with this trade. Let's see if we can move up a little bit here on NVDA. Let's see if we can get that 120s. We'll see if we can get 120s. We've breached VWAP now. So if we breach VWAP, why would I sell at this level? Unless it's just a break and take, and then we curl right back down again. So I'm going to pack my patience here on NVDA. I'd like to see if we can get somewhere in the 120s, but there's just all sorts of selling. So, on these days, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to overstay my welcome on this long, quite frankly, and there I'm just going to get out there. We'll lose about 5 pennies for the last little amount as it dips aggressively. Thank goodness I got out of that. Now that teaches me a lesson. The lesson is on the days when the market is red, you're not going to get the follow through on the long, no matter how good the chart looks. I just think that that's a general rule you need to live by. When the selling pressure is stronger, look short. And you're going to get more of a continuation to the short side, at least right now. Maybe in the power hour, we mean revert a little bit and see what we get there. But right now, during the midday, when the liquidity is down a little bit lower than it typically is, I don't think you get that follow through on a counter trend trade. Let's see what everybody else is up to. CJ, the day trader. No, Sharif, short Nvidia. Hey man, I took the long. I profited on it.
He made us.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Dara always talks about this. She talked about it with her trade with Tesla, with the Katina Man. The Katina Man went one way, she went the other way. Lo and behold, they both printed. Funny how that works, right? There is a bit of a hint of the winds of change coming on these markets. I hate to call it out like that because yeah, but here's what I'm seeing. Adara, breach of VWAP on Meta, 20 period curl, 20 period curl, 20 period curl. Obviously well above VWAP here. Google, the weakest of the bunch, but the future. Here we go with 19.9. We know for a fact that we had support at 19,900. Look at that double bottom over here. And then we move up, and then the big boy Huadun comes in. So if we get up into 19.9, which is about 25 points away from here, I want to see if we have resistance. Look at NVIDIA flying right back up again. So it does look like the winds of change are, at least for the moment, coming in on these markets. I don't anticipate anything to the upside as we got today. To the downside, I think it will definitely be a negative day. But I'm just such a bull at heart. It's so funny. It's like Big Spile. He's just such a bear at heart. I'm always cheering for the longs. He's always cheering for the shorts. Shout out to Big Spile. Here's what he was telling me. Oh yeah, he's like, I can't believe your platform doesn't have anchored VWAP. Neither can I, dude. I'm probably gonna have to get trading software that does. He says TradingView has a pretty good one. I think Trade Ideas does as well, but I'll have to get the NOS boss to help me up with that setup. So we'll see what we do there. What else we got over here? Havoc asking, is it worth watching the 1 minute candle? That's actually a really good question, my man. And I'm going to say, yes, it is for your entry, for your precise entry. But to see the overall trend, I would suggest something like a 5, 10, or 15. That's just my personal opinion, but everybody does it a little bit differently. What else is everybody talking about there? Just looking to see if there's any interesting comments that I can read out. Not really much happening right there. Cling Daddy, it's being reported that Elon will be speaking at the RNC convention. Say it ain't true. I don't want to have to stay up and listen to Elon and the Donald. But yeah, obviously we know that there is been a new relationship between those two there.
Yeah, they're becoming pals there based on the vibes there. Stocks out. The thing with these markets, you've got to be so much faster on your feet than I have been on this. I want to take that stocks out long with a 90 EMA bounce. It's like, nope, too slow. SPY, I was like, cool, you're going to bounce off 90 EMA? It's like, yeah, but you're too slow. I was like, I understand that, but I also don't want to rush into anything either. I definitely need to get more into the confidence. I was talking yesterday about my new tired trading rules for like when my brain is a little bit in sleep mode. As Sharif has certainly witnessed, that does happen. I'm actually going to get long SPY, though, because I do like what I'm seeing here. Now we're holding the book. But basically, I have new rules for my trades when I'm a bit more tired, where it's like, is this a trade that you could articulate why you want to get in? Is it a trade you would take if you were fully awake? Or are you only taking it because you're tired? Are you awake enough to get in and out quickly? So I think that's really helped with that time in the afternoon where I feel my trades do suffer a little bit as my brain has a bit of a moment. So I did take this SPY long here. I liked at the time how we were bouncing off 553, 57s. I have a bit of a tendency to get involved in trades if I want to long, I end up accidentally somehow getting involved here at the area of resistance, or if it's a short, I end up getting involved at support. That being said here, I like this level because it was a bit of an area of rejection previously on the chart. I liked it on the book as well. How I want to play this is I'm going to be adding and subtracting in this SPY trade. I know that's not normally how I trade the SPY or basically anything for that matter, but I do like the look here on the S&P 500. Let's see where's the top of this candle. We got like 75s. We're going to take out part here at 74s. Then if we keep making higher lows, I'm very willing to add and subtract because I want to be able to make the most of a larger move. I do agree with what Sharif said about the change in the tides. Or the winds of the market changing. Already took some profit on the SPY, so we're going to have to see if we could SPY any other higher lows to add to this position. I don't want to get out just yet, guys. I got out 2/3, but we're going to add another 2/3 if I see a higher low. If I don't, I will not. I'm sorry, I will not clap close. I apologize there. I wasn't trying to be too loud. I just get really excited and passionate. So thank you, Fabian and Ramin. Shout out to our lovely production team for that. SPY giving me like, what, you want to give me like 40 pennies in the money, SPY? Okay, I'd be happy. Like I said, not a huge position, but it's really about getting those reps in, getting those steps in. I do, yeah, the whole, even the four losers, the former Mag 7 members, the four losers are seeing a bit of a move up here. I like Apple in this 90 EMA bounce. I was trying to get involved in that 30s bounce. Clearly missed that. You're 50 pennies in the money if you took that, so shout out to you. This market's giving you so many opportunities. I wish you could take all of them, but you really can't. It's just about finding the ones that make sense to you. EUM also trying to push higher, so the IWM I might be wrestling with. I apologize. Someone asked me how I felt about a 255 Tesla long scalp, and I missed that. Sorry, I did miss that trade. But yeah, if you had that, I mean, we did have the higher lows here. The book of the 255 did give you some scalp opportunities here earlier. It was definitely an area of resistance. So if you took that, congrats to you. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to get to this chat sooner. Tesla, though, looking distinctly different from its Mag 7 or 4 loser peers, depending on how you feel like. But if you have any stocks you look at, be they Mag 7s, be they 4 losers, be they small caps, be they NASA's like, get in that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy, whatever you're interested in, make sure that we know how the cookie crumbles and your stock is represented, because we are brought to you by Real Trading, as is that segment. I apologize for the clapping, guys.
Yeah, and Anil has something to say.
Oh.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
I absolutely love the ending of that. Should be a thing of its own where he just looks at the camera. He's like, don't mess around because Uncle Neil is watching.
Uncle Neil
will mess you up. All right, I'm long Nas. Nas is like VWAP hold. We're gonna give this one about 13 pennies or so. It's gonna have to hold VWAP or I want no smoke. Shout out to Scott H for pointing this one out, but I did actually have eyes on this one as it did retrace into the volume weighted average price. Beak wetter setting up for a possible 7, 10, 7.15, but it looks like I may get stopped out here as the bottom does drop. Oh, retrace pretty quickly. Let's just leave it. Everything is everything's been set up for that one. Now, NVIDIA, I felt I saw an inverse head and shoulders. Now I kind of know I saw an inverse head and shoulders. There goes the neckline break. There goes 120. It's now positive on the day, 1.75, 1.75%. Let's see what it does with the whole dollar, the $10 level. I'm assuming 120 may act as a level of resistance. I'm unsure, but I've set up a dip trade. It's at 119.50. The reason I set it up there is because it was a consolidation area top, much like in the way that 118.80 for whatever reason was a consolidation area top that we came back down to and defended. I want that same smoke with that 119.50. So I want to incrementally step up. Now, if we get a bit bullish and the market gets a bit exuberant, it doesn't typically retrace all the way to 119.50. So I may have to step up my level there on NVDA. We'll see. I'm going to watch this one to see exactly what the book looks like and what the buying coming in there looks like as well. So I'm packing my patience there. I'm also packing my patience on NASDAQ. Like, there's a seller at 7, and I won't be convinced otherwise. 699.7. There's a bit of an iceberg. No size there on the book, but that's to be expected with these small cap gappers. They're not going to want to show their hand, and so they put orders as an iceberg. I should probably tell you guys, though, for those who don't know what an iceberg order is, it's hidden, so you can't see it on this blue section of the book, which shows all the orders at all the different price levels. But you should also know that iceberg orders get kicked to the back of the line. So if you want to hide your order, the part that is available or the part that shows will get filled in order of priority, but the part that's hidden will not. You'll be kicked to the back of the line, so you won't have priority in the fill. So just keep that in mind if you ever want to set up the hidden order aspect in your trading platform. I know I have it. I know it's available here as well. I just don't typically use it. So let's see if we can weasel up. We're above 7 right now. Both the bid and the ask are above 7, but that doesn't mean squat till we get filled, and we're sitting at 10s or 9s or whatever to see if we can wet our beak. Here comes 5. Here comes 6. If we can weasel our way up a little bit more, I'll wet my beak. But right now, we're going to have to pack our patience because I'm not getting that move decisively through 7. You're getting a couple of shekels above, a couple of shekels below, and here we go, dropping below 7 again on NASDAQ like. So we're gonna have to pack our patience on this one. But I'm seeing all sorts of insane strength come in on the markets right now. There goes Nvidia up. Wow, man, I should have absolutely taken that. I knew it was an inverse head and shoulders, and it's absolutely flying now. 120.50, breaking through pivots. Pivots is at that 120 and 2/3. So great look for Nvidia right now. Whoever took that monster long, shout out to you guys. I sadly did not. What is this? If you know, you know. Blue or red. It's always going to be blue, bro. There's just never another option. There, it's always blue. Love blue.
Yeah, shout out to that there. Sorry, guys, I'm like brain dead. Here, I will, I'll pick blue. I voted. If you guys should definitely vote in the poll, get involved, be a part of our community. Also, I'm so happy with the SPY here. This required a level of patience. I knew this going into this trade was going to require a different type of brain, whatever things that I normally use. I like scalping. I like being in. I like being out. But I said, Adara, this trade is going to have to be a little bit different. Obviously, still, if I see anything in the book I hate, I'm going to run, but I haven't yet. But we are seeing a little bit of resistance here at that 554. A, it's a whole dollar level. B, we had some chop and turn earlier, 2 topping tail candles, then we had a bit of a quadunk. Now I know it's the SPY, so maybe the charts aren't always going to have a role, but there have been times where I've been like, oh, you don't want to trade solely or mostly on chart patterns in the SPY, so I've avoided a move and it's ended up coming to fruition. So I do want to be cognizant of that. Definitely don't want to add to this trade again. It has nothing to do with averages, just has to do with I want to see a 554 break before we do anything else. But I'm really proud of how I approached this trade. I'm not going to lie, there was a part of me that wanted to panic sell when we got back below into that 553.70s and we couldn't break back above, and I said, Adara, breathe. The book's not telling you to leave yet. We haven't broken below 553.50s. There is still some confluence here for the long. But I would like to say, though, if we keep struggling or if we can't break decisively nicely above that 554s, I might take my profit there, and I'd have to be pleased as punch about it, because we get to that area in the book, then we see a little bit of those reds and those pinks, which are going to be the sell orders coming through. Also, thank you to Benton C, ARDT open. We're going to take a look here at ARDT. That is that new it's that health IPO coming out here. They had 12 million shares priced initially, I believe, at $16 a share. They were looking for $20 to $22 a share. So definitely a bit of a different look here for A to the R to the D to the T, which is a new member of the NYSE. So let's see. Okay, we'll go to 1 minute because it is an IPO. Oh. This is an IPO trade that looks quite nice to me, actually, here. Look at these levels. The way we're bouncing here off of the VWAP with these bottoming tail candles. I actually like this look here in ARDT, kind of ranging, again, not something that I would necessarily want to range or bank on a range here in an IPO trade, especially an IPO trade with only about 1 million shares traded so far here. But I do like these bounces here off VWAP for ARDT. I think if we break above that 1548, we get some more volume in this name. That could be a nice look. But the SPY, really not wanting that any smoke here above that 554. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on my spider. If it would like to climb back down its spout, I will have to take that thing out.
Yeah, there's resistance here on the future, Dara. I talked about this area earlier. Here it is on the 5 minute on the NQ September contract. This is the double bottom that we had at 10:40 Central Time, 10:40 and 10:45. That 19,896, essentially 99. Okay, we definitely had resistance there. We do a rounded bottom. We come into resistance and a doji, two dojis forming now, one green, one red. This one obviously hasn't closed. These are obviously candles of indecision as a result of being at a key area of technical resistance. A little tug to the high side, a little tug to the downside, yin and yang, buyers and sellers fighting here. Looks like resolving to the downside now. We'll have to see how long that lasts for, but this was something we had eyes on. We talked about this level earlier on. This is an interesting level here on said future. It doesn't mean that we reject it. It just means that there's going to be a little zigzag here. We could continue higher, 20,000 possibly. That's where we closed out yesterday, just below, which is a little bit higher than where VWAP is hanging out on the June contract or September contract as well. So we'll keep eyes on that. I'm still waiting here in Nas's Lake, dancing at 7, but I'm still waiting in the higher 7s. 7 has been an elusive target. Here comes 05s again showing up on the book. Can we get a bigger move up, bruh? 9s coming in here. All right. No, more selling coming in. 9s showed up on the ask for a second. We're long 93s. So trying to wet mo. We got the fill. Nice. Okay, good. So de-risked a little bit. I need to know immediately what happened to Dara.
The SPY just popped. Sorry for yelling or clapping, guys. I apologize. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, that's amazing because the NQ didn't. So we know that the SPY and the NQ have been two different beasts. And here's what I'm talking about. Let's adjust these because on the right side of your screen, you'll see the NQ. And on the left side, you'll see the ES. And you can already see that the ES looking a little bit better than the NQ here because this level is not as red as this one. But, you know, there is some similarities between the two. Hope you printed, Derek. Kill it.
Thank you.
Let's see what else is going on. I still have my dip trade set on the monster NVIDIA at around 19.5. So let's see what we do on this one. I do want some of the smoke on that. I also want the smoke on NAS. We got the fill, but now we need to clear 7. We're putting in that rounded bottom, right? We looks like we based out generally at 690 where VWAP is hanging out. We got a quick break intake of that 710. It hasn't cleared it by any distance. I do expect resistance at 730 owing to this consolidation area over here as well as the middle part of the double top over here, the M at 730. So I do want to de-risk likely into the quarter dollar or into the third of a dollar as I do expect resistance around there. Let's see what else people are talking about. Hey Davis, short here on NVIDIA. Look, you know what? You may be right. So here, let me make my case for your argument and for mine. I want to go long 1950. By virtue of that, I have to, you know, the price has to come back. If I'm going to get filled, it has to come back. So you've got 50 cents here from the area that I want to defend, which is 1950. It's an area where VWAP is as well. It's a local top. We talked about this 1950 being a local top at around 1050 and 1055. If we clear it, do we defend it? Time will tell. I'm not going to give it that much room. I got to tell you the truth. So it's going to have to be, it's going to have to cooperate. Otherwise, I don't want any of the smoke on this one, NVIDIA. So keeping an eye on that 1950 B Davis, or Hey Davis, excuse me. You know, if it comes in, we're gonna take it, but it's gonna. Well, let me actually look at the future over here. What's the future doing? Yeah, just for small pocket money, grab going short. Kill it, brother. I mean, I obviously hope you print, right? It goes without saying. But just print till 1950, and then that's enough. Just joking there. All right, we moved up into 1720 on Nas's like, but I don't want to print at 1920. I want to print at, well, we'll go high 30s, okay, well, high 20s, excuse me. We'll go 27s, because what's life without whimsy? We'll see if we can get a print around there.
May I ask you a question?
What?
How can you tell if you want all of the smoke or some of the smoke?
Look, you know, it's one of those things that keep me up at night. You know what I mean? Like, I know you think about your trading. I think about how much smoke I want on a daily basis. And it's the things that, you know, occupy my mind. Certain things occupy other people's minds. The quantum of smoke is what occupies my mind.
So it really depends. What you're saying is it's just how you feel.
Yeah.
Oh. That was like a very, you've seen Curb, right? Because that was a very like Larry David like.
Yeah, I'm getting out here, Dara, on Nas's like. We're going to calm down there, Ram. We don't all have somebody on speed dial. Take it easy over there, Ram.
What is happening?
She knows exactly what I'm talking about. Shout out to Ram. What are you looking at?
We do have an auction, guys, happening today. It's not yet. It's going to be at 1 p.m. It's going to be the 10-year tips bid to cover. So just a tip on that. We can't have the market move on those numbers. TSLA, I have eyes on. I was initially looking long 255. If we could hold that 255 area, we broke below it, then we held 254. 80 is like a glove, but now we need to see us break above 255, get back to 255, and have a little trampoline bouncy action. If we get to that bouncy cancel, I will be bouncing in that Cybertruck. And right now, it looks like, Tesla, do you want to give me that bouncy cancel? Are we giving me, is it a bouncy cancel? I think so. Really small position because sometimes I feel better about my reads in Tesla earlier in the day. And like I said, the new tired trade checklist is like, make sure you take things with size that makes sense and make sure you have the right read on the direction. I think I waited enough for the read on the direction that I'm comfortable with this. Also, the higher lows on the book are giving me confidence in the long, but they're giving me no confidence that I will get filled. So I don't want to chase. That was also on the tired trade checklist. So we're just going to wait here. If I don't get filled, I don't get filled, but I will be happy that I had the patience to do it. Sorry, guys, I'm not involved in anything right now. God, really proud of the read, not proud that I'm not involved, but it's all good, baby. We are waiting for that tips auctions. We're going to have to see if that's a dream or a nightmare for the markets. But I would like to wax poetic about my SPY trade, if I may, because I was really proud of what happened here. So this SPY, this was a good combination of scalp and this attempt to hold. So I held this last piece for a while. I was really worried about panic selling. That's when I got that giant because we popped here into that 554s. But I was like, Adara, we can't get above 554s. Like if you're waiting delusionally for a 554, you're not going to get it. I got out 553.94s. Then we sold right back off. We've not been at that level since. Happy with that. If we break below the 90 EMA, if we keep whiffle waffling here around 70s and 60s, I'm going to go short the SPY. Happy I tried the long. And I also think it's interesting we're coming to that support resistance area here at 553.60 because that actually proved pretty fruitful at 554.
Bang. Solid trade there, Daryl. Way to read the charts and use it to your advantage. So killer there. All right, guys, I completely forgot we do something called a lesson on the show, even though it's called How to Trade, right? All right, we're talking about Elliott wave theory all week and last week as well. Last two lessons today and tomorrow. Let's talk today about wave truncation. Essentially, when one of the Elliott waves doesn't fully reach its potential. It typically happens in wave 3 and 5, which are the impulse waves, the trending waves. Okay, so let's get right down to it. So in Elliott wave theory, the ideal scenario often involves a textbook progression of impulse waves, which we know are waves 1, 3, and 5, the trending waves, followed by the corrective waves, waves 2 and 4 that go against the trend. However, the market can sometimes throw curveballs. One such deviation is wave truncation. Let's explore what wave truncation is, how to identify it, and the potential implications for trading. Let's get right to it. So what is wave truncation essentially? So imagine a stunted version of a wave, right? Wave truncation occurs when an expected wave, typically again, wave 3 or 5 here, that fails to reach its normal Fibonacci extension or its target length. It appears chopped short kind of compared to the ideal Elliott wave structure. And so this is kind of how it looks. So initiation of wave 1, bottom left corner of your screen, concludes at the crest. Then wave 2 starts at the crest, concludes at the trough. That's wave 2. Then we get the big boy, the wave 3, the biggest, the baddest of the waves. It gets all the way up here. We correct on a good wave 4 correction. But here in comes the problem. Wave 5, we do get a move up from the trough of wave 4. However, it doesn't reach the level or breach the level, of wave 3. This is what we call a bull market truncation. Similarly, we have a bear market truncation where we, again, make that wave 1, corrective wave 2, big boy wave 3, corrective wave 4. But lo and behold, wave 5 cannot reach or breach wave 3. Okay, so this is kind of how it looks like. So why does it happen? Several factors can contribute to wave truncation. Chief among them, external events, unexpected economic data, news events, changes to the Fed policy, Fed speak. Let's be real about it, right? Can't wait for the blackout period. These are all things that disrupt the market flow and can absolutely truncate a wave. But there's also price action exhaustion as well. The market might lack the momentum to push a wave to its full extension, leading to a premature ending. And there's also the threat of counter or strong counter trend forces, like things like, support and resistance. You're coming into a key level like that 200 on Apple for the bulls, or that 165 for the bears, areas that you weren't able to breach through. Obviously, 200 got breached a long time ago, but I'm just using that as an example. 165 still hasn't though. So think about that, right? So you're coming into a key area of technical support. The wave has been perfect so far, but that's been, say, 200 on Apple had been always in place, right? It was never breached, so it rejects off that level. So strong counter trend forces can have a stunting impact as well. So how do you identify truncation? What's the move here? Well, it's not always definitive. Some signs suggest potential wave truncation. First of them, shallow extension. What do I mean by that? Wave 3 or 5 fails to reach the typical Fibonacci extension target. We know from previous lessons that wave 3 typically is 1.618 times the length of wave 1. So say you get into a 1.3 or 1.2, well, that's still quite a ways off that 1.618. So that's your first little hint there. Then you can also look at the momentum. Limited momentum here will be quite telling. The price movement in the truncated wave will lack the vigor of the momentum observed in non-truncated waves. So you have to be familiar with Elliott waves in order to be able to spot that. One thing you don't need to be familiar with Elliott waves for is how to spot a failed breakout. I think we can all do that as traders. So price movement, a price movement attempts to break a key level but fails to sustain the breakout, suggesting potential truncation. Kind of looks like that, coming into 200 on Apple or the 165 on Apple. Basically that, just strong resistance that you're unable to breach. And here's a case in point, right? So you have the initiation, wave 1, you get a big boy move from the bottom over here to the top. You have a nice corrective wave 2, a big boy wave 3, corrective wave 4, but wave 5 can't reach or breach the level of wave 3, and then we got a big boy huadunk, and that kind of ends the trend. So this kind of looks like a double top, and so you could see definitely a double top on a truncated wave 5 because it can't reach the wave 3, so it will look like a double top. And then I want to make the point that here we had an initiation of wave 5. In this particular instance, we don't even get a wave 5. It just tanks off wave 4. It doesn't end up curling back up. So you have a shortened Elliott wave. So here, again, trough over here, crest over here, that's wave 1. Correction into wave 2, move up into the big boy wave 3. We retrace down into wave 4. Wave 5 never ever develops, okay? So that's a wave 5 fails to develop kind of look. And here it is in the bear case. You have the initiation wave 1, ending down here, corrective wave 2. The big boy, wave 3 down over here, corrective wave 4, and then wave 5 doesn't reach or breach wave 3, and then we have a reversal of the trend. And much like the other picture that we saw, which was a double top, look what we have over here, a bullish double bottom, right? 2 areas right there. So what are the trading implications of truncation? So they can impact trading decisions in the way that, it presents you with a false signal, right? Truncated waves can mimic the characteristics of a corrective wave, leading to a potential premature exit from the trend. And volatility factors as well here. Truncation can introduce increased volatility as the market searches for a new direction. You have all of these people looking for the formation of wave 5, but it's not incoming. So then you have the shorts piling in, but the longs want to ride the trend because it's been so long from wave 1 to wave 5. And then so you get all this yin and yang, a little bit of consolidation at the sides as the tug of war between buyers and sellers takes place. And last but not least, trend continuation here could be another implication of truncation. Despite truncation, the overall trend might still be valid. So in this particular instance, you don't want to base your entire exit or entry on that, what you perceive to be a truncated wave. You're going to want confirmation from other technicals, whatever those may be, in your trading portfolio. And managing truncations is the last topic. Here are some tips for navigating wave truncation. First and foremost, confirmation is key, as we just made very clear. Don't rely solely on your observation of what you think wave truncation is. Seek confirmation from indicators and higher time frame analysis. And I mean, we can't always, we're going to have to say it every time, but risk management is absolutely important. If you don't have an account to trade, you can't trade, okay? So you got to maintain your capital, and maintaining your capital requires proper risk management and adaptability, right? Be prepared to adjust your trading strategy if truncation suggests a potential shift in the market's trend. So what we saw over here, and I have to move back to show you this, is that we had a big boy drop on wave 3, a decent and corrective wave 5. But look at this, the bullish double bottom where it doesn't breach or reach wave 3, you have to be ready to look long here, right? You didn't get your corrective wave or your continuation wave 5. You got your corrective wave 4, but there was no selling pressure to allow you to continue into wave 5. So you got to be flexible and adaptable. In that case, what I would do personally is to probably go long on the breach of the crest of wave 4. So that's how I'd play that. And just leave you guys off with, just a little note here. Wave truncation is a deviation essentially from the Elliott wave pattern, the ideal Elliott wave pattern. However, by understanding its characteristics and potential implications, you can better be prepared to navigate these situations and make more informed trading decisions, Adair.
Thank you. Yeah, we have the, thank you so much, Sharif, for that lesson. Yeah, you want to ride those Elliott waves with, yeah, I guess Trent does. She's at Turtle. She probably does some waves. Yeah. Oh no, but shout out to her. And also, we had the auction. Oh, there it is. Okay, so 10-year TIPS auction coming in lower than expected here. This came in at 1.883% versus the previous of 2.184%. So a bit of a move down here, but not much of a move in the market. I want to talk about Apple. Shout out to Darwin in the chat for mentioning this. So basically, Ming-Chi Kuo, noted Apple analyst extraordinaire.
Yes, of course.
Ming-Chi Kuo has been tweeting, per status quo, when he tweets, Apple moves. Per status, Ming-Chi Kuo, it will move. So he basically said, although there have been rumors of increased orders for the iPhone 16 orders from time to time after the WWDC, recent earnings calls from two key Apple suppliers, TSMC and Largan, have hinted that the iPhone 16 orders may not have increased. So just basically, there might not have been that increase in iPhone 16 orders, according to Ming-Chi Kuo. And he is like a supply analyst, so that's certainly something to note there. Shout out to Ming-Chi Kuo and all of his Apple takes on that. Also, I want to talk about my stock sell trade. I took 55 pennies on this, the position. Thank you. Yeah, and if it bounces again here, if we keep making higher highs, higher lows, I would like some smoke. Much like Sharif sitting there pontificating about the smoke, about the quantity of smoke you would like. That's me here. I got involved at this bounce here off of, I got involved around, 95s. This is what it was, 95s. Got off the position at 20 pennies in the money at 51.15s, because this was kind of rangy. I was like, I'll add, subtract, I'll take that. And Soxel's like, well, what if I don't want to give you that, Adara? What if I just want to run? I'm like, that's okay, Soxel. I'm okay with that. Basically, I was like, the second I see anything I don't like in the book, if I see something distinctly different, I'll get out. We get to 50s, and we kind of have a bit of a panic attack. I said, Adara, that's in confluence with VWAP. Get out at 50s and be happy with that. So happy with that trade. Soxel now trying to get a little bit bouncy here with the trampoline at 51.20. So if it does that, I might take a smaller position, just because, like I said, I sometimes have an issue where I find when I try to get back into positions, it goes a bit awry. If I like what I'm seeing here, and I'm happy I waited because we're getting a little waffly, there might be another trade here for me. How are you doing? What
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm looking at Nvidia because it's coming back down into 120 here, and that's where the 10 exponential is, and it's been making higher highs and higher lows. So, and it's been continuing to the high side ever since this inverse head and shoulders. And so now I want to see what it does around this area over here, because that's where the area of support is on NVDA. Now you have price action support there as well. You also have the 10 exponential on the 5, which is at 119.95. So we're awfully close to that right now on NVDA. And so I'm just watching to see if we can curl down a little bit more to get a better price here. I don't want to be in too quickly because I don't think I really need to be. I'm also seeing weakness coming on the future because we did reject 19.9. So for right now, we're below 19,900. We did breach it on the future. We got to 19,920. So, here comes NVIDIA at 120. So now decisions to be made. Let's watch it here. Let's see what it does. Does it hold up at said level? And if we were to get out here, I'm just watching. I just don't want to go long super quick, but I want to see if it does defend at 120 on the first scale. We can show the chart, guys. Because this is important, what's happening right now. Here comes 120, a little dip, not drip. Below it, here comes, though, it looks like it is zigging and zagging. I don't want to jump in too quickly. I want to see how this resolves. If we tank, then we'll look short. If we hold it, we'll look long. We don't have to have the best price. So a little bit below now, let's just watch here. The 10 exponential is at 95, so we're already below that. So NVIDIA giving way here, at least for the moment, at 120. So breach is a $10 level. But there you go, little zig, a little zag. Let's give this one room. Let's give it time to do its thing. 27, more 25, whatever. I don't know why I said 27 there, but anyway,
I like it.
Yeah, I'm just watching. I want to see what this one does because I do want to get involved in this one. I just want to see if it does hold up. And right now, we are breaching 120, and we are breaching the 10 exponential as well. I love it. I love it. Here comes the move down. We do have different price action supports. It's not just that 120 to 119.80 area. It's not. We have price action at 119.60, again at 40, and then we have it at 1880. So different areas off which we can get in if this area does breach. So keeping an eye here on NVIDIA because I want to see exactly what we do. Still not jumping into this one, but I do think that, yeah, the future is headed back down. So this is definitely not going to hold. Happy I did not jump into this. Yeah, the future is really breaching the 10 and the 20 now on the 5 minute. I'm looking at this. This is kind of what I'm looking at right here. Wow, what a move down. So this 1990, 19,900 ends up holding, even though we breach it by a little bit, and a move right back down precipitates, obviously, weakness in the Mag 7 as they're all connected and heavily weighted on the NQ. So still packing my patience. NVIDIA's not clearing 120 with any vigor. So if the future curls back up, NVIDIA could absolutely curl back up here. New dude booty. So I definitely want to keep my eye.
What is that from? I know what that's from, and I can't.
I think it's like one of the Canadian. It's definitely Canadian. We know that,
yeah.
Right? But that's I guess. There it goes, and it won't let me in. Okay, so I'm trying to get in here, and it's definitely not letting me in. Inverse hammer candle on the video right now. Let's see if it dips down. I keep saying drip. Dips down a little bit so we can get a better price. Good defend, though, by the bulls on NVIDIA, at least for the moment, at this 1220 area, which we know was good price action support here, there.
Yeah, so SPY, I also saw that weakness. I was like, try a SPY short. You have enough confluence.
Man.
It ran away from me. Did not go well, but I'm happy I tried it because I still saw stuff I liked. I took a smaller position as well because, like I said, I have an unfortunate habit of I have a trade that's nice on the stock that works out well, and then I follow it up by a truly eyebrow-raising trade on the same stock. So I didn't want to do that here on SPY. Took a smaller position. Happy I attempted it because as Sean said, you know, if your biggest issue is, oh, I'm too scared, I'm too new, that's not a reason to not take a trade. Also, did you get the matcha frap? Because that looks really good. I did. Enjoy. That's Sean getting the matcha frap from Second Cup. Yeah, I feel like they do make their matcha sweet there. But you know what also is sweet is voting for the tickers that you like. Get in the chat, exclamation point, join space, $, maybe SPY, maybe IWM, maybe TSLA, maybe TSM, which I want to look at for some people here. But also I want to look at the IWM. Ram G, not our pal Ram, but Ram G in the chat said IWM, guys. So we'll take a look here for Ram G at IWM. IWM. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Baby pushback? Halfback? I don't know. 221 did do something, though, here for IWM. All puns aside and all 21 Savage songs aside, guys, this is actually real. Look at this bounce here on a wick basis off 221. This is wild. We pop up more than $3, like $3.50. Wow. Then we come back to 221. We chop, we churn, we break. Then we come try to go it again. and we pull back below. 221 for real is doing something for IWM, but it could do something for me here if we stay below the 90 MA. I do like the opportunity to short this. I will definitely be scalpier with this if I get involved in IWM here, but also TSM. I want to look at Taiwan Semi. I had one trade on this earlier. This was a fun name to get involved in. I had that short. I believe it was the 90 MA rejection short I took on that. Yeah, so took that. Wow, this was a false bear flag if I've ever seen one. Take a look at this.
Oh.
And instead of breaking down, we break up. This is a fun look, not one that I would necessarily be trading. It's not my type of trade. I just took, to me, that was a decent scalp short, but this is not really my type of trade here. That being said, I think that this bounce at that 169.50s here in confluence with that previous rejection with those wicks to the top, I think that's a great look. Shout out to Dan Emmons here saying so many perma bulls buried the past 2 days.
Yeah, he's telling me.
I don't even think we've seen them capitulate yet. This is why I remain swing short, 2/3 from the NQ. Yeah, thank you so much for that take on that one there. Dan Emmons.
Dan the Man Emmons.
Yeah, Dan the Man. I apologize. Dan the Man Emmons. Yeah, Tesla trying to bounce here off 256. There's so many names to look at, and I do not have enough eyeballs, but happy with some trades. Let's find some more opportunities to get some beak wetters.
Yeah, I like that. Well, speaking of beak wetters, we just wet our beak here on Nvidia as it did defend that 120 level, and here it goes again, Katina, man. It's up into that 120.50, and it wants to breach, I'm assuming, that local high at 120.80. We know the high of day is 122.40, but that was the IB high. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons there. But this has been putting in higher highs and higher lows since 11:25, so we're going on 2 hours now of an uptrend on the monster Nvidia, and guess what? It's up 2 1/5, and it was just up 2 1/4 a second ago. And you've got like the likes of Amazon that's down 2 1/3, Meta is up 2 1/4, but Apple's down over 2%. Softy's down 1 1/2, Google's down 2, Tesla's obviously up 3 1/4. So Mag 7 world completely mixed today. How did Nvidia move? Oh. Say that again? Sox L short. The Katina Man is looking to get Sox L short right now. So the Katina Man is on Sox L, Adara on SMH. Go. Oh, what price? Okay, wait. Where are you long the TQQs? I'll tell you in a second, Katina Man. Hold on a second here. Let me see. I like this game. I'm gonna say 72.50.
Yeah, I told Neil you have 71.
Bro, that is literally like the bottom. Like, that's kind of annoying. It's just like 71, 74. Nobody heard what the Katina Man says, but here I'm going to show you guys because you need to see this. This is like ridiculous. Yeah, well, you can show the Katina Man screen as well, but he's long right here. 71, 74. This candle right here has a low Katina Man of 71.68. So you literally got bottom wick on this TQQ. Show a screen. Oh, wow, I like that. Oh, wow, that's pretty cool. He took some out at the 200 exp. Is that simple? That's SOXL. He says the same kind of trade. He's looking at wetting his beak right at that 200, a simple moving average, right?
The beak has been more than wet.
Yeah, well, they can tell, obviously, by the triangles. But that blue line, that's a simple moving average?
Yeah, that's,
VWAP. Sorry, the blue line is the volume-weighted average price, guys, on the Katina Man's chart. Shout out to him. SOXL trades on the Amex for anybody who is with Real Trading, Adara, one of the best prop trading firm in the world. Go NVIDIA. Up into 121. NVIDIA is very strong here, Adara.
Yeah, I was just yelling for NVIDIA to go in honor of you. I'm not, guys, sorry, I'm not involved in anything here.
Neither am I.
I'm still looking for opportunities. I wanted to take Tesla short 256.50s, but I was patient. I don't think patience is a bad thing. Sometimes it's bears versus bulls. Sometimes say in the chat, it's PAY shits. It can be patience. In this case, it was... We did not get paid because I didn't take the trade, but I'm happy I didn't either because we did get a bit of a bounce here at 256.20s. Again, just trying to short pops, just trying to take these little baby scalp trades. That's the word I was looking for. That's really what I'm looking for here in my TS to the L to the A. If we reject that 256.40s again, I think you can guess how much smoke. It's going to be, it's not going to be a scintilla. It's going to be more than a scintilla of smoke there, Sharif.
I see.
That is for darn sure. I would like a sizable amount of smoke. But why I like the Tesla short is we do have this topping tail candle. However, we just came through here with a bottoming tail candle, massive bounce here off the 90 MA. That's why I want to wait for as much confluence as I can possibly have. I want to continue to see these lower highs. I want to see us have the potential to break below the 256. I'm not really seeing that yet. Now I could, you might be like, Adara, why aren't you just hopping in here? That's fair. But I really would rather wait. And again, apologies for not being in a trade, but I do want to make sure I'm taking trades that make sense to me for my trading style. And one of those might have just appeared here on IWM. Let's take a look here at IWM. I said I was interested in that short if we stayed here waffly by this 220.60 area. And look where we're waffling. 220.60 still. We had a wick above here, that 90 MA. Now we're trying to hold this kind of, though, also looks like we did in the SPY. When we broke below 554, we did a bit of zig, a bit of zag, and then we popped higher. I want to wait for as much confluence or whatever as possible before I get involved. Tesla, though, doing its wick shimmy by 256, so I might want to do the wick shimmy dance with TSLA. I would like to take it to the dance floor. I want to take it for a spin. I want to do the do-si-do. I want to take that literal dip with it. Although, now it's bouncing off 256, so interesting level. Something to keep an eye on here. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of the Q long here. Obviously not as great of an entry point as the Katina Man, but I like that we had a couple little areas here. We have the 7280s. We also have 73s that I think could be interesting here if we continue to bounce clear resistance here, but it looks like we could be maybe potentially making a flat top break.
Yes, make sure you are voting, guys. If you don't have your say, the big kahunas may not look at the tickers that you want to hear and know about. So get into the chat right now, exclamation point, or join, and then hit that space bar, the $sign, and at the ticker of your choice. Been so many small cap gappers, a lot of movement, obviously, in the Mag 7 world as well, to both the high side and the low side. So keep your eye out on that and make sure to get in the vote. Right now, I'm looking at Apple because Apple is on the way up over here, 224 and 2/3. It hasn't been up here in quite a while, and quite a while means, hold on, this candle had 62s. So are we breaking 62s? Because the last time we were at 62. So if we break 62s, I'm going to take it. Right now, no, not breaching. Now, what's my look to the resistance on this? Well, there's resistance at 225. There's a candle, a 5-minute candle at 1045 that rejected there. So let's see what we get right here on Apple, and there it goes through that level. So we'll take this one long. We took it at 71s. Nice move. Let's see if we can get a little move up. There we go. Nice into 80s. Okay, good. Move here on the dead one Apple. Let's see what we do with this 225-ish area, because I feel like that likely will be a bit of a local area of resistance. 225.10 is where I'm seeing the local area bottom of that candle. So if we can move up here on the dead one Apple, I will ride this one to the north side. We're long at 70s. My move here, I don't think I want to hold this because I'm unsure about what the future's doing here. The future's moving up, decent here, decent, okay. All right, so it looks like we do have a bit of a trend going on. If we can get mid-80s, that'd be nice as well. Let's pack our patience. My issue is my stop placement. So I have to be strategic with the stop placement. I think the $0.50 is a good area to put the stop there to defend the $0.50. We did have a little bit of resistance at the $0.50. It's just, yeah, this one is a bit bamboozling. Right back down. Here we go. Here we go, right into the 60s. So I'm gonna take this out at the $0.50 for breaks. So here we go, mid 60s we go, mid 60s still. So let's go ahead and put the out here at 224 break of the $0.50. We're gonna sit at 48s. What's life without Whimsy? 224, and then we'll go 44s there, and it likely will stop if it breaks this $0.50. So here we go, and there it is. So the $0.50 breaks, but it just jumps up right above again. And in the 60s we go. Bamboozlement's fast and furious, guys. So it looks like it is a short, go long on the dips, at least it seems here for now. I mean, I'm unsure. Let's just let the price action develop a little bit more. So here we're in the mid 60s right now, or low 60s right now. Let's see if we can get back here on AAPL. Nvidia's through 121. I'm keeping an eye on the future as well to make sure that we're still above 19.9, but we are having all sorts of trouble at the area that we're on at the future right now. And why do I care about the future in Apple? Because they're correlated. This is the 50 exponential on the 5 on the future. It is also the closing prints of the double bottom. So we had resistance initially on wicks. Now it looks like we're having resistance at the closing prints of these two candles over here from 1040 and 1045. We're not breaching it. And the other thing that's helping that resistance level is the 50 exponential. At least that's how I see it. So we'll pack our patience. Apple's not stopping me out quite yet. Back into the mid 60s we go. And we're still below the 50 exponential on the 5 on the NQ September contract. So there isn't much for me to write about here. But what I do see is a sort of double bottom on Apple with this roundedness kind of coming into play here. I just don't want to be forced out of the trade if there's a good long to be had, like a 225 or a VWAP retracement, which is at 225 and 3/4, by the way, which is $1 higher than where we currently are. So I don't think a VWAP retracement is beyond the realm of possibility today on Apple. It could get to VWAP and reject. I don't think that that's absolutely outrageous. So I'm keeping an eye on the future, keeping an eye on Apple. Let's see what we get there.
Yeah, I mean, what we're getting here is a lot of chop and a lot of churn. This stock sell, I was like, oh, that could be nice short rejecting VWAP. Don't know why I was British for that. Then it pops up and I'm like, okay, well, I guess I was wrong. I didn't want to get stocks L in the face, so I'm happy I didn't get involved in that. EWM, though, I said I was interested in a 60 short at EWM and I didn't take it. I don't think I'm going to get filled, but if we can get back to 59s, I'll start this position and then I'll add at 65s because I like that we have these topping tail candles. We are below the 90 EMA. We're at a previous area of resistance here that we rejected not once but twice. And it was also near that previous support there. Like I said, that 221 was certainly doing something for IWM earlier today. Now, I don't want to go chasing waterfalls. Like I said, I'm going to do tired trade rules. And these should honestly just be rules for trading all the time. But I feel like they're things that I need to think more cognitively about when I do get a little bit sleepier during these afternoon hours. And it's like, is this a trade you would take in the morning? Absolutely. I like these levels. Is it a trade you have levels on? Yes, right? So it's just making sure you go through that mental checklist before you take every trade, but especially when your mental capacity is a little bit iffier. So there we go here, IWM. We got to 220.55s and rejected. I think we are making lower highs in this. I don't think I'm going to get my fill. You know what, Kate? I'm going to do 55s here, starts position really small, then I'll add at 59s. I'm okay with that because I think there's a difference too between being chasey to some extent and then also like making sure you get involved. Because as Neil said, sometimes these are not going to be exact price entry zones or entry areas to the decimal, right? They're going to be zones. So to me, this zone on IWM is interesting. Now it looks like though it's a bottoming tail candle. So not sure how I feel about that smoke. I have no reason to leave yet. I want to see what we do here at 60s. I want to see it continue to push lower. And it's the type of trade where with most of these types of trades, I'm very much willing to add and subtract as I go along. Tesla, I tried the short here, 256. It would have worked out if I could have scalped my 15 pennies really quickly. Instead, I ended up losing about 15 pennies, got involved in the 256 breakdown. Then we ended up coming back up above 256, had to leave there. But yeah, EWM's still within my point of entry, so no issue there. Going to keep my eye on the IWM. But yeah, if there's any tickers you guys are looking at, go in that chat right now and vote. Maybe it's Tesla, maybe it's Netflix, which you're going to take a look at now. I've seen people voting for Netflix out of its earnings, so that should be on everybody's watch list. Pun very much intended for that. But we were going to take a look at all these tickers for you right now. And
I don't know. I've lost count.
It's like at least 2 or 3.
Okay.
An NFLX here on this 5-minute chart. This 645.50 area, we bounced, we rejected. Now we're seeing a little bit of chop and a little bit of churn there. Consolidation areas on the daily charts. That 246.50 could be very interesting for me for Netflix. But let's take a look at the daily chart because it's earnings. So let's do. Oh, I don't want to do another pushback. I don't think it's a pushback zone necessarily. But Netflix certainly kind of interesting here. I think it needs to, as Neil would say, get off the schneid at this 634. That was clearly resistance area. It became support. We popped up. Look where we're now waffling towards. We need to get out of this area. We need to get back above the 90 EMA with these topping tail candles. I would like to see us break above 670, resistance support flip-flop. That could be an interesting look. If we reject 670, I think that could not be a great look for NFLX. I'm going to assess my EWM before we get to our last lesson of the day here. But how would those chunks of the apple, I love those little beak winners.
Yeah. Oh.
There.
Thanks, Adara. Appreciate that. Yeah, we did take it out at 225. We got long at 70s or 67, whatever it was, and we took it out at 225 at the top there, went to the bathroom, came back, found it at the 225 level, and then a whole bunch of selling came in there. Unsurprising today on Apple. I don't want to use the word hope because then I'm going to get hopium, this, that, and the other. But I did want it to at least retrace in a VWAP, 225 and 3/4, 2/3, much like the Zon is doing as we speak. AMZN at the volume weighted average price. Good curl back up there from that 181.45. Now we're into 184.75. Great retracement here for AMZN. Still very red on the day, almost 2% in negatory lane. To go green, we got to get above double eights. 188 is Greensville for AMZN, but I really have my doubts of whether or not we get up there. But this is what I wanted to see from Apple. You know, a break and take of a key level, and then it weasels its way back into VWAP. Alas, it's not doing that, and I'm happy that I got out where I did, because now we're lower than my entry, and there's a gnarly looking topping tail candle that would put the fear of God in any bull right there. I hate that. These candles right there. Katina, man, get it. There it is. There he is. There's the bull, and the money flying from the back. I do like the money there that flies off the back of the bull. No. Yeah, sorry. All right. Did you see Meta? Well, you know what? I'm not really surprised about Meta today because let me ask you another question. Oh. Do you remember the shellacking Meta got yesterday? I
do.
Yeah. Can I tell you the high and low?
Yeah. Well, because he was quote for TikTok. That's what.
Oh yeah. Good point about that. I forgot about. Okay, so not from yesterday's high, Dara, but from the previous day high. Okay, so Tuesday's high, we were at 505 or 504, and yesterday we dropped to 460. We breached 460. We got down to 458. Like that's a lot of money to be lost pretty quickly like that. So am I shocked that Meta's green on the day, whatever the other? No, because it got shellacked.
Yeah, that's not a meta move there for META. I also, I think when I even did the sector recap, I was like, I had to recover because we were so down yesterday. Yeah. Right? So I totally agree with you there. And yeah, Meta, I actually, at one point I was like, I like that 471 bounce. And I was like, Dara, it's Meta. You don't want to trade Meta. Meta laughing in my face. You could have gotten $3 off that. That thing has been so strong. Also, I did take, how much I took 25 pennies on half the position of IWM. The other half, I think I took 15 pennies there. Basically, I was waiting for my break there below 40s and 50s. Took that, got out, used his dang punch. But right now it's time for lessons.
Nice.
So I did not want to stay in EWIM during the lesson of the day. I tried to do that yesterday, and it was stress today. I'll put it that way. I traded on EWIM yesterday was stressor day. But let's talk about wave truncation. So in Elliott wave theory, the ideal scenario is going to have your textbook progression of these the breathing here, right? When you've got your impulse waves, your 1, 3, and 5, and your corrective waves 2 and 4. But also be correction if we didn't tell you guys to vote one more time before I officially start that lesson. Yep. Seeing bears versus bulls in the chat there as well. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you like. Shift 1, join, space, shift 4, $, whatever ticker you want. PLTR, NVDA, maybe it's BAC, maybe back is back again. Maybe it's Schwab, maybe it's JPM. Don't know why I'm listing banks, but whatever you're looking at. Maybe you want to shine bright like a JP Diamond and you want to look like JP Morgan. Get in that chat. Make sure you vote. But basically, if you don't have, what happens when you don't have your perfect, beautiful Elliott wave scenario of your 1, 3, 5 impulse waves and your 2, 4 corrective waves? Because the market can throw you curveballs like in baseball, and then you're like, what do I do? You're not prepared. You're not an MLB baseball player. What are you going to do with that curveball? Well, one of these deviations, these curveballs, is wave truncation. So we're going to explore what that truncation is, what it can look like, how you can identify it, and the potential implications for day trading. Or trading in general. What is wave truncation? So imagine you've got a stunted version of a wave. So instead of the big, beautiful wave, it's a half wave. And a wave truncation can occur when your expected wave, so typically wave 3 or 5, fails to reach its normal extension or its target length. It's going to appear chopped short compared to the ideal Elliott wave structure. So here you've got your bull market truncation, so a little bit of a stunted wave 5 instead of that beautiful final impulsive push. It's like, I'm kind of tired. I'm going to go a little bit lower. It's a wave that needs a nap. Now, here's one example of a bear market truncation. We've got your wave, in this case, again, a little bit of a stunted wave 4-5 movement where you don't have that quite the meeting of the levels that you necessarily usually want to see. What's happening?
Katina Man, everything good?
No, I tried to short arm at one.
Did it take your arm off?
The Katina Man wants to talk about
please
something.
talk.
Yeah. He's going to talk about ARM right now.
Okay.
We'll give it a sec. He's ready. He's ready to go. Fabian's just getting it ready right now.
All right, how's everyone doing? All right, so we're short SOXL right now. That's $1, so we're long the TQs. We got a little bit of action going on right here. So here's the SOXL trade, boom. But we had to take hits going up, so that was a problem. No, I want to talk quickly about ARM because I should have known this, and I went over there. It came up to VWAP. There's my trade right there. But the main problem is that you had to pay for shorts. So I went in there and paid for it. It cost me 1 cent for 100 shares. I mean, just so silly to not be able to be prepared for that. I knew ARM has been short sell restricted on hard to borrow, I should say, for us for a while. So that was a missed opportunity. But that's why I was like, oh, because you only get so many opportunities, and I like that one. I mean, look at the last time ARM was anywhere near VWAP, right? It tanked hard off of that. So we're gonna try to do that one more time, and that's about it. So we've been doing pretty good. There's our TQ long. We just took a piece out there. Maybe VWAP would have been another spot. I'm watching this SOXL trade. Half hour more until unfortunately you get Neil and I. But we'll throw it back over to Sharif and to Adara.
So humble there. He knows that's not unfortunate. But yeah, I was able to take 15 pennies super quick on the dead one Apple over here. A good defend of a key level. Now we're going to have to watch if it holds. Sorry to Jared, I just wanted to mention this trade quickly. I got in over here because of this key level. Wet my beak. Now I'm looking at get out 75. So looking for still that VWAP possible retracement on Apple. I think it's elusive. Definitely elusive until we take 225. But until then, I'm going to try scalping here or there.
Yes, I, as a scalper, I approve, and I always hope you print. Hope you're not going to get lost in that applesauce. That's for sure. I also want to shout out Darwin in the chat, who before the lesson was saying that he was 50 cents into club on Apple. So I guess we'll find you into club, partying with Sharif, not getting lost in the sauce. I'm going to stop trying to wrap that, but shout out to you guys. Shout out to 50 Cent as well. But basically, we've seen what those truncated waves can look like, but why do they happen? There's a couple different factors. There's never one clear answer, right? As we always say, you want to look at things in the balance of the evidence. And so there's a couple different factors that can contribute to your wave truncation. For example, external events. You can get unexpected economic data, news events, or changes in central bank policy. Jerome or his peers, they can all disrupt the market flow and truncate a wave. Maybe you've got Mr. Oh my gosh, I can't even remember his name. Remember Kashkari is dropping some lines and you got some cash dropping. Oh, yeah. Maybe your wave gets messed up by that, especially because you have different, this is a fractal pattern. So maybe Kashkari is getting you all to drop that cash. Right, so that's I think certainly something worth noting there is, and I like the animation there, Gabi. No, it definitely does show you have to be prepared for any scenario, and that's why the waves can get truncated, especially because it's fractal. Something on a 5-minute wave can get messed up, obviously, by smaller movements, and a daily or weekly wave, maybe they're going to be less sensitive to those intraday moves. So worth noting your time pattern as well. Now, what about exhaustion? Something we all feel. I certainly feel it maybe more than other people, but so the market feels it too. Sometimes you lack the momentum to push the wave to its fullest. Beautiful. I love that they're experimenting.
Yeah, Fabian's killing it today. I love how Fabian, when he's on the ones and twos, he's always experimenting.
He's doing his Ocher thing, and I love it. But sometimes the market doesn't have the momentum for the full wave extension, and so it will lead to a premature ending. What about the strong counter-trend forces? They do exist. The mean reversion can be quite mean, or the reversion can be quite mean. You've got these forces against you always. And so emerging opposing forces, par example, a strong support resistance level or significant selling pressure can truncate a wave. Also, how do you identify truncation, though? It's not always going to be definitive, but there are some signs that can suggest it is potentially there.
Guys.
Sorry, I didn't know what was
No,
I was like, that was
you're
me.
good.
What about false, no, never mind, shallow extension. So wave 3 or 5 can maybe say it fails to reach its typical fib extension level. So for example, 1.618 times wave 1 if you're looking for a wave 3. What about limited momentum? So the price movement in the truncated wave might lack the vigor in the momentum observed in a non-truncated wave. And it also might be a failed breakout. So you've got your price movement attempting to break a key level, but it fails to sustain the breakout, which can suggest potential truncation. So basically, it's worth noting, these are not always going to mean the trend is completely over. The trend might still be your friend until the end when it bends. In this case, it hasn't been bent. It's just been truncated, or it's appearing a little bit differently. So here's one example of wave 5 forming a double top instead of having its beautiful move. So you've still ended your trend here. The trend has still ended, but it is truncated. It doesn't show you your full, beautiful extension that you might want. Now, here's another example. Wave 5 fails to develop. You get wave 4, and then we're just kind of like, no more after wave 4. So here's one example. You have all your other waves, but you just don't have that last beautiful example and time to ride the wave. Now and I want to shout out again, Cherie, for all the lessons and all these awesome examples, because she gave you guys some different ways these can manifest. Now, let's say you've got a bear wave, failing to reach wave 3 high. So you've got your situation where we get to the wave 5, we don't reach the same high. Sean is
he's gearing up a storm over there.
Roaring over there, so shout out to him. Roaring Kitty, Roaring Katina.
Roaring Katina.
To be fair, this started because Sean said once he was a cat because he is Katina, and then I started saying Roaring Katina. So Roaring Katina is the bear right now over there.
Cats.
That is for darn sure. But let's talk here about the trading implications of truncation. Now we know how to identify them. How do you use them? What do you do? How do you know them? False signals can be huge. Truncated waves can mimic the characteristics of a corrective wave, which can lead to potential premature exits from a trend. Now, what about volatility? Truncation can introduce some increased volatility as the market searches for a new direction. It's confused. It's like, I don't know what to do here. Like, I graduated high school. Where do I go from here? That's the Elliott wave, and you've got that truncation. You have what you think is supposed to be your path. Things change, so it might take a moment to put everything together. Trend continuation is also a potential implication here of truncation. There's a lot of Asians there. Despite truncation, the overall trend could still be valid. So instead of immediately being like, nope, this trend is over, you might want to look for confirmation from other technical indicators, take in all of the balance of all of the evidence, and look at your higher time frame analysis. Now let's take a look at managing, I laughed at your comment in the chat, truncation here. So here are some tips for making sure that you understand if this wave is truncated or if it is over. Now, let's talk about, because confirmation is really key, right? As we say, balance of the evidence. You want to see confluence. You want to see everything working together. You don't want to rely solely on wave truncation for trading decisions. So definitely seek confirmation from indicators and higher time frame analysis. You also want to make sure you're managing your risks. Maintain proper risk management practices, especially during periods of truncation-induced volatility. And also, you always want to be adaptable. You know, as Michael Scott / Steve Carell says in The Office, adapt, react, readapt, act. And I think that's honestly one of the best ways to be a trader. As Obi says, you got to stay nimble. And I think that's one thing as well. You have to be willing to flip the style up. If they hate, let them hate and watch the money pile up. If you get that truncation, if it suggests there might be a potential shift in the market's direction, you got to be ready to shift with it. Either shift out of the trend, or as Neil said in one of his lessons of the day, maybe you want to shift to the other side. Be prepared, be ready, and get ready to go there. Wave truncation is a deviation from the ideal Elliott wave pattern, but it doesn't mean that the waves are over. It just means there might be a bit of a pause before we can get to hang 10 again and surf the next wave. Make sure you're aware of truncation and how it might impact your trading. Maybe you want to try charting waves first, or you might want to try trading in the sim before you put real money on the line riding these waves. Thanks as always to Cherie for paying the lesson of the day. Make sure you only have 13 minutes left to get your tickers in. Sorry, right as Fabian said that, I was like getting the button ready. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you want to look at. Maybe it's TSLA, SPY, IWM. Maybe it's NAS. You want to know what NAS was like? Maybe it's Google, because it ain't hard to tell NAS had a move today. Maybe it's AMZN. Maybe it's AAPL. Whatever you're interested in, get that ticker in the chat, because we are brought to you by Real Trading. So is this segment, and we love audience participation.
Absolutely.
Her.
Absolutely. Do you know who this is?
I do.
Okay, so you do. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I got it the second.
Yeah.
You said
So you
chat.
do. Okay.
That's why I like.
Well, Dracos, I'd like you to look at this fantastic-looking individual here. He is the villain in Rocky IV. He so callously killed one of my favorite characters in that movie, Apollo Creed. Obviously, no longer with us as an actual person.
R.I.P. Carl Weathers.
Yes. This is Ivan Drago. So that's who I was talking about, Dracos. This is the handsome gentleman who gets knocked down the 12th round there. Ivan Drago. This is, so if you guys don't know who this is, I mean, come on. You got to get into the Rocky movies, baby. Shout out to Ivan Drago. Always doing the absolute most.
You'll have to find if the out of the market's going to fly now. I guess we're going to have to find out there to shout out Rocky on that.
But Draco doesn't care about what we have to talk about. He wants us to short Palantir. This is what he wrote, Katina, man. I'm not making it up. Need some more of you to short PLTR so we can fly past 30. Sadly, you will not have that many receptive ears on this desk as...
He wants it to be shorted more so it goes through 30.
Through 30.
Pressure, too much short.
Oh, yes, of course. So I see what you're saying. I got you. So he's going the other way here. I got you. I made a mistake. All right, Tam Panda. NVIDIA 120 flip. Good question. Let's have a look. I'm still going to say, Tam Panda, that I like that 120 level, and I still like it on NVDA. This is a 20 exponential on the 5. We did get, look, here's the deal. It's been an uptrend since 11:25 this morning, so over an hour. Here we go. Here's 120. And here's a 20 exponential. So why does that matter? Because we kept holding the 10 exponential on our ascent, essentially, from 12:05 onwards. We've been defending the 10 exponential. Now we're coming into that, that key area of resistance, this 121.5 generally, and we don't breach it. We come back down and breach a 10 exponential for the first time since 12:05. And here we are, the $10 level, the whole dollar level, the 20 exponential. So lots of different support. And lo and behold, we're finding a bit of a, I don't want to say a bottom, but we found a bit of support over here on NVDA. I happen to like 120 before. I still like it. I'd like to see it trade at 120 for a little bit longer before I weasel my way in. But I definitely have it on watch, and thank you for reminding me about that because I had looked away from it. 120, important level here on NVIDIA, and it may break 120.02. Oh, baby, here we go. It's zigging and zagging a little bit right now at that 120 level. So keeping my eye on NVIDIA, no question. Let's load it up on a trading screen over here so we can pull the trigger if we're required to. Let's watch the tape. Is there size here on said book for this 120 defend? Well, it's leaving it right now, so we can't really see. But I do like this level. I got to tell you the truth, Tam Panda. I don't know. If you end up taking it long, I hope you print. If you don't, well, I hope you find something else that works your way. Watching it right now as we get a little bit north of that 20 level, that 120 level, excuse me, a bit of selling here at 120.20. So that fifth of a dollar acting as a local resist. There we go. Keeps rejecting. Not a lot of size, to be quite honest with you, but something just to keep a lookout for. So for breaches, you may have some support there for that 120. So I'm keeping my eye on NVIDIA. Definitely very much. I did well on NVIDIA today, but you don't want to give it back. The whole point. So I don't want to get in too quick and then feel stupid about it later. But I like this 120 level. I don't have to get in now because we're still very much near this area of supported area. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's look at some of the other small cap gappers quickly here. Because I want to go back and stare at NVIDIA for a little bit. BNED keeps going. I can hear you, Fabian. BNED keeps going to the high side. 1070. Look, it didn't really explode through the high that it put in earlier on 11:15, but it did retrace into VWAP. So gave you 1980, 19.75, and look at this, and then gave you 1070 again. So you had $1 off that, well, 90 pennies off that. So good look for BNED. But I got to tell you, the small cap gappers have been NOS or nothing today, right? Oh, I didn't notice that Donald John Trump moved right back into that 37.63. So putting in higher lows, but that flat top looking awfully good, man. I mean, if you draw the trend line, you don't need to be a super market technician, chartered market technician to see all these higher lows on Donald John Trump, obviously with the keynote today and the conclusion of the RNC out there in Milwaukee. So, it stands to reason that DJT is active. Keeping an eye still on NVIDIA, Dara, as we watch the Fuge come back into 19,900. Uh-oh. Are we going to put in a rounded top here, Katina, man, and start dropping back down maybe to 19,008? Because I'm getting a whole bunch of topping tails here, each one successively lower than its predecessor and making lower lows as well as lower highs. Topping tails, lower lows, lower highs. Oh, baby. Is this going to be another reversion down into the 19.8, maybe even more, man, maybe down to 19.750. We couldn't make it down there. We made it down to 19.7 2.75. I think this is a short coming in on the futures over here if I had to guess, but we're going to leave this one and let it simmer and let it do its thing, 21 a day. But interesting look here on the NQ September contract.
Yeah, thank you, DayTrader Cut, for reminding us here. Fed Logan speaks at 1:45 p.m. So you're going to have to keep an eye on Fed Logan. We also have two Feds after the close. One of them is going to be Fed's Daily, who actually I guess is Fed's Nightly, because Fed's Daily is going to be speaking in the evening. And then we're going to have Fed's Bowman, who, guys, notably hawkish, Fed's Bowman, speaking after the close as well at 6:45. Though we had Austin Goolsbee, who was not a ghoul to the market today. The market, those are some pretty dovish comments from Fed's Goolsbee. So just definitely be aware. We do have some Fed comments coming. We're going to have to wait and see how that goes. SOXL, I got out a flat. As you can tell, the tired trading was hitting, so I had to be aware. One of my tired trading principles is, Adara, are you awake enough to get out of the trade quickly if you need to for a profit or loss? I was like, I don't know. We were seeing kind of higher lows in the book. I ended up just getting out flat. I wasn't confident enough in anything I was seeing to stay, and I think that enough is a reason to leave. You don't want to force yourself into trades just for the sake of being in a trade.
Yes.
That's not going to be the vibe. And like you said, it's not even about, to some extent, obviously, you don't want to give up when you've had positive trades, but I think another part of it, too, is it's like, if you're going to risk that, is it a trade you love? Or is it a trade that just exists? To read, how I have it written in my rules is, do you really want this trade? Are you feeling deeply confident this is an ideal level, or does it just exist? And in this case, this just existed. It could have given you a couple pennies, but it was not going to be my type of vibe. If I do take any more trades here in our last 15 minutes of Logan time, because Fed Logan is now speaking, I want to be feeling crazy good about it. Right now, I got out basically SPCE tried to trade, got out flat. SPY tried to trade, got out flat. I stand by both these decisions. And again, would love to make some trades if the market is giving me things I feel great about, because as Sean said, you don't want to have these weird reasons to not get into a trade just because you're scared, but you also don't want to get into a trade just because you can either. It's a balance. You want to take it in the balance of the evidence. And also, Ponzi saying pause-fident. I like that. I would say confident. I would make it even easier, Ponsfident. But shout out to you, Ponzi Fonzie. Also shout out to Darwin, who once said Confidera. I have a question for you, Sharif.
Yes.
You know how you said get down when the market's down, and I was really freaked out.
Yeah.
You don't say get up. Is that your pamping your version of
pamp?
Get
yeah. We can say pamp, Adara.
Just trying to figure out what the equivalent was.
All right, we're 20 pennies on the money here on the Monster Nvidia. Let's see if we can ride the wall. I just got corrected pretty quickly because we were in the money. Now we're break even. Oh, I got out of the entire thing. Oh, crap. I fat fingered again. I took out the entire position. Okay, that's my mistake. I got in on Nvidia as it was pamping, and then I got out there. I'm sorry about these wicks. I'll adjust it in a second. But shout out to Live, Love, and Sail. That is a sick name. Actually, I follow an account on my favorite social media platform, TikTok, and it's a family, Adara, who have basically taken a sailboat. They bought a sailboat. It's two daughters, the mom and the dad, and they're sailing all around the world, and they made a family TikTok account, and they keep you apprised of
That's
all,
so cute.
every time they I don't know, dock into a different port. They'll do videos. They have Starlink as well, so
They do?
Obviously.
Well, that's fair.
Shout out to Elon. Yeah, because I think I'd be pretty worried out there in the middle of the ocean.
You'd want to
with
be
no
connected.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's awesome, and they do everything there. They do they're being homeschooled. They fish, they live off the land essentially, and then they get resources every time they dock and stuff like that. But it's super cool. So your name, Live, Love, and Sail, made me think of that. And shout out to you. I think Live, Love, and Sail did well on Nvidia because they're pretty happy about it. So I absolutely hope you print and continue to print on NVDA. I think it's one of the strongest names on the day. Obviously, Tesla want to say something about that as well, being that it's up 3%. Even the Zuck train there on Meta looking to get into 3%ville as well. Yeah, choo-choo. But Meta, interesting look here on Meta. So we are coming into areas of possible resistance here on said Zuck train. This 175, Katina Man, what's up? What's going on over there, Katina Man? Yeah, the Katina Man is looking at Meta, and he's surprised about how much it's retraced. But we are at this 475. I think I once said 175. 475, double top. That's the IB high. Technically, the IB high is 476.11. But the closing prints on both these bad boy candles, 925 and 930, the opening print at the 930 candle was 475. So I'm anticipating there might be a little tug of war between buyers and sellers here. There goes 475. And now it's on its way to a fifth. So Meta, awfully strong on the day, man. Like if I go to the half an hour chart, I bet you there's no red candles since that bottom. And I'm right, exactly. So since that 11:30, it's 5 half an hour green candles in a row on the Zuck train. But I do think that we should be on the lookout. I'm not saying it's going to reject here, but be on the lookout for resistance at this area because it's the IB high and it is that area that we got into that we couldn't clear in the earlier trading day. So right now, a little zig-a-zag between that 475, a little bit below, a little bit higher. Yeah, you know what? If we reject here, I'm going to jump in this short. I know there's not that much time left for me on the show, about 11 minutes or so. But right now, anyway, it's not showing you its inclination to tank as it zigs and zags above 475 again, Adara. So good look, good recovery here on the Zuck train. Obviously, it's been beat up bad the last couple of days. Did I tell you that my buddy works in digital ad sales? Did I tell you about the story? So you know about the story. Yeah. Because I was going to mention it again.
I mean,
no. If I talked about it, I've talked about it. Yeah. So that's the look there. I don't have a lot. I'm not going to jump into anything right now because I've got to be at the green screen in about 8 minutes. But it's been a good day today so far. Finally, because I've had 3 red days in a row. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday were all red for me. After having like multiple weeks of not having 2 straight red days, I got shellacked this week, but that's the way trading is, and you got to be ready to get shellacked at all times. So BNED, I want to leave you guys with this small cap gapper over here. This is a fantastic look on the day. In case you're wondering why this is moving, I don't think I've mentioned it, and I don't know why. I have no idea why Barnes & Noble is heading up today. Quite frankly, is there a headline from yesterday? Yes, there is. Okay. So Barnes & Noble College unveils premium and expanded dorm essentials collection back to school. That ain't going to make it run. What? Yeah, okay, but that's the only headlines that came in yesterday.
In the past.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good point. I think it has a high short float, doesn't it?
It has a less high short float than you would expect it to have.
Really?
I remember not being
it
super
doesn't.
impressed.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. It's only 1.6%. Absolutely right on that. I'm not really sure what's going on with BNED, guys, but it's up 32.5% today on some expanded dorm essentials collection that came in yesterday, but didn't move yesterday. So that's the look there. I don't really have anything else other than BNED and NOS. Donald John Trump, though, has shown you its, inclination to make higher lows. Who knows how high this one goes, though. I'm going to be ready for this one in the aftermarket, today, and on Blue Ocean after 8 o'clock, because you never know what Donald is going to say at any time and make things move. So I'm going to be all ears, eyes, and fingers. So ready to punch in after
everything.
Yeah.
All sensory things. Also, big move down here for the market. Let's find out what Fed's Logan is saying there. But also, yeah, like I have to say, like I said, the new tired trading rules were in effect here with Tesla, and I'm happy they were. I tried to get the long. I was waiting. My initial inclination, you guys know I see this and I think short. I do think short, but I watched a couple times. We bounced off the 254.40. I was like, Adara, it looks like a long. Try the long. I attempted the long, did not end up working out. Happy I waited, and also happy I got it the second I saw stuff I didn't like in the book. The second I got involved at 70s, the second we broke below 54s or 50s there, I said to Derek, get out. Got out. Happy I tried the trade because I felt good about it, and I'm happy I waited to make sure I felt okay about the levels. We were holding that level okay. The market sold up, and you have to manage things accordingly. And I think sometimes you learn more from losing trades than you do from the ones that go okay. Now, though, Tesla's coming to a deeply interesting area for me, that 254.75. If this bounces, because if you think about it here, look at how much this was a top earlier. This 255 is a massive top. If we bounce here of 80s, the amount I want to take along is like, I can taste it. I can taste it. But Adara, you're short bias. Sometimes you ignore short opportunities in favor of the longs because you want to ignore that bias. I want to see if we get to 255s, come back to 80s and bounce. I'm interested. I'm trying to find out what comments are being said here. I'm just looking for comments because I know we have Fed's Logan speaking to me. That would make sense if that's what is moving this market. And I also don't necessarily know if I want to get long or involved in anything until I find out why we're bouncing around here. Shakeout in place, says Roger. Yeah, that could definitely be what's happening here. I just want to see, because we did have some Fed speak, if there's any catalyst that could explain said Fed speak. Not seeing anything here. I'm going to keep my eye out, guys, for some Fed related moments. But yeah, this Tesla bounce here looks like it was in fact in play.
Yeah, they're all the same thing.
54.80. So that's something to learn about. That's something to take that photo, journal it, and figure it out for the next time. Sometimes you just got to take advantage of opportunities, but sometimes you learn more from just being like waiting, watching, sitting, scheming, plotting, scheming, getting money, to paraphrase Drake's furthest thing. But right now, Apple is the furthest thing from up on the day. We're trying to bounce here off the 90 MA. I'm still, apologies to the Apple, trying to find out what that news was. Can't see it.
Did you see your favorite rapper Drake and his house?
I have not.
You haven't?
No.
So a couple of days ago we obviously had that gnarly flooding.
Yep.
So your favorite rapper Drake put a video of his house being flooded.
Right?
Of course I am.
Okay, good.
Right? Like I know, right? She's like getting mad. She's like,
no, I was just more confused. But no, I didn't realize he flooded. He got flooded.
His house flooded. Well, I'm assuming it's his basement. I can't imagine the actual house, the first floor itself.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but he was a little upset about that, Adair. So you might want to check in on him, make sure he's good. Neil's like, oh no, his house flooded. He's only worth $250 million or whatever he's worth now. Get it, Neil. Show him how you feel, Neil. Yes. Neil, we're just making conversation. I'm not defending the man.
No, I'm just saying. Is this on?
Yes.
No, I mean, there's an actual, a lot of damage. The last time there was a flood in Toronto was $1 billion worth of damage. A lot of people, are going to be hard up, like auto damage and whatnot. So I'm not feeling sorry for that dude. He's insured. He's all that good stuff. Intel's finally coming to the downside, by the way. Remember 3550?
Yeah.
3550. It is no more. It is no more. We're back on in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know why I felt the need to come on there.
Why not?
Anyway.
He wants to tell us about how much he doesn't care about Drake's house. And if we don't take the time to take it on the midday, when is the time? Shout out to Neil.
There never
Always
will be a
dropping
time.
hotlines. Yeah,
It's the only time.
So yeah, you might want to check in on your favorite rapper today. Make sure he's good. He doesn't need anything or anything like that.
Yeah, calling Drake my favorite rapper is almost, it's slightly less bad than if you call Taylor Swift my favorite singer. So I'll take it. I would rather have that than you call T-Swizzle my favorite singer.
T-Swizzle. You even have a nickname for her.
I think that's the world's nickname for her.
Is it? Okay, I have no idea.
But this TSLA, I tried to take that 255 short. I was like, ooh, that looks nice. Tesla was like, too slow. I'll move down. I said, that's okay, Tesla. Happy I had the right read on this with the long off 254.80 and then the short off 255. But alas, wasn't able to take either. That's okay, though. Happy I've been implementing the tired trading rules, trademark, to make sure okay, it's not. Trademark. Oh.
There you go. All right, we're getting big boy weakness right now. Adair, you've got that. You got that. Obviously, that Tesla chart up and it's dropping, but the Fuge just
news.
Yeah, the Fuge gave up. The Fuge gave up 19.9, so it was a short the pops kind of day, guys. I just want to leave you this idea over here. We came into the what's going on, Katina man? Never have enough shorts. He's shorting up a storm over there, and like I've been saying many times, you're always angry as a trader because you can always have more shares or a better price. It's just the way it works around these parts over here. So yeah, the Fuge coming down. NVIDIA giving up the ghost at 120. It was nice while it lasted. It did last from 135 till right now, 155 at period of 20 minutes. I hope you guys scalped on that. I think at the best, it gave you 50 pennies. So shout out to Live, Love, and Sale because I think they took that trade. The Zuck train, unsurprised, guys. We talked about this 475 level, and now it's at 472 and 2/3. That's a mistake by me. Should have put that one on there, but there you go. That very clear area of resistance at 475 Adair, and now we're about $2 and change below that. So watch out, guys, for the afternoon. It could get really ugly here. 19,773 low of day on the NQ September contract. Let's see if we can hold above that level, Adair. I'll see everybody in about a couple of minutes on the green screen.
Yes, we'll see Sharif there on that green screen there. He will actually be Trenda because he'll be on the green screen. He'll be in blue.
Yes.
And Trenda is green and blue.
We'll see Trenda.
So shout out there. We'll see y'all at, you will see him at the green screen. Thank you so much, Sharif, for everything you do and for putting together those lessons. Always so happy to be here on this here midday desk.
Sounds good.
Short it, says CJ, the day trader. Yeah, I think everything has been pretty shorty. I have been waiting here for this TSLA, but like I said, I don't want to take a trade just to take a trade. The level I really liked was going to be that 255.50 wasn't able to get filled in the short, or sorry, 255 as a short, I wasn't able to get filled, or the 254 long scalp there, again, was not able to get filled. So I don't want to be chasey. I don't want to go chasing waterfalls. That's how you get hurt, and that's how you get swept up at a big old rock, and that's not what I want. The only trade here that I think could feasibly set up by the time the midday's over, not saying I need a trade before the midday's over, is Apple in either direction. We bounce here, we get a little bit of a pample up into that 255 zone, or we get a bit of a dample here off the 90 MA. That's the only trade I would find vaguely enticing here that I think is setting up for my purposes, but it's not, again, not one that I super have levels on, so I would be less confident doing that. Look at that IWM short, says says day trader cut. Both had day trader and right next to each other there, but day trader cut saying, look at the IWM short. Yeah, the Russell fell to the downside. And the thing is, too, I'm kicking myself a little bit. As Sharif says, you're always going to be mad as a day trader or as a trader, period. I had some levels on this. Clearly, we had that beautiful 220.60 area. That was definitely continued toward the pops moment. We get all of these beautiful topping tail candles, each one looking more and more bearish. And then the bears really come and growl here. We fall down here in the IWM. We are at low of days. Wow, Russell, that 221 massive area of support resistance fight before we finally gave it up. But we're also going to have to give up today on the midday show just for the day. We will see you guys again tomorrow, of course. But right now we are coming to an end of this very exciting session that we've had in this year markets. And we are going to see you guys tomorrow on our show anyway, same bat time and same bat channel as per usual. But you got a whole more afternoon of trading with Sean and Neil at the big desk.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil is here, and so is Sean. He's back. They're both locked and loaded and ready to take the trades and the names that you have selected on the midday show. So make sure to join it with us and have your vote every day in the chat. Yeah, you can see that's the triple Qs right there. Another negative day in tech, in the tech-heavy world, but the ES also a little bit negative as well. And so the IWM, we also saw the Dow sell off a little bit as well after it printed 41,000 points yesterday for the first time. But again, Nvidia, the number one name as selected by you guys, and there was all sorts of headlines today with semiconductors. TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor, the world's largest foundry, reported today they did much better than expected. Nvidia, one of their biggest customers, but the weakness on the futures and on tech was still palpable as it hung over from yesterday, and it was still down again today, guys. Nvidia, though, faring a bit better than some of the Mag 7 names.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. It's a 1.5%. Oh, we still haven't done for the morning, but NVIDIA is the topic right now. 1.5% to the upside. It's that VWAP as the market comes back in here to the low of the day. But it's not yesterday's move, but obviously, the market giving a little bit back when we had that relief rally from the morning. NVIDIA, oddly enough, if you went back to what happened yesterday, maybe I shouldn't have been on AMD. We'll get to AMD later. I'm on AMD and Intel. But if I just done what we did yesterday on NVIDIA, which actually wasn't the plan, it was basically the same thing. It was the 122 top. You guys were here yesterday. It eventually got to the 117 and then curled. I didn't try it at the open. Well, I didn't get it at the open is a better example. And then we traded AMD instead. Had a couple of scalp trades. This one I'm glad we got out of. I think the timing was bad, and I said it when I got into it at the 120 level. I'm like, I'm getting in because it's $120. Let's get a tight stop on this. And then we did. I took a breakdown at 119 for a scalp trade, but that's pretty much it. This is a key VWAP potential hold. I don't know if it's going to hold VWAP in here. This has been a big level, 119.5. And if NVIDIA loses it, I think you can retest that 117. It is essentially an inside day for NVIDIA. So top to bottom, to almost top. And the way I see it, I'm kind of looking for the bottoms again at this point. But I like Intel a little bit better for the trade. That's the one I'm in. It lost at 35.50. The chips were looking so good off those lows, but the sellers have been there en masse, it seems. Whenever you get too strong, the sellers beat it right back down.
All right, we still have, so I don't have any NVIDIA today. My number one stock and the number one stock here is going to be AMD, but I am in SOXL, so we could talk about that maybe right now. There's the short, $52. It's now almost $2 in the money on this trade. I was just saying to Neil, I got to use some sort of fib retracements and stuff because I'm getting out too early all the time. huge move back in right here for Soxel. I just thought it was a little overextended. I was talking about that on the midday. If you're watching the midday, you'll see me. I'll come in there every once in a while and talk a little bit about my positions. We're also long the NASDAQ right now, and so check those prices out. But yeah, right now, NVIDIA, look, I mean, we talked about 1.7. I didn't write it down, but we talked about this. This is the pre-split, post-split area, 117, 118. So once again, it holds again. So absolutely no surprise right there. Congratulations if you're smarter than us, because those were great longs. And if you had those, there was no reason to get out at all, yeah, except for profit. Like I don't think you're long 117. I mean, it only goes down to 116.60s. You know, so 40 cents worth of a hit. I mean, well worth it. NVIDIA, what a great name. We're going to be looking to buy something else down here later on if it gets there today or tomorrow. I still like 117, 118. But if the whole semiconductor space can start to bleed, that'd be great. We're in a nice little trade here on Soxel. $2 in the money on a $50 name.
You'll like this next one, Sean. Palantir up, we know 1.5%, but that's not the good news. The good news is this. Wedbush, Dan Ives and crew liking Palantir, announcing that they're maintaining their outperform rating on it, but boosting the price target to $50 as they announced their bull case. Good look for it today. A little bit off the highs, bit double top in the middle there, guys. What's the look?
I mean, yeah.
Where's the hat? You left it in the car again, didn't you?
The hat's at home. I saw yesterday. It wasn't in the car. We'll just shamelessly plug this shroom company here. Look, I know you. Where did you get that from? When he was here, Yeah. Ramin has on the sweater, the hoodie.
Yeah.
The hoodie.
Ramin gets all the best stuff.
This hoodie's just so much nicer than the hat.
I could use the hoodie. It's cold in here.
That's what I'm saying. What the? We're just hearing some random noises in my ear. Okay, so anyways, we knew we wanted Palantir. Oopsies. Oops, that's fibs. No fibs. We knew that we wanted Palantir long. We just trying to play it off this bottom of $28. Came into 28.20. Was a good play. I feel like that was the 50 period right there that we were playing off of. We had a bottom wick. Palantir was a great trade. I mean, no idea it was going to do this, obviously, but it did it anyways. Nice move to the upside. Palantir, my PL number 3 today. We tried the long again at that same level, 28.50 before it broke down. Now it's right at this level again. I feel like there is a long coming for Palantir, but that's twice, man. On Tuesday, Palantir was my best trade. We went long right down here at 27.50. We had the very bottom of the day on Palantir that day before it ripped up $2. Today we have it again. We have the very bottom of the day early before once again it rips up almost $2. So we're going to have to start to trust ourselves and trust the process on Palantir, because 52-week highs in this kind of a NASDAQ market is unbelievable. This name continues to work. So yeah, I like Palantir, and we're going to keep going long on it every single day. I hope you followed some of those trades. I mean, obviously, I hoped it gotten longer or gotten held for a little bit longer, but unfortunately, Palantir came out right there. We were so happy when it went back to $29. I mean, the market was tanking early, right? I mean, you want to talk about what a difference a day makes here. This is what the NASDAQ was doing, and generally speaking, when the NASDAQ is doing this, Palantir is not going to 52-week highs, but that is what happened. So if you just look back here, look, that's how I trade, right? The Qs is going complete opposite. So yeah, I do, spidey senses get going a little bit when that happens, and we do wind up getting some out. So yeah, good trading on Palantir. Congratulations to anybody that's long.
Yeah, that's all I got to say. I mean, I just
don't know.
Rivian. I actually got that reference. I don't think everybody heard what was in our ear. Chill, Daddy. What? Anyways, you know what's up. Daddy Chill. You know what's up with that one. I don't know
Daddy
if you heard
Chill
that
or Chill Daddy.
It's Daddy Chill. It doesn't matter. Who cares? It's a young people thing. No, but yesterday, it was about this time. I feel like almost exactly 24 hours ago, I was saying, oh man, Sean, maybe he gets on a really cool case and it's a heck of a lot of fun and it's like 12 Angry Men because it was at that 27.50 again. You didn't see that level again today. I would have thought it was the way that the morning started and the way that the market went today, I would have thought just go for it a third time. But instead, it just broke out the top. The only thing I'm left with is it's got this little wedge ever since it held 27 even. That's the line in the sand. It's got this like higher low, higher high wedge that it's forming every single day. So maybe just shoot for that every chance that you can get. Just to go over, because Rivian's not going to be on there. I don't even see Tesla on there either. but I just got out of Rivian in front of 17, shorted it in front of the high, and then it just held this $17 level. So Rivian is doing battles with 17 all day long. And I had this short. We took this hit here. We took this hit there. Had that short. And again, stopped that one out. So we had shorts good in the morning. Then we gave it back. And we're actually down on Rivian. And then shorted it, waited for it to get to the high. And then played it, but not back into VWAP. Like it pressed, consolidated, tried to break out there, just had a trailing stop on it. Rivian trend up with higher lows since the open. So had to jump away from this one. And kind of glad that we did. But let's go on to the next. A little buy now, pay later.
Affirm down more than 3% now, 3 1/5. Even though this headline over here wasn't really a headline, more like just some information coming out. The short float on Affirm has dropped by almost 8%. So about 25 million and a third shares of the float are short. That comes to a cumulative total of a little over 12%. That's after we've seen the stock have a good run up as of late, as we've talked about dropping interest rates possibly in the September meeting. We'll have to wait and see. But tough day for Affirm today, even though the short float dropped.
Well, they probably covered. Like we know there was that Apple, there was the Apple news going all the way back into June 12th here. It broke a big channel from the downside, downward channel. It broke here, so you probably had a lot of covering. It's a huge volume candle. Outside of earnings, that's about as big of a volume spike as you're going to get. And then just the other day, it broke again back out of the channel and closed above. So you probably had some covering going into the 200 period moving average. Maybe what I'm looking for in this stock that would actually get me somewhat bullish on it is it's one thing to break out a downward channel like this, but you know what else you have to do? You have to hold above it and to continue to go higher. Like it broke and then came right back underneath. So you got support here, but until it holds like 30 or the 50 period moving average and bounces higher, I still feel like you can short pops in this name, and that was proven at that 34 level. So it's on a retrace today. Maybe there's a flat bottom break here at 31 if the market gets nasty enough on Affirm. I'm not convinced it's going bullish. I understand people have been covering shorts, and sometimes that can give it a little bit less upside too. It works in both ways. So it's going to be less explosive to the upside if people are covering shorts, and the overall pattern is not completely broken just yet, although it's making a pretty good try.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really look too much at Affirm there. We had looked at Square earlier today. I mean, Square was a good name until obviously it wasn't. Pretty good drop there right off the open for Square. So, yeah, I would still look at it 69 long. It's been really sort of supporting that level. So for me, I'd rather look here Square, a name that I've been likely to trade. It just did bounce up to VWAP, so this is actually a pretty good short in and around 70 if we can catch it. I like Square in this dollar range. We can go buy the bottoms maybe later on today. But I think a short up around 70 makes sense into VWAP. So I like that name, and then I like it a little bit better than PayPal, I feel like, just because it looks different on the daily chart. PayPal right now at the 200 period, looking to break lower. I really like this name down at 58, so we'll see if we can pick something up down there for PayPal.
Oh, hi, it's Randy. Hey, guys. Hey, there he is. So the triple Q's next, guys, as we see down 2/3 of a point. Definitely a lot better than yesterday and off the lows. Fed Goolsbee speaking today, one of many Fed speakers, basically saying he's confident that inflation will hit the golden path, but doesn't really want to tie the committee's hands in case the data changes. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on Fed speakers, but still down 2/3% though, guys. What's a look on the future?
On the future, you say? All right, so we're, again, good trading today for the futures. We waited for it to get all the way back in here once volume started dying down a little bit. That's something that I've been looking at, is sort of dying down volume to see when maybe moves can start to go the other way. I was talking with Brankles a little bit about that. Is, wait maybe until volume comes into names early if you're looking for breakouts. But if you're looking for names to sort of die down, potentially once it started to slow a little bit, we were able to find somewhat of a bottom there for the triple Qs. But oh man, I know we're going to talk about the Qs, but that's just the NASDAQ, right? And so we talked about this 20,000 area. We're still below it right now, and now you got VWAP below it as well. So I would still stay short this until we break. It's actually not even that hard of a trade for me. I'm going to stay short and look for shorts until we break higher. Like, we have this TQQ bottom, that's fine. But, you know, we're out. I only have 10% left. So I think the better play now that I see the way this afternoon is going is going to just try to stay short. I mean, there's a complete rejection, again, on the NASDAQ of VWAP all day. Whether or not you're looking at the Qs or the TQs, I'm just looking at the TQQs. I feel like it's a little easier for many of you to trade just because of buying power and whatnot. So, yeah, I like the TQQs. If you're just going to look at the NASDAQ, it's going to be the same thing, right? There is the VWAP holding all day. So I'm going to prefer short now for the futures moving forward the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, the trend down, it's actually very, very clean. I don't usually see this. I'll see this on stocks sometimes, but on the NQ, you've got the lower highs just converging. Like the first two from the morning are converging with our afternoon lower highs. So if you don't break that, you look short. There's going to be individually strong names that can buck that trend, right? Like I'm not talking about Home Depot has nothing to do with this. There's probably maybe UNH. I have no idea what they're doing. I'm not watching them today, but it's really just about the trend down. So you're looking at tech. I'm looking for weakness. Apple's got a thing going at 225 right now. It's like this little head and shoulders, very tiny head and shoulders, but 225, you got the wick there, blew through it in a big way the second time. So I like that 225. The only thing I'm still short in is going to be Intel. And you know what? We can talk Intel when we got to talk AMD because that'll be chip related. But unless we break that trend on the Qs, I'm looking short tech names. If you find me something strong, I mean, Tesla just broke VWAP and is at 252. Find me something strong, and I think it can be worth looking for dip buys. But almost everything I'm at looks like a short right now.
Another day and another aggressive sell-off for NVIDIA. The beta on this is really picking up over here. Down over 10% yesterday at a point which triggered the short sale restriction mechanism. Today down more, 2 1/3%, while its rival NVIDIA almost up equivalent amount, over 2% now for NVIDIA. Essentially, this is the headline. Obviously, we've seen weakness in semiconductors, comments made by Joe Biden a couple of days ago with respect to slapping new tariffs on these microchips. Donald Trump also making comments with respect to Taiwan and some military stuff over there. And so that's had, the chips moving a little bit over here, but AMD really taking it on the chin today, a lot worse than NVIDIA.
You know what? Interestingly enough, it's taking it on the chin, but it's like it was nasty yesterday. Don't get me wrong. But the percentage is so deceiving today that it's 2.5% to the downside. Because remember that you close down here, and then by the open, you're already up at 163.50. So you did have like a $4 or $5 gap to the upside that you were filling in, and then you drop again. So in some ways, you can say that AMD had back-to-back $10 down days. You just can't really say that from close to the bottom. Although we still have 2 hours to go, so a lot's gonna happen with that. Just for AMD, I had one trade for it, and it was an SSR bounce off the even dollar at $160. I was like, it's down 10%. I said this in the afternoon, like just get to SSR, and right at the end of the day, it got to short sell restricted, and then played the 160 level, which is pretty much where it closed. Played 160 into VWAP. The only thing I did differently is almost always I'll clear out at VWAP on an SSR bounce because it's a trend down stock. I didn't this time. I left a little bit on board, thinking we get a home run into 163, but I haven't traded since. I put my attention over to Intel and that 35.50 level. So I was short 35.50. Remember yesterday? We flipped long because I wouldn't flip yesterday at that price. And then when it broke trend, I went short. And then once it was underneath VWAP, we were just like, it's breaking down. It's broken the trend line. It's going to the other side. We shorted it. We're scalping it to 35.50, but each time it would make lower highs, we just kept adding to it. And then eventually when it broke 35.50, added on the break at 49. Those are the shares we have now. Actually got some 48s and 49s. We're only with the 48s. I think we can see this low again on Intel. So at the end of the day, the chips are bleeding back for you. But if we break that trend to the upside, I'm jumping out. I'm talking about the NASDAQ and the overall futures. If we break that trend to the upside, I'll be looking for the exits on these chip names. But Intel's the focus for me right now.
All right. AMD.
Awesome.
Probably the best idea on the sticky note today was AMD. And this is real trading. This is one trade. So one trade, like this is why I tell you guys, what stocks are the number one P&L and what stocks are this and that, because everybody's style is going to be completely different. This is now I'm a scalper, but this is still the number one P&L name here today, AMD for all the shows. Like it's just shorting. Neil did well on it. He already told you that. And this is it right there. VWAP early, boom. So that's a short of 161.45. That out is 156. That's $5+ on AMD. So I mean, we'll take that. We were just bleeding it out as we came back into 160. So we were taking like $1.50, $1 like it was candy. And then eventually it broke and we were able to hold and get out of our last piece there. We haven't really been into it since, but I really think AMD, again, off the sticky note, I wrote it down there, SSR from yesterday. I thought there was a chance for it to bounce today. And it was just bouncing in the pre-market. Then when the market opened up, then it was flush city. So we definitely nailed that AMD trade. I can't do it any better. So I hope you enjoyed that trade. VWAP, boom. It hasn't been many names that have been back to VWAP. And I actually think I tweeted this out too. Not sure if it was this one or another one with Brian Shannon there from Alpha Trends, because like this VWAP trade, you wait for the drop, it comes back up to pop and then drop. So, that's what AMD is going to do for me today. All right, someone said like, what exactly is going on here? Because I'm long the NASDAQ, but short the semis. That seems a little bit weird. And I would agree with that one wholeheartedly. It does seem a little bit weird. But at the same time, the NASDAQ down 0.7%, right? SOX L, which is going to be a derivative, of course, down 2.5%. So this is a little more aggressively to the sell side. I'd rather be short a weaker name. I mean, many, many times we've talked about that on the show. So we'll take that short, plus this hit VWAP, TQQs. We are just playing off that. We only have 10% left. So it's not a huge position either way right now in either one of these names. So, we'll hold on to this. We've got Ryan Faluna coming through. I'm going to ask him a couple questions, and then we'll go off of that. So for right now, these are what I'm in, long Qs, short SOX. And if we break here, I'm out. So this is 72.50-ish. So let's do that right now. Just so you guys know, my stop on this trade, I'm going to cancel right now, is 71.59. So we just went long here at the bottom of the day with 15 cents worth of risk. That's $1.50 right there. So that's another 10-to-1 banger. We just got to learn to hold more shares. But when you win 10-to-1, you can literally have 10% left and still win. So if I only got one piece out here and all the rest out here, it's a flat trade. So that's another good way of thinking about it. All right. I know before we have Ryan, is there anything you're in right now interesting?
Well, like I said, I'm only in Intel. I'm kind of scouting around. As I said, I was trying to find something that if we break this trend, what do I like long if I can find something breaking the trend? And it's not, it hasn't been easy. If the NASDAQ breaks that trend to the upside, there's not many names that I'm in love with. And then my attention came over to GameStop because it just broke $26. GME, we were talking about this is in the lesson of the day. And these day two, like if you have a big upward trend and then you have a big fail on day one, look for some opportunity for it to follow through downside on day two. And that's exactly what happened. But this is a pretty big level. The 26 was pretty darn good for a double bottom here on the 15th. It'd be a gimmicky style trade. What gives me a little bit of pause is what happened right before, like right going into the close yesterday. It was just a massive dump for no reason on GameStop. So I don't think I'm going to go for that long. I know it's a good level, but somebody was just like, I'm going for the exit. Like they were selling and they just realized we only got a half an hour left. I got to sell some more GameStop shares if some nonsense happens. So I'm going to stay away from that and be looking for some tech names that we can go into. But we got Ryan, I do believe, ready and locked and loaded to go. So we got our guest of the day. Hey, what's up? It's going good. I mean, volatility is here, right? So yesterday you had 10% down on AMD. Obviously, I mean, Nvidia, China news. Meta was down 6%. Meta goes bottom to top today. I mean, what more can you ask for? Trading opportunities abound. Got to ask you first, how was your day going? I can imagine it would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it has been going good. In fact, this entire week has been going good. The rotation here out of some of these chips and tech names into small caps is exactly what I've been waiting for a long time. So definitely living that up. We've had Silo as one of these kind of small cap runners, multiple opportunities this week alone on that, along with some of the tech stuff that you guys are talking about. Been a good one.
Oh, can't complain. A lot of people were into that Silo in our chat. I can tell you that much.
I'm telling you, man. The gunslingers, they go after it. It's moving.
Well, you know what? It's a pretty cool technical break. Can I make an assumption here? When you see something like this, a consolidation breakup, there's a lot of ways that you can play this. Now, I wasn't on this, but this is right at the open at 9:30. And I've got to assume, like, this is something that you're scouting if you're going to trade it, and you've got to be ready to pounce either in the pre-market in a consolidation here, or you're just right in at the open, and that's where your focus is going to be. Like, so for us, like, if we're looking at the Teslas and the AMDs of the world, you're not making this trade, because if you didn't get that first entry, maybe you wanted to fade it, I suppose, but if you didn't get that first entry, you're ready to go all pre-market for this, right, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, you look in the pre-market, you see these things trade up. You look at what they've done the last couple of sessions. When you break that intraday high, that thing really gets juiced. That's exactly what happened here. Now, I didn't know this thing was going to run up to 440 here, but we actually had a nice move out of the open. And then as it kind of consolidated at the top end of that move, bang, it broke and it went north. I got a trade for you that I'm actually waiting for here, though. And that's the one that you see on the screen. This is IWMs. It's a little bit better than that whole Silo trade. This, to my eye, sure looks like after this pop, we might come back in and test this 212 area. If we do, I think this is a really decent swing long opportunity here. I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts on this.
Oh, you're talking about pull back into prior resistance on something that is upward trending. I mean, like, to me, this is one of the most, I'm not a technician or anything like that, but when you look at levels and when you look at support and resistance, it's probably the most simple concept. I use it for channels, like if a stock is in a channel and breaks the channel, when it retests the bottom of that channel, can it bounce off it? Pretty simple stuff. And IWM, it's playing catch up anyways, and it hasn't even gone to that high. If you pull up like a monthly chart or like a yearly chart, like it has not broken that all-time high yet. So you still have room to run. So I'm for that. I love that setup in a general sense on anything I'm bullish on. If I'm bullish on a stock and it does that, I think you got to take it.
Yeah, totally. And I'm with you here. I'm a big fan of keeping all of this trading stuff as simple as possible. I don't think I need to tell you guys that trading can be difficult. So the simpler we keep our process and the simpler we keep the things that we're looking for, chances are the better off we're going to do. I got two more possible things here if you're interested in them. Oh,
are we interested? Of course. The viewers want to know. What do you got for us?
I was just setting you up. That's all. I knew that you were interested. Definitely got CMG here. Want to see what this does when this touches the 200-day. Current price here, 53.05. 200-day there at 52.08. I'm going to give you my ideal setup for this, okay? My ideal setup is we come into that 200-day. We do it on a day where it's looking a little shaky out there. We actually break beneath the 200-day. We get some people saying, oh, man, Chipotle can't get out of its own way here. Let's short it. And then 1 or 2 days later, let's recapture that 200-day, bear trap those folks, and then see if we can go back towards the highs here on Chipotle. To me, I don't think anything's changed here fundamentally. I think that this is a little bit of fatigue after that run up into the split. Now we're coming into a real huge level here. This, to me, is about as simple as it gets. Let's see what it does around that 200-day. I'd be looking for a break and a reclaim.
Oh, when you
simple as it gets.
The most explosive longs are when you trap shorts. The most explosive shorts are when you trap longs. I mean, you're keeping it really simple. And on top of that, I think there's a lot of people that might want to get into CMG and are looking for a bounce. I can't think of anybody who's ever said this is a stock they're interested in owning and this is a dip where when it bounces off the weekly 200, they will be in it. I don't know. I'm speaking about myself.
I like Chipotle. Ryan, how's it going, my guy?
It's going good, Sean. How are you?
You know, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good every day around here. Hey, look, I almost had jury duty. I was summoned for jury duty, but did not get chosen yesterday. So I missed the wild day, but we're back here today, and it's been another good one. And I'm with you. I like to keep trading as simple as possible. You want to talk a little bit about Netflix?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
So we're going to have Netflix's earnings coming up here tonight. By the way, we're going to be streaming that earnings call on Benzinga. Looking at the chart here, this one is in a really interesting spot, right? We were right on that 50-day. We're actually beneath it now, and we're right above the 100-day on Netflix here. So this report, we end up having a good report and trading up. We're going to recapture that 50-day. That might entice some long trades here. If we sell off here and we break this 100-day, look out. I think we can go to the 200-day, which is at 549 in some pretty quick order. So I'll tell you what, I got no position going into this print. I definitely want to see how it trades. This is absolutely something that I'm going to be looking at in the pre-market tomorrow. We're going to try and identify what levels Netflix might have in play and then see if we can get a trade set up for it.
Yeah, I want to bring everyone's attention here. The expected move is 8%. So if you look at the options move right here, it's 8%. If you come to my screen, with the last move, 9% last quarter. So we probably do get that, and I'm with you on trying to make things as simple as possible. If that does happen and we get 8% on 640, then, let's call it 10% down, $60 puts us into this 580, 560 past area of support. We'll look to pick some up. You watching anything on Netflix these days?
You guys you're not even going to believe me when I tell you this, but I'm one of the few people that still doesn't have a Netflix subscription. I've gotten by borrowing my friends all of this time. And here's the thing. I know they're cracking down on the password sharing. Guys, I got a big problem coming up like next week. I am arguably the biggest Chicago Bear fan you guys have ever had on your show, and they are doing Hard Knock. Oh, that's on HBO. That's on HBO. Okay,
yeah,
I thought that was going to be on Netflix there. I'm sorry about that. I thought I was going to have to miss that, but I'll be able to find an HBO subscription.
Chicago Bears, huh?
Yeah, go find out.
I'm a Bills fan, so that doesn't bother me one bit.
What
different
Caleb is doing.
But what do you think about that, Green Bay Packers?
No, I love the fact that the Chicago Bears are in the NFC North. It just gives us easy couple wins every year. I mean, that's the way it's been for a while. So I do want to thank you guys in the Chicago Bears for the past history that you have with Green Bay Packers. I mean, Aaron Rodgers very, very specifically owns. I don't know if he is the current owner of the Chicago Bears.
Maybe a minority owner at least.
But there's something there. I'm not sure. You would know as a fan or if Aaron Rodgers does own the Chicago Bears or not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, look, he has his entire career. I'm really glad to have him moved out of Green Bay. We'll see what happens up there in New York. Look, when you're right,
we just have fun around here.
I can't really talk smack. I can't really say anything. You're right. That team has been beating us for a long time, but I got a sneaking suspicion
I think this year's
that's
gonna be a good
about
one.
to change. You might as well take those victory laps while you still can get them.
That's what I'm doing. I like the Bears' chances now, getting younger there, coming through. Okay, so earnings season's been pretty good so far. I mean, there's been some winners and losers. I'm not sure what your opinion is on some of the banks, but when I look at ETF, I will often recommend, don't recommend, it's what we're trading, but XLF. I mean, this stock right now has had 5 or 6 straight up days right now, Ryan, just keep continuously turning around. But today we get that candle. Plus, we get a little bit of a high wick I'm looking at right here into $44. Generally speaking, when I see this on a daily, maybe this is finally a turnaround. We saw it happen back here in April where we had a beautiful run, then a little bit of an exhaustion candle. I'm wondering if that's what that is right there today. Any opinions right now on maybe a specific bank stock or XLF ETF alone? I know the KRE has been really hot as well with the regionals.
Yeah, so the smaller banks have definitely been outperforming here. For my own trading, I actually really like trading Goldman Sachs because I can get some pretty good alpha when I'm right on it. I don't have any position in the banks right now, just to be clear. Last trade in Goldman Sachs was a move to 500. I was a little bit early on it, didn't quite get it. The XLF chart that you just brought up, a little bit extended from some of those moving averages on that daily chart here. So honestly, I think what I'd like here is maybe a regression back to the mean. Today kind of started that. I'll tell you what, you get a little bit of a regression back to the mean without breaking down or without any bad bank headlines. XLF might be another good potential swing here. For me, the bank trade's been very, very difficult. I have no position now. If I really get a good entry trigger here, I'll take a look at it. But so far, nothing yet.
All right. Good call there. Yeah, I'm pretty light on the banks as well. I got out a long time ago. Very foolishly. I didn't think that this run was going to happen, especially in the environment. But with the rate cuts, we'll see how they deal with it. What a change around in the NASDAQ the last couple of days for sure. I did want to talk to you about the call that you sort of made at the beginning of the show with the Russell. So the IWM right here, I mean, we like it, and we sort of just like saying, yeah, pull back into past resistance, now going to be support. But can we talk about where maybe your strategy would be? We've talked about you're more of a swing trader, you know. So would this be like one of those trades where you're maybe holding it for a certain time period? Or let's just say you're wrong on a trade like this, where we come back in and we say, you know what, 210 seems to be an area where we broke out from. Where do you give this trade to if you're wrong? Because honestly, Ryan, a lot of us can sit here and shoot shots as much as we want to. And then when we're right, we're like, oh yeah, we called that. But then when we're wrong, we kind of sweep it under the rug. So I just want to know, like, if we do go long here in and around 210 and you're a swing trader, where would the out be? Would it be back down here around that 198? Or what are you looking at? What would your strategy sort of tell you for those of us that are looking to maybe tail a trade here going long if we get back into that 210 area?
Okay, that's a really good question. And I'm going to give you as much information as I can about this. Number one, most of the longer term or swing holds that I have now are small cap stocks. So I actually already have some pretty decent exposure to small cap land as it is. With that being said, the way that I would structure this trade is a little bit kind of a smaller trade. I'd probably use some options here. I'm basically trying to time something. So in the hypothetical that we just drew, where if it comes back in towards 212, 210, ends up holding that area and gives us an opportunity to take it long, I'm basically looking just for a bounce right there. Short term, we're talking a week, maybe 2 weeks, depending on some of the news flow there. So to answer your question about the stop, it's going to be real tight here. If I'm using options, I can define my risk ahead of time. And if it's low enough because I have exposure in other small cap stocks, I might just kind of let those go. Wouldn't take necessarily a huge position. But if I didn't want to do that, I'd have a very, very tight stop here. If I'm entering at 212, my stop's probably 210. If I'm entering at 210, my stop's probably 209. Again, I'm trying to time a very specific move. If I don't get it, no big deal. I've got other stuff that I'm kind of relying on. So to me, this would kind of just be an ancillary trade or a helpful trade on something that I'm already in and already have exposure to.
Yeah, kind of like a rubber band idea, right?
Yeah.
Like it goes into the level, you want it to snap back up. If it doesn't start working right away, you don't like it at all. Can I make I'm not going to make an assumption, I'm just going to ask you, like if you have that tight stop off that 212, you now have a defined high as well. As far as profit taking goes, that stop is 1 or 2, but you're swinging. Are you holding it into that 225, or are you just going to let it ride? Either it gets to the high and stops out. Like what would the approach be? Because with that type of a stop, you have a lot of flexibility as to the timing of how you want to get out of it. If it snaps back halfway, you could take it out in a day or two, or you could just ride it until it's got to that defined high. What's your approach? I mean, the stop is half the story. Taking profit's the other half.
So you guys are full of great questions here today. That is another great one. Because I'm playing options here, my profit target can be some of those resistance levels. We'll talk about that here in a sec. But the other thing that's going to go on here is that I have hard and fast rules when it comes to options. If my option position ever goes up by 100%, I'm immediately taking half of it off. I don't care where the price is. I don't care what pretty pictures you drew on the chart. If my trade goes up 100%, I'm taking half of it off. I'm booking those gains. Now it's impossible for me to lose. Now I can do some other creative things with those stops. So maybe I don't have to have it as tight, depending on the length of those options. And if you're holding equity, you're not going to be up 100%. But in any case, when we go up towards that high, I'm definitely looking to take some gains there. Okay. How many times have we seen any of these indices, not just the IWM, set a high, maybe go back up there, oscillate back and forth? Like, I don't need all of that. If we go up to a resistance area, this is a simple game. Buy on support, sell on resistance. If you're going to leave a little bit on in case we pop and really go, I mean, I'm looking at the chart here. I see a high here at 244 as well. So if we have momentum like that, yeah, I want to be in for that, especially if my entry was timed well. I'll probably peel a portion of it off at that resistance level, then hold a small trailer for the rest of it in case we get it.
Perfect answer. I mean, I can't do any better than that. And that's the idea. For everyone that's watching there, that whole playing with house money, you're not going to always get, like in equities, you're not going to get those 100% moves unless you're trading penny stocks. But if you're getting anything that appreciates 100%, you put that house money on, and the ability to hold it is just a big difference. We see way too many people that ask us about this position or that stock that you'll look back and it's like it ran 70, 80, 90% of the money. And it's like, what do I do with it and it's all the way back to break even. I'm like, what do you do with it? Like, didn't you have a plan when you got into position? So we love hearing that, Ryan. Any other ideas you got to get out here before we wrap up?
I got one more, but really quickly on that equity, saying you generally don't get 100% on those equities. If you're buying dividend stocks and you're getting paid either quarterly or annually or whatever the dividend structure is, and that stock moves up and then comes back in, well, you already have that dividend money. You might have even reinvested in that dividend money into some of those stocks. So there are instances where even if it does go up and comes all the way back in, you can be okay. Now, the other play that I have here for you is going to be ticker HUM. We're going to take a look at Humana. This is going to be the, look, keep it simple, stupid, right? Here we are. We actually came up off the bottom to this 200-day. And a couple of things happened here. Number one, we filled this first gap on the way back up. Look what's sitting right above it. We got another one here. So I actually expect this. You were just asking me if I'm going to take some profit when we come up to either a former high or a moving average, some type of resistance level. Well, look what happened. We traded right up to that 200-day. Stock backed off a little bit. To me, this seems completely normal. This seems great for Humana if it's going to reload and go higher here. We want it to take a little bit of a break. We've already got the RSI at 68, so it's already a little bit heated. If we take a little bit of a pullback, maybe we can kind of reset that. If we can trade and recapture this 200-day right here over the next several sessions, maybe get 1, 2, 3 closes above it. Look what we have here. We have a potential gap fill from 414 up to 442. You tell me, you want to play that with equity? You want to play that with options? Really up to you. This is one of the setups that I'm looking at. And the great part is that we're getting that first stage here right now, right? We traded up to the 200-day. We don't have an entry trigger yet. We're waiting. We want to see what happens here, but we might get that trigger in the next couple of sessions. Keep HUM on your watch list.
It's Ryan Faluna. Thank you so much for joining us today from Benzinga, Director of Customer Success. I like that title. If you come over to my screen right here, I use the Benzinga Pro platform every day. We have it in our ear, and we often reference this live on the show. I like the breaking news feature. And of course, when you go on Details tab right here, it gives you everything you need to know. Short float, floats, different informations, PEs, everything. I really like the platform. This is your 1 minute to shine, Ryan. What do you want to say about Benzinga?
Okay, so first of all, I love that you use it. I love hearing that. I want to hear more of that. One of the things that's really important about what we do here is that we listen to the customer. So if there's something that you really need or is going to make your life easier, tell us. That's how our development pipeline works. We add things based on whatever it is that people want and people are going to use. A good example of that is short interest, right? We saw all that stuff happen with GME back around COVID and AMC and all of that stuff. Users wanted really easy access to short interest, the ability to scan for it. Bang, we put it in the platform. We do the same thing with government trades. I actually have a trade on strictly because someone from Congress who never seems to lose bought it, and I'm up several points on it, and it pays a dividend. So just kind of funny here. We will build whatever it is that you're looking for. Reach out and tell us. That's what separates us from our competition.
If you build it, they may come. That's Ryan Faluna from Benzinga. So thank you so much, my friend. We do like the software here as well, and everyone can check the description and link below for more details on that. Ryan, have a great day and good luck with the IWM. We'll talk about that next time.
Thanks, Ryan.
Take care, boys.
Ciao. There he goes. It is Ryan Faluna from Benzinga. So, all right, man. We are now we are now $2 now in the money on this SOXL trade. So it's come all the way back down to lower than where we've gotten it out before. So pretty good buy holding there. Diamond hands on this trade. Always wish we were a little bit taller and a baller. But the thing is that we can't do much about this trade for me because the 200 period. Then a break right there. I thought we have done pretty good getting out here. I am going to be messing with, and we just looked at it right here. This is Humana right here, but I was going to start to mess with some of these Fibonacci's, retracements and so on and so forth, and start to look for different levels coming through. I'm just doing this randomly on Humana.
Leave that one up for just a split second.
Yeah. Whoops.
Oh, wow. No, it doesn't matter. It was
as if that just happened.
No, but
hold on a second.
It's not a big deal. It's just the point I was going to make is when you do that, if you're going to use fibs, test it out on like all the stocks that you trade that you're watching. chart from the highs, the lows, and if you're going to get a sense of it, like every time you're looking at or trading something, you're getting data, right? So pull it up, and you never know when you're going to learn something new. It was you didn't have to do it right there.
No, but yeah, that's the point. Is that I'm trying to figure out how to hold different things, and then just going back to very basic strategies. Like I did before, if you guys are wondering where did the TQs trade go, we did hold that last 10%. I mean, there's going to be 10 outs here, and it broke below the 200, then broke that level right there of 72.50. So before we went on with Ryan, we had talked about this would be our out, 72.50. We set it and forget it. It did trigger. It saved us about 30 cents to the bottom, but you're kind of right back to where we were right now on the NASDAQ. So again, maybe the lows are in for the day. I don't know.
Or the market's still drowning, like...
Yeah.
like everyone was in Toronto the other day.
Oh man, yeah, that was bad news right there. That Mississauga was disgusting. I saw some tweets or whatever, videos of like different parks and whatnot or streets. Yuck. Our sewer system is really bad here. So.
They're considering a tax. What was it, the drainage tax or something they were talking about?
I don't know, but the thing is, like, a lot of insurances don't cover sewage damage.
No, not at all. That's why I wasn't sympathetic towards like Drake. There's a lot of people whose damage might not be covered. It is a shitty problem to have. No, but like a lot of people might not actually have that coverage. Meanwhile, I mean, he's rich. He'll be fine. Other people are actually probably have to pay. Thankfully. You didn't get any damage, and I didn't.
Oh yeah, no.
But I feel for anybody that did, man. Like that's for real. Like you lose a bunch of valuables in the basement, whatever it might be. The basement might be in for the future. I don't know. We're not there yet on the NASDAQ, but just one thing before I know we have to get back up to the desk in a quick second. We're at that low that we thought we could get to. You broke 35 on Intel, so I'm just trailing it to this prior low, 34.85. And I was scanning for something I liked for dip buys. I didn't come up with much. However, in all of this drop, Rivian's holding on to well, I'm not going to get a short there. It's holding on to VWAP. So if we press all the way into the lows today and we just keep hanging on to VWAP here, I think I'll look for a Rivian long, oddly enough. And if for anyone that was looking at that GameStop, it is still holding the 26. So I suppose it was a good level. I'm just wary of the way it sold off in the afternoon, or like right at 3:30, I think it was. It just, the amount of dumping that came into it, the second 3:30 hit, was kind of nuts. If anything, I might look at the stock exactly at that time, and if I start to see it go, maybe just try it. But we got to pay for shorts, actually.
We talk about keeping things as simple as possible. I mean, here's a SoFi. This is making me nervous when I see this, and it just looks that easy. And then I think about what Ford is doing, and think about maybe getting out of some of that Ford. But like SoFi again goes from bottom to top. I mean, if you're going long anywhere around here, 630, 640, 650, you hit the 200 period moving average, and then now it's fading out from that $8. So again, just wanted to bring that. We're going to go to our interview here, but I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. SoFi right now failing basically off 8 clean. The last time we got up here, we did have a wick high, and I don't know if that was in the pre-market or not, but of 850. So SoFi right there, 650 bottom. That's 20% move in a week and a half on bank earnings, right? They haven't even reported yet. We'll wait for them to the end. I think it was July 18th or something like that. That's today. Hold on a second. Now that I say that
aren't they one of the ones that's the first?
Yeah, it must be. And hold on, No,
they're the end of the month. They're not the beginning to the 30th. End of the month. 30th.
Okay, there's a few.
I knew it was right at the end or beginning.
It was July 18th. I'm like, that's today. All right, let's go back over now to the desk with Brendan.
All right, we're happy to have Ian Patterson back with us, CEO of Plurilock. We were talking earlier in the week a little bit, Ian, on these continued headlines that we're getting on data breaches, on all kinds of shenanigans that continue to happen in this space. So I want to touch on the space a little bit coming up here in a second, but let's be honest, this has been an absolute amazing couple of weeks here for the stock itself. Up more than 100% in a matter of, I mean, you and I were speaking back in June. I think it was around that time. Give us a rundown here. What has transpired? There's been a lot of positive headlines for the company.
Well, I think you're right. It was almost exactly a month ago, actually, that we were talking. I think for us, we've just been focused on the fundamentals, and for us, that means continue to sell security products to our customers who need them. To your point, we can talk about the shenanigans that we're seeing out there in the cyber landscape. But not only have we been focused on that, we've also been telling the world about it. So some of the key announcements that we put out over the last couple of weeks are 2 new additions to the team. Brian Cunningham was an early team member at Palantir, and he was also a National Security Council lawyer, worked in the White House, so we announced him. Also, Joe Sexton, he was on the board of CrowdStrike. Previously, he's currently on the boards of companies like Menlo Security. And he was also president of a company called AppDynamics when they got acquired by Cisco for several $1 billion. So we've been very busy. So that's number one. I think number two, we've also been announcing major customer contracts. For us, the semiconductor vertical is key for us. I think actually I saw this morning that TSMC raised their revenue guidance based on strong demand for AI chips. And last week we announced a sizable sales contract with a unnamed NASDAQ 100 semiconductor company who are consuming our critical services, so our high-end security services. And so in addition to that, we're also getting the word out. And I think that you're seeing some of the results right there.
So when you look at the space itself, I mean, let's talk a little bit about what has happened in this country. I know you're on the West Coast, out in Vancouver here. Were you one of the, I think it was 400 million I read at one point, to receive the Ticketmaster email that said, sorry, your data may or may not have been breached. And if somebody's watching this right now, I mean, I got that email. So if somebody's watching this right now, maybe talk a little bit about what we can do on a day-to-day basis, even just to, conduct our lives in a little bit more private way at this point.
Well, I really like to say that there are two types of people in the world. There are people who know that their data has been breached and people who don't know that their data has been breached. But the reality is that this is just a fact of life. This year alone, over 1 billion records have been breached, and we're only halfway through the year. So it's getting bad out there. I think as individual consumers, there's lots that you can do. Certainly use different passwords everywhere. Use different use password managers so that you can safely use different passwords. Anytime there's a chance to turn on two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication, turn those things on. Keep backups of your files and keep your devices patched and up to date. Do those basics, and they are basic, but do those basics well, and you will be light years ahead of your peers. And it goes back to the story of, two hikers in the woods. They come up across a bear. One guy stops to put his running shoes on. First guy says, "You can't possibly outrun the bear, can you?" And the second guy says, "No, of course, I just need to outrun you."
Exactly. Which was almost to the word, not quite, but to the word, the answer that I got from Visa when I called them to say, what the hell is going on? Anyway, from an industry standpoint, you mentioned a couple of significant contracts coming up for the company itself. What are you seeing that companies are doing here to better prepare themselves for, this increase in what we've been seeing?
It's interesting, actually. We service a lot of federal agencies, California state agencies as well, both in the United States and Canada. But in our commercial side of the business, where we're typically doing more on the enterprise side, we're hearing about budget slowdowns and we're hearing about layoffs. Interestingly, not in cybersecurity. We're hearing that these companies are having budget restrictions or they're tapering down. However, they're continuing to spend in cybersecurity, or in some cases, they're actually taking the money from other parts of the business to put into cybersecurity. So it's an interesting phenomenon that we're seeing, and the reasons why are that CEOs of major Fortune 500 companies are terrified. They're literally staying awake at night, fearful that their factories are going to get knocked offline from ransomware, fearful that they may be uninsurable unless they invest in cybersecurity. Otherwise, insurance providers will not take them on. Fearful of the SEC coming and demanding a 48-hour reporting notification on any material cyber event that takes place. These are changes that 5 years ago we didn't have, and so there's a clear awareness that there's a clear and present danger in cybersecurity today. There's a lot of money, and these companies need help. I think that's the other thing. There's 4 million cyber jobs vacant in the industry. That's up from about 1 million cyber jobs vacant a couple of years ago. And so these companies, if you're an older, less exciting, less sexy, manufacturing company, for instance, it's hard for you to attract and retain talent. And so they're forced to turn to partners like Plurilock and others to be able to actually do the work that they need to do in order to stay safe and compliant.
As we said, great couple of weeks here for the stock itself. Give us a rundown of what's to come in the remainder of 2024 for the company.
More of the same. We're focused on fundamentals. We're focused on expanding within the semiconductor field, even more so than we are. This is as a result of good work being done, word getting around, and people coming to us saying, "Can you help us with more?" So that's what we're focused on operationally. Obviously, for us, Q3 has always historically been a big quarter, driven largely by our U.S. federal government business. In fact, Q1, Q2 has actually usually been slower for us. So the fact that we're busy the first half of the year, I think, is setting us up well for second half of the year.
Best of luck in that second half of the year, and what's been a great one to start. Ian Patterson, CEO of Plurilock. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Look at that chart. I mean, we just thank you, Ian, for coming through. We were just talking with a guest about 100% moves in equities. You don't really see that very. Traders aren't in those very often.
No, they're not.
10 minutes later, we have a guest on whose stock just went easily that and then some. But you know what the market's doing? It's still continuing back into the downside. Whoops, that's still IWM here. I can just pull over. I was going to type in the Qs. And for some reason, we were just talking about IWM recently. I typed in IWM. No, we're still continuing that downward push into the lows. I was looking for something that would be worth a bid. If we tried to bounce off it, I don't think, like I said, Rivian was really strong. It's not really strong. It was relatively strong. And holding on to VWAP, bye-bye. So that does not hold. It was bouncing. Wanted to see if it could do that when we got to the lows. Now it even looks like I should be re-entering a short consolidation underneath VWAP, kind of like what Intel did. If it can't get back above VWAP here, I'll look for a little retrace and then try to get into the short here. So obviously, it's been a pretty heavy day to the downside. Tesla's now at 49. Yeah, I'm going to short this back into
49
VWAP.
what?
249.
Oh.
I have Tesla, Nvidia, Rivian, Intel up right now, and I'm going to keep GME on the side burner in case someone decides to dump the crap out of that at 330 again. Oh, and I just got trailed out of Intel. So we'll go over to this one. It must have taken back out. Yeah, it took right back out that previous low.
Why, yeah.
So we're out of Intel. It bounced off the bottom right here. This is the low of the day. Once it tagged that, I put a trail in. And maybe it wants to continue to go to the downside. But I still feel as if, the move that Intel has on the daily, it's holding on pretty decently to this consolidation top with higher lows. So I want to give it some respect for some of the work that it's doing. But Rivian, I want to get it underneath VWAP here. Looks like it's trying to press back up into VWAP. And if we can get that right in here in front of 17, we'll take that shot.
All right, I just put a stop out now for SOXL. I just got to make sure I don't have too many stops out. So just broke through the 50, so we're going to think about getting out right now. It was $2 in the money. Now you're starting to get going a little bit as the futures hit the 50 period, so we do have a new trade alert. I don't know. It's Apple. All right, so let me just... Probably should have searched for better than this, but I'm just looking at something like this. There it is, right? Downside right here. And then if we just go this way, it's so hard to do it when it's, there. Okay, oops, that's the wrong way. We want to go this way. Right here. So you're starting to basically flag out here a little bit. We're going to wait to see if we can break that. I mean, this is going to be a level that we're looking at here, 224.75 or so to get going on that break. So we'll see if we can hold it until it breaks. But right now we're just trying to start something. I was going to give it to 225. I actually think we can do that. We're not in too many shares here, even 225.20. But I don't want to get into something just because, it looks like this. I was sort of looking at Apple as continuously trying to make some lows and then breaking this 200 and then getting back into 223 again. So I feel pretty good about holding this. We don't have a huge position yet for Apple, but something that we're looking at here, we start to make a couple higher highs and lower lows. In this situation, it'd be lower highs.
Matthew was asking in the chat, which 50 do you use? A simple? Yeah, SMA. I didn't want to speak. I said I was 90% sure. I use it doesn't really daily. I use a simple. On a 1 minute chart, it's probably not a big difference. On a daily chart, it'll usually matter simple or exponential. But Sean used the simple moving average, which if you're looking at support and resistance, which one works for you? It's going to make a difference depending on your time frame. I think it's an important thing to watch out for. You want to have some confluence for trades. There was just a question about what's happening to Pfizer. So a lot of things that were part of this rotation rally and been up 4 or 5 days in a row, IWM, have been taking it on the chin, and just a little bit of a pullback day today. You throw in the fact that, Lilly's down for its own reasons, and I think Pfizer is just getting caught in that win. So all these things that were rallying the last few days in this, I guess, you call it like relief rally for some of the beat up names or rotation rally, whatever name you want to give it, they're starting to pull back. And I think it's healthy. This was up like 7 days in a row. Like, how often is Pfizer even up 7 days in a row? I'm looking at this, which is pretty much almost the entire year, and I'm not eyeballing seven up days in a row. Like, you have a good one here, and then that's probably like a 7th or 8th day, and it pulls back. So I think it's healthy for Pfizer. It's actually finally above the 200-period moving average, which is a great sign. I think if it gets back in here and bounces off 28.5, that would be pretty spicy. But it wouldn't even be that big of a pullback if it did that kind of a move. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
This part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving on the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
All right, yeah, make sure you get that.
I like free.
Thank Ryan for coming through again, as he was here earlier today.
Free is key. There's something else that's
free is key, yeah.
Yeah, like a free YouTube show out here where you live trade all day long. That's what it's all about. But look, a couple of things. The market is bouncing a little bit here. So you are getting that play. I said we wanted. I'm now sitting in front of 35 on Intel. Like, we get trailed out and it's already starting to come down on the market bounce. I feel like 35 could be the lower high that we work off of. Rivian is now making the press into VWAP. If it does a week break of 17 or a week break of VWAP, I think that'll be the place to get more in. So you have this trend to the downside, breaking the uptrend in the stock. This is what I'm looking for here. Darwin CYTK takeover. CYTK, this takeover? I didn't hear that news in my ear, but I was talking, maybe that's why. I see a volume spike on it, but not a lot of continuation volume just yet. So if there is chatter on that, remember, anytime there's rumors about a deal that doesn't have any firm, this is who we're talking to, this is the actual offer, is the board accepting it? It might just put a floor on the stock, but it's not flying around and breaking any highs here. We'll keep an eye on this CYTK. I heard something in my ear, but I didn't catch it.
All right, we'll find out about that. CYTK, okay. And Derek probably, if he sees anything, he'll get us that stat, of course. All right, well, look, I'm only going to give Apple to like this level right here, like 85, 86. I don't even want to, that's 96. I don't even want to lose 10 more pennies. If we break up to the top side, look, it's not a huge position, but we're short at 63s right now, so here it goes. Again, not going to turn our frown upside down too much. This is the first time we've traded Apple today. Let's get something out if it does pull back into the low 70s. But it looks like we're trying to get hit upside right now as Apple's trying to go more aggressive than the market, it seems like right now. But yeah, still at a nice little high level here. Let's see if we pull back and get long or get filled down here and take some pressure off this position for Apple. What's up, Adara?
Looking to see if there's anything more on this, but what I'm seeing here in this Cytokinetics CYTK, this article circulating here from May 9th, 2024, so older article talking about they're set to pitch their heart drug to physicians. They do have a short float of about 15%. Again, still checking to see if there is any other news on this, but this is what I'm seeing here, just circulation of this May 9th article, 15% short float. This also is not a small cap. We have a market cap of about $6.5 billion for CYTK. Still looking for more information, guys.
Right.
Yeah, there's been some consolidation in pharma, and big deals happen all the time. That wouldn't be a small deal whatsoever. You'd slap a premium on that, you're talking about $8 billion easily. So, there's not that many players that would be involved in a deal that big, but as mentioned, now you're starting to break.
You want to find strong.
You're starting to break trend on the NASDAQ, which is like, okay, we just got into a short, which is about to come out when it breaks 10 cents out, or like actually 13 cents out to be very specific. But what's a strong stock that we can get on over to? I had some thought, a lot of times at this time of day, yeah, Apple higher lows, it's not above VWAP, but if you limit today to I'm looking long on tech, that's above VWAP, you probably won't find anything. So beggars can't be choosers. If we're going to break this trend, Apple getting through this 225.25 resistance, so 25.25, this getting through that resistance would look like something spicy for long. But I'm not going to give this Rivian much room. If it fails VWAP, gets back underneath, I'll add to it and then just throw the stop in. The stop's already in. Keep the stop in. But Apple looks like it could be a good one here, 225.25, if we're going to hold this break of trend. Rohit asking about TSM. TSM long. I don't know. Like, I like Apple. I don't necessarily have to worry about, like, TSM reported today. That's going to be part of the story for TSM. You had the report. You had some concerns, geopolitical concerns going on with TSM. I just want to keep on Apple. Apple's pretty much right at that level. What is going on with this chart? Ignore VWAP on this chart, as some of yesterday is missing. But TSM, actually, that is looking pretty strong. So you are higher lows and trending up on TSM as well. It would look to me like 171 and change is going to be resistance. Apologies for that chart. Usually my black charts don't fail me when I look up. But Apple just tagged 225 and came right back down. So if you continue to short the pops, I guess they would just be right. It doesn't seem like it wants to break out. Maybe TSM is worth it, and this chart will do me a little bit better than the black chart did. Yeah, this one's absolutely fine. TSM does look pretty strong. I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, they had...
It's at VWAP already.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, some of these names are coming back for sure. All right, so Tesla's failing right now off the 50 period. I said sort of under my breath, and we're short Tesla or short Apple, but we did get taken out. We're just back into it. We could talk about that in a minute. I know Neil just looked at it. I was thinking about taking the long on this break of 251. I actually put the trade out, 251.10s, 251.11s, but then the market kind of started to turn around a little bit right here. So that was making me think twice about this trade. But again, I like it. I think there's a possibility here for a nice little break if the market gets going. If the market doesn't, then we fade out and it's all good. There comes Apple right back in. Wow, okay. So we missed it by a couple pennies. We did get taken out at 75%, reloaded it. Now you're back down to the 50 period MA, so let's take a piece out right there if we're able to get it. We just put a 58 and it ran away. So let's go 58s, then let's go back into the 40s and see if we can get something. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. Nice little take here for Apple. We talk about this, man. Sometimes trades are put up or shut up. You like the trade, put it up. So we got stopped out of 75%. We put it back in. There comes Apple right back in for us again here for that. So nice move back for Apple. Again, going to be a flat trade. Let's see if we can get back down here and we really make some real money now. We're bidding in the 40s, but now that I look at this level, that's like 30s, 27s or 30s. Okay, I'm going to take another piece right here, cancel the 42, see if we can get a 48, and then go back in 26s or so just ahead of the quarters. I like to play around the quarters, evens numbers, halves, so on and so forth. Oh, as if it just stops at 48. Go, go, go. There we go. We get that fill right now, so we'll go sirens here. Good call there for Apple short. I know Neil was looking at that 225 area, so that was a good one right there. We did get taken out of our SOX L as that broke higher. This was a big trade, so really happy to put that one on. All right, Apple, let's go. Bring the pain now. Hey, it's a 60-cent winner. Little bit of chicken dinner there. We have practice tonight. I'm going to be a couple coaches short. Yeah, we need to get some practice. Yeah, we got our game rained out last week.
No,
so that
I'm kidding.
Sucked.
Practice. That's
practice.
That's one of those jokes that, like, I say it, but let's be real. Practice is when you're an athlete and when you're trying to get better at a sport, you take your practice very seriously. And if you don't, you know, you're not going to get there,
past,
man. Yeah. When we played high school basketball, I'll never forget when I was the sole reason we lost against a rival because I shot I think it was 5 of 14 from the foul line, and we lost by 5 points to a team that we never beat. That was terrible. I just started playing basketball the year before. I was god awful. And I remember after that game, I came home and I was like, you know what? After every single practice, I just started taking. I didn't count. I remember maybe it was like 50. It could have been 100. I just took all kinds of foul shots until I didn't suck. And by the time the next year rolled around, I was a 75% shooter. I'm like, I'm never costing my team the game again. I was pissed off. And I knew it was my fault, too. Like, they were fouling me on purpose. And I'm like 5'10", and they're fouling a short guy on purpose. That was just that terrible. So you got to practice. Rivian did make the move that we wanted. Thankfully, sometimes you get a little bit like, look at the wicks. So this is 17. This is 1705. It wicks right to the same top and then comes back underneath. and then gives you the opportunity. So it's still setting up that we can short it here into 17 and work it back down into the low. So it's still set up and didn't break it out. The NASDAQ has now wicked that top and come back into the downside. So you're patiently waiting if you're looking for a long breakout. Like it never happened. TSM, which we had just pulled up, it doesn't break VWAP to take out that high. So, there's no breakout long in TSM. You already pointed out Apple never broke 225, 25. Tesla didn't get back above. That's not New York. Tesla did not get back above that 250. That 250 level, it did, and it immediately failed it. So another opportunity to basically just short some pops. And then Intel, which I was trying to pick back up at 35, got up to 93s. I was sitting at 98 and right back into the lows. So the flush continues in this market, and everything is down. I mean, not everything, but almost everything is down today. You even have names that were strong the last couple of days. Like, remember Home Depot was part of that rotation trade? Home Depot is down 1%. It's at the low of the day. It's not just tech that's to the downside today. Like today, dragging everything with it. That's the difference yesterday and today. I mean, the trading opportunities if you're trading tech have been similar, but the difference is some of the weakness that you're seeing everywhere else. Like, the pullback in Pfizer, pullback in Home Depot.
There's a lot of...
The pullback in Goldman Sachs.
Really?
Yeah. Goldman Sachs today. This is the big difference yesterday to today. Because if you're only looking at tech, you're like, oh, it's just the same day as yesterday. Not really. Like Goldman Sachs rallied, managed to hold on to, in the dip, it held on to its gains. Today, it is just fall down 3%. And 3% may not seem like a lot, but keep in mind Goldman Sachs isn't going to have a lot of 3% days. And it's probably a healthy pullback now that we think about it. Look at that 50-period moving average. It's probably a gift if it gets down there.
Yeah, someone in the chat, if you'd like to short, stay short. What was that? There it is, Derek S. I think you're 100% right there. We talk about having that confidence in your position and making sure that, the position that you like is one that you're in. We had it today written on the sticky note that we liked AMD short. The first opportunity, the first trade of the day was AMD short. This remains still the number one P&L name. And it's off of this one trade that we took at 9:48. So it's like sometimes trades will happen early, sometimes they'll happen late. But at the same time, you got to like the idea, right? And if the idea is short, then you can hit it. Now, we only held 10% to that downside. This is a hard one to put Fibonacci's on because you don't have anywhere to go. But still a nice move all the way back in. We're going to try to do a little bit better on holding a few things as we go. That Tesla trade, I'm going to cancel that breakout because the market's starting to head downside a little bit. I still do like the long if we can get that again. We were red on Tesla or flattish on Tesla, and then this happened, and then this happened again. We go back-to-back jacks, man. We'll take 3 or 4 trades here on Tesla and put that. That's a so we're up less than half on Tesla than we are on AMD, but we're pretty much up the same on Tesla as we are on Palantir. So that was a good sort of well sort of orchestrated idea there. The one name that we are going to be down on is, and it's crazy to say this, but it's a short on Amazon. And we were short in here, then we flipped over to the long. Some of those reds are long. And then eventually we got stopped out there of that short, which was pretty good because it went up to 186. But we wrote down on the sticky note, wherever it is, here it is that we wanted Amazon long 186. So that's why when it fell into this level, the market was really coming in. This is 186 right here. So once we lost that, I need not have messed around with it here. We did wind up making a little bit back, but not enough to still put red. So again, we could have shorted 186. This is 186 right here. So we liked it for a long. We should have liked it for a short. Things we need to do better. And things that'll make everyone go, is Apple. Because there it goes right now. Spin it. As there it goes, man. We're right back into the 200 period MA. What else are we supposed to do? Top to bottoms. There it is. It's Apple. So we go short there. Let it take us out. Get back into that other 75%. And now it comes right back in. So yeah, a little bit of pie on the face there that we got out of something in the first place, but Apple rewards us. If you're going to take 20-cent hits, please take 80-cent winners. So there it goes, man. Apple, nice move back in here today. Boom, right downside for this trade. So bye-bye. Stay short and be short. How's it going, guys? We're in this name, and here it goes. It's a nice little downside move. Lars, who do we have here? Oh, Campus Traders, get over here. Get over here immediately. Hi, Sean. How are you? How are you, Miguel? You guys are now on the air.
How are you?
Hi.
Sean, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Neil, nice to meet
Your
you.
name?
What's your name?
Reg. Jugbeat, how are you, my guy? There we go.
Good to meet you.
So these guys are part of the campus program. So thank you to Lars for doing all the work there as well. What do you guys? Microphone time. Is this on?
It works. Always on.
Okay, Lars, you want to say a couple words about the campus program?
We're going to start a new cohort again soon. So we'll be doing some advertisement soon again, so that'll be exciting. So hopefully some of you can join us as well.
All right, do any of these guys want to talk quickly about anything? What are you trading? What are you trading? What are you trading?
I'm in level 5 of the program,
Bang.
so I trade...
I have no idea about the levels, but that sounds
well, congratulations.
Good.
Higher than one.
Yeah, right. So in level 5, we're allowed to explore multiple stocks, not just like CP or VRN like we were. So I've been in the Canadian market exploring, and yeah, it's tough, but it's a great program for anybody that's interested. Honestly, it's an awesome opportunity. So,
may I suggest to you Palantir? When you get a second.
I've tried trading with you guys. It didn't go.
Volume
well.
and liquidity is what you want.
Yeah.
Volume.
All right, thank you. Take care, my guy.
Thank you very much.
See
Best
ya,
of
man.
luck.
All right, you never know what's going to happen around here. Shout out to our campus program, and you guys, there it is.
Starting up again, right?
First hand. You see the success of some of the campus traders. And by the way, we're now $1.50 in the money, campus traders, right there. You can trade some Apple. It's the apple of our eye right here. Nice move down. Hey, you know what? Let's take another piece of profit right there. There it is. Oh, man. There. Look at this. Look at this move right there on Apple. Ciao. See you later. That's a good little trade right there. Yeah. Where's that sound effect, baby? It's coming through right there. It's a banger for Apple. So that was a heck of a lot of fun. I want to thank those guys for coming through. Miss Adara, what you got?
An eye on Smart Sheet here, SMAR. This one up here about 5% with really strong volume. Support circulating here that the company is working with Quantalist partners to field some takeover interest. So potential takeover interest here for SMAR. Some information here about the company. We have a float of around 130 million shares. Larger market cap as well, around $6 billion, guys.
That's what it should look like. When we had that last one we were talking about for potential deal, that's what you expect to see if you're talking about a deal. I want to see extended volume. I want to see actual breaking out, because usually that's what you're going to get. Obviously, this is it's not a small company, but you have an overextended move so far. If there is a pullback to be had, you just got to look at sort of the obvious. If it goes all the way to 46, I mean, come on, that's where it broke out from. But if it only goes halfway, it just went and topped out 48, I think to 47, obviously the 46 level, if it can consolidate there, always worth a look. A lot of times you can get a little bit of a floor put on a deal or potential deal running into the end of the day. There's still some time. You never want to hope that there's going to be a bounce. I just want to see a consolidation on it, then take a shot that it can get back into the highs. This is the volume you want to see if there's an actual deal happening, as opposed to just petering off right away. That's what it's all about. So SMAR, just want to make sure I have that symbol. To note that if we don't get an update on news, I want to check it tomorrow morning to see if we find some. But it's pulling right back in. VWAP's at 46.40, but I'm eyeballing that 46 level. 46 is where previous resistance to potential support could be.
All right, that was fun with those campus guys. You guys in the chat are like, show them the Apple trade. I tried. But there it is.
Well, there's some specific rules they have in the program, I think.
Level 5 sounded nice.
No, it sounds great. I mean, like I said, it's not level 1.
Yeah.
Like you don't start at level 5, so obviously there's been a progression there, right?
Yeah.
Unless they do.
There's certain levels to everything.
Like level 5. The heck was... You guys are just always making up these. See,
that one was necessary.
Fabian loves to he likes the experimentation. But what's interesting is they're withholding all of those other cool things from us. Like we don't have any of those on our board. Like I can't when the numbers pop up.
I like it
I
when
don't
he
have
hits
that
it.
one. I love it when he hits it too. So this SMAR does not quite get to 46. Again, I was just looking at a simple, can it get down into previous resistance for support? And it ends up bouncing a little bit higher than that. So, not the target area. It can always calm down a little bit. That's what it's all about. I did pay for locates on GameStop, and it's now lost this 26 level. So yesterday, I said this a couple times, but if you missed it or you weren't tuning in yesterday, GameStop dumped at about 3:30 on huge volume, and it's been a continuation ever since. 26 has been a key level. It's the 50 period on the daily, oddly enough, not that it usually matters on a stock like GameStop. And then right back here on the 15th, it was big support. So if we can't pop back through 26 even, I'm going to go for a short in here. If it continues this stair-step pattern to the downside, maybe if it continues the stair-step downside, great. That's one way it could work. If there's a seller at the end of the day, then bank error in your favor. They dumped it at the end. Feels like they've already done a lot of the work, but it's at that key level of 26, which just broke. So it's about to retest higher. We'll look to fade this pop for sure. And D-Loaf in the chat, here we go. D-Loaf, 4 phases, 4th is live. Phase 3 has levels 1 through 5. So if you're accurately describing the program, that would suggest to me that one step away. If you're phase 3 and inside of phase 3, level 5 is the last step before going live, then hey, you're on the precipice. And that's what it's all about. It's a good system for learning to trade. And that's why we believe in the campus program. And everyone here that starts on the floor, you start as a trainee training in a simulator, you have to hit certain goals, and then you get the opportunity to go live and prove yourself. That's what it's all about at Real Trading.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring those guys on. You're going to be able, you heard from Lars himself. He will be hosting another training session coming soon, and stay tuned for that. Unfortunately for now, and there's more news to come on this. For now, only not allowed in the United States of America, but still sign up. Keep on signing up. All right. Right now, Apple we've already done this before, but we didn't do it because we had these guys, or I don't want to intimidate them because they may be level 5, but what level does that mean we're at? Right there's a leveled up trade for Apple. It is now $1 in the money. We've already taken $1.50 down there. Let's see if it wants to keep going, and I'm glad to have put this trade on with you guys here now today. So that would have been a good one. We are out of our SOXL, which now is going to be a little bit lower. So that could have held on to that one into the lows as well. But hey, coulda, woulda, shoulda. I do like that Tesla now. Look, what was I thinking? Oh my God, because look at that. We were thinking about a break of the 50 period. So this is where, sometimes the strategy, although I don't want to say it fails because nothing's failing. It's just, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. And the strategies that we're using have created, like I told you, top net names here again today. Some of my strategies also create very negative names sometimes as well. So trade with caution, but not today. Today, most of the big ones here have been on our sticky note and trades that we really like that made sense to us. And we talk about that all the time. Follow people when you understand their strategies and then try to, articulate them or figure them out so that you can yourself, put some money in the bank as well. Because even that guy was like, oh, he tried to follow you. And it's not, you're not going to be able to sort of copy one-for-one trades. You got to have some ideas. And that one right there, that 50-period moving average, generally speaking, that's one that I'm all about, taking that level. But I thought Tesla was strong. At that point, we were actually up on the day on Tesla into a negative market. So I was trying to play basically the reversion trade where we're going long on a name that's just came back in and now trying to break a trend line. But that didn't happen. We should have just stayed net short. But instead, we went over to Apple, and this one made sense to me. A name that came back to a resistance level, and we just had Ryan Falloon on. And I mean, he's talking about keeping things as simple as possible. We've again had multiple days off this month, and we're having a wicked month. And I just think it's like sticking with what's been working, sticking with sort of the feels that you have on the market, and understanding that this is a very trendy market once it goes. I mean, the NASDAQ here has just been faded. Like we drew that line right here, right? We talked about Apple and we drew some lines about all these lower highs still being put into place. Well, it's still happening. So this trend, it can get going. You saw it in the morning as well. No better examples than the short that we had immediately. And we knew we wanted AMD short. I mean, it's right on here. So that was a good one. Here we go. Apple maybe picking up some steam right now. Just so you know, we're at about 15% left for Apple. So one more takeout coming soon as we've just bounced back upside. Potential short back at the 50 period, 224.35, 321 already.
Yeah.
So potentially slowing down.
Yeah, look, you're getting close to those, 3:30. We're going to get the early look. I just want to caution. So by the way, GameStop, we just talked with, I mean, you said with Ryan Faluna, support to resistance. So GameStop at 26, you break at 26, there's your previous low, 25.93. So what happens? It breaks 26, goes down, pulls back in, fails at 25.93, that same previous bottom. So when it retakes the low, short on the low break, stop up in here, and then it goes to the downside. Now, if it goes against me, I know exactly where the stop is going to be. It's like a structured trade. But tomorrow, it's a big NASDAQ 100 event. WBA is coming out of the NASDAQ 100, SMCI is going into it. Now, sometimes the day before, you might see a little bit of action. Maybe we'll see SMCI or WBA on the imbalance locator. I don't know. Tomorrow at Friday, I'm not saying it's going to be a big buy and bounce where it's going to move, but the eyeballs are going to be on SMCI. And by the way, SMCI took it on the chin like a lot of other things did today, and it came right back to that 800. I didn't get the 800 break because, I mean, the spread opened up to like $2.50 or something like that. So, it's very different taking a breakout on or a breakdown on this stock than others. I think that's not really even the way that you trade this ultimately. But SMCI down 3%, but not at the lows when the market's at the lows. I feel like there might be buyers in here as it falls down with the market because of what's happening tomorrow. So SMCI is going to be on watch. At 3:30, I'll be looking at this in WBA. If it so happens that Walgreens is a sell, I might want to join it. More likely to trade Walgreens than SMCI, just given the spread.
All right, we got some Broadcom news here on the Benzinga platform here. Apparently, they're looking to develop an AI chip. So looky, what we just did right there. Cancel. Broadcom right now, 50 cents in the money right there. So hit the sirens up right now. But it don't matter, Broadcom or not. Here comes a nice push in again for Apple. So I'm going to take potentially another piece out right now on that. Broadcom, good out there up at 90s because there's the fall back in. So again, we'll be flat on that play. Broadcom out for half and then, maybe a little bit up, but out for there and then out again on this drip down. What's up, Adara?
This Broadcom story here coming from reported by The Information, saying that OpenAI is in discussions or has talked to Broadcom about developing a new AI chip. So that is the story. If anyone missed it, big volume spike here for AVGO compared to previous volume candles on the day. OpenAI reportedly talking to Broadcom about developing a new AI chip. The Information reporting that AVGO.
No one's talking to Intel these days, I guess, because Intel right now, this is just like straight. Bleh.
No, they don't have the capacity. So
No, it's a great stock. I like the long. It's just right now this afternoon.
They're behind in technology in terms of building advanced chips. It's just that simple. Everyone else, like TSM and everyone else, is just they're at a different level, and Intel's playing catch up. The good news is that gives you more upside to the stock in the long term, right? But the bad news is they're in some trouble. Can I just very quickly, that SMAR, it didn't bounce off 46 like I wanted, but it just made a retest at 47. So didn't quite get to VWAP, but there's a test, the higher low at 47. It was pretty simple. I mean, first move to 48, breakout from 46, pick the even dollar. It holds an even dollar, take that trade. If it gets back into the high, we'll scalp it out. If it breaks that low, then we jump out of the trade. But K-Dub, shout out for the super chat. We appreciate you. What's wrong with you? There's nothing wrong with anybody. Ain't nothing wrong with you. I can't live chat and I just joined 5 minutes. You should be able to. But as long as you're a subscriber to the chat, all you got to do is hit that subscribe button. If you can't chat after that, then we got issues we got to fix. All you have to do is be a subscriber. So it is a subs only chat, but it takes you 2 seconds to hit that sub. You want to hit the like, go ahead and do that. Why are all banks red and equal in market value? What is on the menu? Did you get the memo? You did what's lunch today? No, the banks, my explanation for why the banks or a lot of these rally names have been red, it's just been a pullback kind of day. We showed the Goldman Sachs chart, whether you want to pull that up or, I don't know, like I can pull up Morgan Stanley and go over sort of the same, if it actually wants to load here. If it actually wants to load, there you go, and go over the same thing. You've had a pretty strong rally in a lot of the financials, and sometimes you get this kind of a healthy pullback. And I think it's more that than anything else. I'm not going to read too much more into it than, hey, these things have been going up for a few weeks, and sometimes they've been explosive for 4 or 5 days, like you saw that Goldman chart. And when the profit taking comes in, sometimes it comes in heavy, and it's been into a heavy market as well. Maybe as people are taking money out of this to dip buy some other things that are getting lower. So it could be a lot, but obviously they've been on a pretty strong rally overall. Sean had showed XLF already. We had showed Goldman Sachs, but I just pulled up randomly Morgan Stanley, knowing we'd see basically the same thing. So that's what it's all about. So SMAR has declining volume here. So bounce off 47. There's resistance at 47.60. I'm just now sitting here to get it out at the 47.60, and I should be out in front of the 47.60. There was even an IPO today that I'm wondering if I want to trade it, but I'm wondering if some of these smaller IPOs aren't okay for the opening trade. Because like this stock, I had it for a breakout trade, but I can't remember the last time I saw an IPO open at the even dollar. It opened, this RT, opened at $15. Immediately had size at $15, and then just instantly rallied to $15.50, held the higher low at $15.25, broke $15.50, and got to $15.95, and now it's just chilling at the top. So you probably could have taken the opening fill on this, instantly thrown a stop at $14.99 and just profited. And we usually sit around waiting for the big IPOs to do that. And now I keep seeing small ones do that same setup. And that was a good opportunity. Like I didn't take it. I only ever take real size for the opening print or the opening trade. I'm never buying it 5% up or whatever for full size because I don't like chasing these things, especially when I don't know much about them. But this was one that I think was a missed opportunity. For just that easy open trade with your stop set and locked and loaded to go, ARDT.
Yeah, good look there on recent IPOs. There's so many different names of trade these days, of course. Theirs are out there at 83s or 84s on Apple. I mean, it could easily fall back in there. We had talked about we did put a bid down here at the 60s, but then AMD and everything starts ripping up a little bit here. So that's Apple right here, Fabian. Down here at 233, 223 right there, 80s, a piece out. Remember, we had 15%. Now we have a little bit less than that, probably half, so like 7.5%, 8% left right now on Apple. There was another trade idea that I had, and it was Nvidia. So I actually want to go long Nvidia here, and we almost got it. I was bidding 30s. Where did this go to? 44s, okay. Where's that little bottom? 36s, okay. So we missed the long there by 3 pennies, but hopefully it comes back in and fills us. The reason why we're looking for a little bit of a long is this little wick bottom that's just been happening over and over again right now. Obviously, if you're going to go lower, probably 118.75 or so, but I don't mind testing out this 119 area. So if we do fall back in, let's take some 30s. So that way it'll give us like 70 cents worth of risk or so, because I really do feel like there is a good opportunity to get some money in on Nvidia right now. With a taste or test, could taste and test, back up to this 120.50, 121 area for Nvidia on a rally back. So let's give it a shot. If it holds, great. If we have to take an L somewhere on here, that would be fun. Wow, there was just someone that flashed size there, I think by accident. All right, let's.
That's the worst.
Yeah, it's gone now. I don't know if they got filled or not. I just want to check on AMD quickly because this was our big trade and still my number one P&L name. On the day after this one trade. So it's all making me think like scrap the scalping too much. Maybe we could just go on this. But nice look there for AMD here today as that's trying to go back to the upside. We could just check out Palantir. Let's just go back to some names that we've been really successful on. Palantir actually came right back into that level. So yeah, that probably should have been respected and bought again down here at 28.20. We've already done this trade before. Came right back in for us. So that would have been a good look maybe on Palantir. Still could come through. Problem is it's 3:30. Yeah. So we only have a couple more minutes until those imbalances come through. It looks like we did get thrown around a little bit on Broadcom there. And by thrown around, I mean very small amount of shares. Profit. So we went long there at 39, basically this break right there. And then that piece out it's half at 158 flat. So that's 60 cents. And then that hit is basically the same 60 cents again, getting out at 156.75. So flat on Broadcom news. That it looks like they're trying to partner up with OpenAI and do something about their chips. We get that story.
Still good news.
Shares are trading higher following reports suggesting OpenAI is in talks with the company about developing a new chip. So, all right, big screen time with Adara.
We're going to talk about some of the names in the S&P 500 making larger moves with some interesting catalysts that maybe we haven't discussed as much. One of these is actually going to be Meta here. This one up more than 2%. We did have this one recovering from falling yesterday, but also this report coming from the Financial Times that Meta is looking to take a stake in Ray-Ban maker Essilor Luxottica. Of course, Ray-Ban does work with Meta as well for those Meta glasses. So certainly interesting note here for META. We also have here CRWD, CrowdStrike, one of the names in the cybersecurity space, selling off. Redbird Atlantic downgrading this one and lowering its price target from $380 to $275. So more than $100 price target decrease for CrowdStrike. Last but not least here, we have ELV, Elevance Health. They reported yesterday before the open, getting some price target decreases here from Barclays and BofA Securities. BofA Securities actually downgrading them to neutral as well. So ELV, guys.
Yeah, that's worth a look there. That move in Meta back and forth has been absolutely spectacular. 330 hit, no Walgreens, no it's SMCI that we might expect a little something. Enbridge, you see that kind of every single day. BNS, when you have these dualistic Canadian names, when the balances come out in Canada, oftentimes it's just the other direction. Pfizer might be worth a watch because it's moving around, but that's a small sell, 700,000 to the sell side. Not a lot there. GM always pairs off, so $1 million there is not going to be that big a deal. So we'll keep our ear to the ground. Imbalances in about 15 minutes or so, and we'll see if there's something big. NVIDIA did that thing where it came out a couple million shares. NVIDIA has been 2 to 4 million shares at least every other day. So that's always worth a look at 350. That SMAR, again, declining volume big time. Bounced off the 47. I said I'd get out if it couldn't break out of this channel. And once again, it failed that high. So if it fails 47, this all started with a breakout 45, breakout 46 previous top. If it fails here, I think it's $1 lower. And this was just deal speculation here. The other thing, sometimes when you get deal speculation, I've had it happen before, where if there's a response or something, you get a late halt in the stock. You never really want to be caught in that situation. When I get over to GME, we're looking for that breakdown. At 3:30 yesterday, GME dumped, but we were short on the breakdown. 3:30, it's breaking back higher. So I'm just going to get out. We had our stop set at 93. We're going to jump out of GameStop. Down 7%. Don't want this thing trying to make a squeeze back into VWAP. Don't want to give that up. Easily capable of doing anything. If it can drop $1 yesterday in 5 minutes, it can rip $1 on you as well. Still going to be in Rivian, which is the only thing I have left on. That one underneath VWAP, continuing to sort of break down here. We got the 97 short. It just tagged 75s here on Rivian. We're looking for a pullback into about 1665 before 350 hits. And Naresh asking what's going on with MSOS. Why, is it going up in smoke or something? Or no, it's not doing anything. It's actually dead flat. If this is almost like algo trading. Like when you have this kind of like a heartbeat pattern, same bottom, same top, inside range, just bouncing, gets under VWAP, they buy it. Gets over VWAP, they sell it. So that's usually a nothing burger. But on the daily time frame, well, this is what's happening in MSOS. It needs to break 820. What happens if we break out this top? You want things that are squeeze type or need that accelerant to break out resistance. So a consolidation is good, and then you get a potential breakout. Maybe we'll start hearing more about Cannabis, and you get some kind of a catalyst. But this looks pretty good for an 825 break. Just has to happen. So until that does, this is what you get. You get all these wicks and failures up top. I'm sure somebody's probably scalping this thing short.
After, I mean, I was looking about something going short right now. Eli Lilly.
Oh my goodness.
Continues to go short as well. Yeah, huge.
It's been
huge move down as they get a little worried about the oral from as Roche. There came through with a possible GLP-1 alternative, and obviously this would absolutely destroy Eli Lilly, in my opinion, because if someone can just take a pill or whatever the form is, other than injecting themselves with a needle, I feel like that's a better, more efficient
Unless you really like needles.
Of doing it, which a lot of people do. Not me.
They had to swap nurses when they were putting in my IV. The first one, it was like, on the first hand, it was like, I think it was like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
And she was apologizing. She's like, I'm so sorry. And she was so kind and nice about it.
You have the right one.
And then she swapped it around, and the other one came in, did the other hand, it was like done in 2 seconds. I felt bad because she was embarrassed. I was just like, but she felt embarrassed about it. I'm like,
she should be embarrassed. She should probably be fired.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
But if you don't like needles,
a nurse needs to be able to apply a needle, but IV.
But if you don't like that, like someone could have passed out when that, like 4 or
I
5
hate that.
times.
I can't. I probably would have passed out. That's why I'm saying.
It's not. It wasn't fun, anyways. I'll tell you that much. But Josh plays DFS in the chat. What to do with Netflix earnings? Well, the first thing to do is tune in for the aftermarket show. We've got Danielle Shea on the market recap today. Locked and loaded, ready to go. I just messaged her. She was dropping. I didn't say which of her kids she was dropping off at camp, but she was on her way back, and I'm assuming the F-150 because that's what they ended up getting on the way back. So she'll be locked and loaded, ready to talk specifically about Netflix earnings. I think I said this yesterday, but Netflix has some pretty clear defined levels here. Like this, what the heck? Oh, I guess I right-click. This 640 level, big support, holding on to it. If we lose 640 for whatever reason, clear stop at 600, clear, very clear stop at 550. It's not often you see this, but the 200 period moving average is exactly the most important dip support that the stock has had. Now that's a ways away here. You got to drop $90, which is 13%. I want to just, I don't know, that's about 13.5%. Let's just eyeball it. That's like a 13.5% move, which is more than we're expecting on Netflix. So pretty unlikely. But if it does, 550 looks like an obvious spot for a dip buy. I'd be concerned, certainly for them, to be sure. But I mean, you need people like Ryan to actually bother to get Netflix if they like it. Got to have paying customers out there.
Ryan and Sharif may get along real well.
Sharif, doesn't he pay for it now?
Not as far as I know, but maybe.
You know what?
Did his moms kick him off the plan, or
I
what?
could be wrong.
Okay, so
don't quote me on that. Maybe he isn't still paying.
Yeah, you can quote me on it. I think he is not. All right, so right here, Apple's starting to go up. Remember, we only have 10 more minutes till those imbalances come through, so that's going to be something to watch out for. Great trade there by Rivian Millionaire. I'm glad that you have that. I wish that we had still been into it. I'm glad we had mentioned it here. I'm glad I took the trade, but I'm more glad that you have it. Rivian Millionaire right there, putting down some cash and taking the long on AVGO. I could have held it and probably should have, but again, little news-based trade there. Broadcom kicking it there. So nice move there. Thanks for sharing Rivian Millionaire. I recently got out of some of the Rivian, and we talked about that at $18.55 was my exact price. And we shared that with you all today or a couple days ago as well. So that looks like temporarily, I don't know where it's going to go, but it looks like a good trade for right now. I did actually put some money where my mouth was there over lunchtime. We bought some Starbucks down here over lunch. So it's probably a little bit higher than where, well, actually I got filled. So I think we probably got filled around $74.50. That would make sense where I would put that. I can double check that order for you. And then I did buy into, and again, these are for complete long-term names, into some Nike as well today. Both those got filled. Obviously, they're going to be out of the money now as the market, tech names rallying and other names. Actually, ES is doing fine. So Nike downside right now today. We'll take advantage of that and buy a little bit more. I'm just so overweight.
I'm waiting for the break on Nike. Nike did the same 74 top. So this is actually, it held a double bottom. This is what we were looking for. Held a double bottom and now has a consolidative top since that, I mean, obviously things didn't go well for them. But there's a double bottom. All it has to do is take out the previous resistance, which is actually 74.25. So I'm a buyer once it breaks that. And even that could be even a day trade. Like really, it's not exclusive to just when you want to get on strong volume or a strong move or a direction. But the thing I did over lunchtime, actually I didn't do it over lunchtime, it happened over lunchtime. Wicks on the 4 chart. No, 4 did not get to 1580, but it did get to 1480. And I was selling in front of $15. So I sold some in front of 15. The wicks are coming back there. It'd be amazing if those were real. I was talking about BS prints, and when you used to see some of that happen and people would get these weird fills and then they'd break the trade and then you'd be upset. And one of the trainings was talking about, I forget the stock, where they got, in their own personal account, they got a dummy fill.
Okay.
They were it read them, hey, you're in the money 500,000, and then you get the phone call that you have the trade broken because that's what they do. But these dark pool wicks, they're just an annoyance. 4 did not get to 14, but it got to, it's 1580, but it did get to 1480. And in front of that 15 level, this is why. There you go, zoom out. I was always planning here that if we broke down, I was just getting out. I saw it holding this 200 period moving average. When it broke the second time, if it lost here, I'm getting out of this thing. If it got up to the top, I'm taking out half at 15, and then we'll see what happens with the other half. The GM, I have some GM shares. They've been doing so much better overall. I feel like I'd rather hold the GM shares than the Ford shares. And that's just because GM's chart looks like this, and it's much, much better. And it's so good that they're just leaving you in suspense all the way up at $50. Just so much stronger is this GM chart. So, which one do I like better? I don't care of either car company. I just like this chart and the stock moving a little bit better here in GM.
All right, yeah, I agree with that. I like the GM chart for sure. As we look there, I still own both of those. Did not get anything out. All right, so I should have got more into Apple. We just came back right back to 225 there. Remember, we only have 6% left or whatever we told you guys. Down there we had 15% and got out of half there, so 7.5% left. So nice move back up. We should have shorted it. I'm now waiting there right now because we were not before. So it should be pretty good if that can hit for us. Bitcoin, not a great day. Let me check out what's happening with IBIT because I remember this morning we were looking at crypto and it was 65-ish. Now you're down here to 63.6. But nice little rally back, so that's good for. Wow, look at Bitcoin with VWAP again. I mean, this is what it's about, man. I should have told those guys, oh man, come back here, campus traders. Just use VWAP and absolutely nothing else. Honestly, there it is, right there. VWAP again, another good trade. If you're just trying to pick out trades, that would be something to look at for sure.
You want something simple. The thing about a VWAP trade is that at least when you're going over ideas, it's easy to say, okay, this is where you get it. It's not hard to follow rules with it. It's a very simple indicator. You find a support or resistance off it. I just happen to have Dell up because it's absolutely flying, right? But if you were trading off of VWAP here in the afternoon, well, Dell already had a high of 124.25. So if you happen to be shorting it off of VWAP, it'd be an easy place to put a stop for like 40 or 50 cents. That's all I'm getting at. Like, it's usually going to give you defined trades, which if you start with those, if you break your rules, it's obvious. If you have like 55 different reasons of confluence to get into a trade, then it's going to be easy for you to come up with 56 and not get out of the trade when you should. That's all. But if you have a really simplistic reason for being in, then it's easy for you to give up on it and acknowledge when you're wrong. That's the idea about being simple trading. So Dell just went green. I pulled it up because everyone else is talking about how strong Dell is. Rivian might come right back to break even. If we break 17, I'm going to get out of it. I don't see anything. Nothing's changing in terms of early look imbalances. It's not like Dell popped up or Meta popped up. They're just looking very strong going into some of these highs. But Rivian's coming right back into either we hold here at VWAP, we break the 17. I'm going to tighten the stop up because it's 344 already.
Oh my. Let's go. We just talked about this, man. I mean, before I was talking about VWAP there, and then we just went off a little bit. But here we go. Nice move upside here for Apple. We got to take something out, though, if we're going to capitalize on it. Good short. We just talked about getting that short again. Boom, goes the dynamite again. One more time. So let's just cook it up. Nice trade right there for Apple. Yes, sir. Oh, my. This day is getting to be pretty epic. Again here, just good trades early, believe in the trades. Like none of besides Broadcom, like everything else is like, almost threw up a little bit in my mouth there. I apologize. But there goes Broadcom. Wow. Oh, we were only long at 157.50. It's just $3 in the money right now. So, okay. Good trade there, I guess, for Broadcom. But there it goes. Congratulations to the trillionaire now, Rivian trillionaire. You should maybe change your name off that. I'm glad that we were able to grab that for you. But there it is, man. We are now out of much more than half of this trade right there. It is, Neil. Another one creating this. So, big time trading. Yes, sir. We like that.
What was that one? I like that.
It was a good one, whatever one it was. Good days today coming through. So we'll just it's 3:45 right now. Maybe we got to wear shroom hat a little more often. All right. So good trade. Like look at this. What else are we supposed? What else? We say, who next? Like Apple. Boom. Come. Thank you. Come again. Like you want to talk about the essence or the evolution of a trader. There you go. You guys want to make a movie? I'm right here. Patient today. We take that note all the way to 340. And it's like, why would I short all the way up here? Let's just wait. So that was a good one. I'll bid out again at 71s. Remember, we do have these imbalances coming through. The kind of day that we're doing, we're at the highest spot we're at right now. And honestly, it's like we've leveled up. So that was a good one. We'll take it out. Now again on Apple, we have less than 20% left of this trade. Neil's already gone over this. Enbridge, BNS, thank you.
It's all the nothing stuff.
Yeah, so you're going to get, well.
I'm going to have Walgreens up.
There's lots of stocks on here. Nothing stocks. I mean, these are basically, they're all New York. That's the problem. But again, look down here. Disney, UPS, FCX, Wells Fargo, the banks are in the building, right? We talked about Pfizer. BMY's been really, really beat up. That one needs.
Yeah, but it's the whole. Yeah, a lot of those have been beat up a lot.
No.
Pfizer's chart's pretty nasty too.
Oh no, I'm talking about BMY though from time. Like Pfizer's at least bounced back. Here, let me show you BMY.
No, I thought they were equally bad.
No. BMY has been.
No, I mean Pfizer's chart's not exactly very pretty. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, they might be the same. I'm just like this name again. Maybe. I don't know. I just like
that's pretty
$54 down to 40, maybe. I just feel like Pfizer was leveling off a little bit for a little bit longer. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Since June, for sure, in this range of $3. Looks like Bristol Myers might actually.
Actually, no, Pfizer is doing a little better, I'd say.
Yeah, like so.
No, they both stink, but Pfizer's like a little bit better. See how Pfizer's back above the 200?
Often, but
it's like it's not a good chart, but it's like a less bad chart. That's the best way to think about it. But with 2 minutes to go, as I said, at 3:50, we get the early look on New York. At 3:50, we'll get the NASDAQ numbers. And that's when you might, I stress the word might, it is tomorrow that SMCI is being added to the index. It is tomorrow that WBA is coming out of the NASDAQ 100. But that's when you might see some numbers out of those two. And that's what we're anticipating. So VWAP just came in on Rivian again. This will be the last ditch. If it breaks above VWAP, you just got to get out. It's late in the day. There's not much left here. Just going to cancel any orders and stop orders that we don't need to be hitting. Because you don't want to have those fill when you're not attending. That would be foolish. And that happened to a trader, and I'll never forget it. Silly. We had a trader that left a stop order and got filled on the market close in the futures. All because before he logged out, he did not remember to check, and it filled right away. Thankfully, the managers were right there to hit the flatten key, but you pay a little spread in the aftermarket, and he lost on it, and that was just laziness because it actually warns you that you have an order out before you log out. Which is hilarious.
AVGO is the ripper du jour, to say the least.
Whole split too.
Absolutely fantastic trading right there on Broadcom on that news. So I just wanted to say we actually just got note that there was some subscriptions there from Benzinga when Ryan was on. So I want to thank everybody for that. And there it goes again, boom, off of that, right? I mean, nothing different that I did at all. I just saw the news and went long and fortunately put a stop out. But that stop was okay. Like, look, it would have triggered down here if we didn't get out up here. So pretty good. We are not reloading Apple. My stop on this trade with our last 10% is 11s. So here we go, man. Will we lose? And you know, this is why we scalped out of this thing. We know that 350 is here. I mean, we may look like a spring chicken, but we definitely are not. We've been here for a minute. And the thing is like we've seen these imbalances come and go over and over and over again. So there it is. Stop us out. Apple, guess what it is?
Another one.
Positive stock. So there it goes. We'll drop down some cash there. Look at the NASDAQ, man. We are really taking off. So a couple good outs for us. We covered our SOX L trade right there. And you could see what's happening. That was a short in the market, right? So there it is, short covered. And now you're getting blown up. We definitely knew that NVIDIA was going to go. We tried to buy this. We didn't know about it or I would have punched, but we were sitting down here and we just didn't get filled. I actually still have the bid there. So that's what's happening right now. Now the stocks are starting to go upside. I don't know what they were, but definitely seems pretty huge there. I don't have my.
I have Intel sell 2.6 million, Nvidia sell 1.7 million, Apple sell 1.2 million, Marvell sell 1 million shares. So we've got pretty much across the board. Amazon 800,000 to the sell side. So pretty much across the board to the sell. Nvidia has been the bigger one most days, but keep in mind, Intel 2.6 million versus Nvidia 1.6. That's an order of magnitude more notional value for Nvidia. Obviously, that's a bigger imbalance. So nothing doing on Walgreens, Boots Alliance, or it's SMCI. Why do I always forget the one that's more important? Because they're going in. That's what everyone's going to be focused on tomorrow. No action. VWAP broke on Rivian, so we reloaded at 93 and got out when it took out 96. Just keep it tight to the vest. At the end of the day, we only have about 9 minutes to go. NVIDIA on that push. It was right into the tops. You probably could have had something. It was at a resistance level. That's actually been a trade sometimes if you want to, it's not that you're anticipating that there's going to be a sell imbalance, but it's kind of like a free roll coin flip if it's at a resistance level anyways, that you would have shorted regardless. Because then you just have a stop at 121.50. If imbalance comes bid, you're stopped out at 121.50 like you would be anyways. And if it comes out sell, you get an extra push down because the imbalance worked in your favor. So every now and then you can have an idea for that. I mean, ideally, that's what I would have hoped for on Walgreens, which, surprisingly enough, they're getting the old heave-ho from the NASDAQ 100, and someone's getting the selling out of the way early on Walgreens. I don't wonder if it's this bad today. I mean, it's not a good stock. That's why you leave the NASDAQ 100 in the first place. But if it's this bad today, I don't wonder if there isn't an opportunity to maybe just take some trend shorts in the middle of the day on Walgreens. Wow, nasty. I remember when this was a stock that people liked. But I'm old, so it's easy for that to be true.
Yeah.
Wow. Glad I don't own Walgreens. We're talking about the Pfizer chart. Like,
look at this. On our last 10% there on Apple, this is why, you can see what happens here on those imbalances. Like, we got stopped out right before the imbalances. We could have not put that order out. If by random chance the imbalances come long, then it goes the other way. But today they came short. So nice move there for some of these names that we just highlighted them, including Nvidia pushing back down there. Bank of Nova Scotia, I guess, still staying there. I don't know why, but okay, that's a nice move there. We already talked about Bristol Myers. Neil went over some of these. Amazon as well, nice downside move right back into that level. Could be a buy here at the end of the day. I just feel like you really are sort of pulling at teeth right now, trying to find like a bigger trade. But if there was anything of significant value that sort of popped up, I think we could definitely make that play. Let's just have a look. Intel was a big one off of the 200 period. So that could have been good there. Okay. I better cancel all my stop orders, make sure we don't have anything filling there. Yeah,
there was a question about this. Walgreens tomorrow's coming out of the NASDAQ 100. So that's it's coming out of the NASDAQ 100 tomorrow, and the SMCI is going into the NASDAQ 100. I feel like I probably just said the index, and then that's my bad. I didn't specify. But NASDAQ 100 action tomorrow. Maybe we see something, maybe we don't. But I'll be geared up for it. When it does hit, sometimes you get a Tesla-like move. It won't be nearly as big, the notional value. And that NVIDIA is pairing off as we speak. So before 355 even hits, NVIDIA's already paired off half. So you're already seeing that pair. Apple, still 1.3. Intel's not really pairing it off. 2.5 million to the sell side still for Intel. Giving some of it back today, although still up 1%. It's kind of what it did yesterday. Like, it gave it all back and then managed to stay green. There's no possible way it can do the breakout and then fade 3 days in a row. But if it does, we should probably all be trying the breakout and fade on Intel. It's like twice in a row. It does the same move, just a little bit more compressed.
Yeah. I like Intel. I feel like I want to buy it if it ever gets down to that $32 level, which maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, maybe never. We'll see if it does get down there again. Another kind of Trump play there, as he came out and talked about that, trying to get some chip strength back onto U.S. soil, and Intel would be the play there. So some nice run-ups.
That's one of the only things they might both agree on, actually, I think. Like, what else do they both agree on? That they want to bring chip production into the U.S.? I think you win either way with that.
Apparently, they both agree that Donald J. Trump will be winning, because if Biden's going to be backing out, there might be a reason why that's happening. Apparently, he's asking for how Kamala is polling right now. All right, so right down there, I'm guessing that Donald Trump would love to hear that announcement. All right, 223.90 right now. Look at this.
Don't give your
boom to the downside right there for Apple, and then there's 355. So now you get another move. I mean, I'm still happy as you know what about Apple. I mean, I can't be unhappy with it. Nvidia completely turned around as well at 355. So you want to talk about some tomfoolery happening in the marketplace? Well, I mean, just right now, right in the last 10 minutes, you get $1.50 downside, then $1.50 right back up because of the closing imbalances. So I hope we've all learned a little bit here. That's very risky to put on positions in the last 10 minutes. So let's keep that in mind. Before all this happened, I had Netflix on my mind, not because there will be, Netflix and chill still a thing. I haven't heard people mention that in a minute, but still very, very popular Netflix. We'll see what happens here today. Let's just look at the daily chart for NFLX. So with an 8% implied move, last time it was 9%. So you're at 640. You're going to chop off $60 onto this name, bring it back into 580, which brings it into this level if they miss. I would say I would be a buyer of Netflix at the 200 period moving average. I love the subscription. I love the service. I love the subscription model. So yeah, if there's anything in the water with Netflix, let's look up to pick some up tomorrow on this name. I was lucky enough to buy some real low, but I was also lucky enough to get out of this. Unlucky enough to get out of this around $50 or so when Netflix was one of its first brand new company. I remember being a subscriber and having to mail them back. And now, obviously, what they've done with that business is huge. And remember, I still feel that. So my call for Netflix would be a beat. And I'll tell you, I don't know about a beat, but tomorrow up. And the reason why is I think they're going to talk all kinds of nice about they're going to remind people that they have NFL. They're going to remind people about some of the boxing that they're trying to get involved in. Of course, that Tyson fight was canceled.
Boo.
Yeah, that would have been great.
That would have been great for them. But it's great for them, too.
That's what I'm saying. So I think they're going to remind people of all of this. So we'll remind you that Neil's going to get over to the desk.
Got Danielle Shea.
We got Danielle Shea. So it'll be awesome to hear some of her thoughts on the earnings. And we'll see. Again, remember, she likes to say, if it doesn't outpace its earnings, then probably its expected move, then may not be a great trade. So let's keep that 10% in mind for Netflix, as that's what's implied. I like them. I think they're the best of the streaming services.
Yeah.
And if you're going to find a pure play, it's Netflix, right? The thing about Disney is you play Disney off of earnings, off of the streaming, and they have so much else, right? They have box office and all of that. Yeah, someone's got to clean up. There's about a row of about 15 waters over there because obviously we can't carry them back. Right there, Sharif, maybe he'll get that tomorrow morning, or he'll just add it to the pile. All right, 2 minutes left as we go. So I want to thank everybody for once again watching today. Let's just go over what Palantir's doing. Nice drop down for Palantir. We'll see if we can buy some of that tomorrow in and around $28. A big thank you to Ryan Faluna today. A big thank you to Pure Lock as well for coming through. Do we have anybody earlier this morning? No, we did not, but we're going to thank Sharif for a great show. We're going to thank Adara for one. You're going to see Adara in a couple minutes. I want to thank Brendan, Ramin, Fabian on the ones and twos as well. As many of you know, it takes a lot to put this show on. So I want to thank everybody. And again, to Bears and Bulls. So we do now have your 2-minute warning is now on. I'm just starting to think about what drills. I got 8 of 14 players or 9 of 14 players coming through tonight for Little League practice. So I don't know, Big PI, what do you think we should do? Hitting? I think hitting's important. Hitting's a nice one there. We'll do some hitting practices. I've been lucky enough to, for some reason, one shouldn't jinx it, but the arm is still good. I can throw BP at these kids. So we'll do some of that, have maybe a little fun scrimmage. Right, it's hot. Actually, today was actually really nice outside. It was about 20 degrees when I came in this morning. Now just 23 degrees, so about 75 Fahrenheit here in lovely Toronto, Ontario. So, all right, let's see what happens here. One of my best stocks and the number 2 P&L name of the day is Meta. That was just basically twice and done on Meta. Let's find out where Tesla's at the end of the day. Near the lows. Man, do we love that 247, 248 level for Tesla. Let's see if that comes back tomorrow. Amazon, my reddest name. It's always nice when your reddest name is not your lowest. Like what I lost on Amazon is about half of what we made on AMD. So that's good right there. But we do wind up losing on Amazon there as well. Let's check out Meta near the end of the day. We talked about that being high. Apple still hovering around 224. That's been pretty bad from those lows for sure. Palantir, Meta, what else have we traded today? That's about it. AMD, where are we at? Right now, 155. And then we didn't get any fills on NVIDIA, so we got to type it in and find out. NVIDIA, yes, sir, will close near its highs of the day. So NVIDIA, going to be a nice one. Let's think about going long tomorrow with only 5 seconds left. It is 4. It is 3. I don't know why. I hit that a long time ago. 2 and 1. We are now closed. So there it is. The countdown must have been a little bit slow. Netflix is already out, reporting $4.88. There goes Netflix. Netflix down to $6.20, $6.25 just hit. Now Netflix back to $6.56. The spread right now is $30 on Netflix. So watch out here. We do have that report coming in. It's in my ear. We're ready when you guys are. Netflix downside push down now. Now going back up 660. Now down 610, 611. You're just getting a wild move right now in Netflix. You're seeing a live level 2 right now. 610, 620, 618, 640 is coming through. Netflix bouncing around. Take the level 2 for what it is. It's a $30 spread. Now it's a $10 spread. Now it's 15. I remember when Sharif was doing this, I turned over and go, my guy, there's no way you will survive trading earnings plays. And this is a perfect example right there. Netflix all the way to the downside right now. Just touched $600 Netflix. Ramin, you tell me. I'm just killing time. All right, next time use the Unity if you get a chance. It's 4:01. They're ready. See you guys.
As you just heard, we'll get the numbers in a quick second, but we went right to the daily 600 level on Netflix. Just came in. You're down 7 points here. Now continuing to flush. The initial move, there was a flush that got pushed back up to 660. Somebody probably got trapped up there and had their day ruined. Well, or sorry, is having their day ruined because they're still in that position potentially. But yeah, right into the first support levels. Right in the afternoon, we're talking about a couple of things. Big obvious area at $600 of support, and then a big obvious area at $550 for another support level. Dara, what are the numbers here for Netflix?
There is so much here to digest. I apologize. It's going to be quite a few numbers here, so bear with me. The biggest thing, though, that I think is worth noting with regards to this report is their Q3 revenue outlook here. It's going to be lower than expected. $9.73 billion they're seeing for Q3 revenue. Analysts were looking for $9.82 billion. Their Q2 revenue, though, was a slight beat. $9.56 bill versus the estimated $9.53 bill. They also beat on Q2 earnings per share here, $4.88 versus the estimate of $4.74. But their Q3 outlook for revenue, though, that was a miss. Their EPS outlook higher than expected. $5.10 per share for Q3 EPS versus the estimate of $4.75. They also, for Q2 global streaming paid net additions, way higher than expected. They added 8.05 million subscribers versus the estimated 5.03 million additions. They're also looking to phase out their basic plan in the US and France and, quote, don't expect advertising to be the primary driver of revenue growth in 2024 or 2025. So some iffy sentiments with regards to their ad plan. So guys, that was a lot of numbers. Let me know if you need me to repeat anything. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Like, obviously, ad revenue is expected to eventually be a big deal for them. But if you're starting to push out when it's going to be that big deal another year away, throw in that revenue miss, I suppose, on the guidance. There's a lot that was pretty good on that, but it came right into that 600 level that we were talking about to the downside. That was always going to be the fear. No push into 550, so you can't get that dip by. But it's now held a second time off of 600 on a 3-minute chart, went right into that support level at 600, bounced once. Now it's going to get tested a third time here on Netflix, and there are some sympathy names that have gone to the downside as well. It's a pretty red day overall. This is going to help things with Netflix going to the downside. It's the first salvo into big cap tech on the earnings. Maybe not as big as they used to be, but believe me, this isn't a good start. The good news for Netflix, I would say, is it's done much worse than this on earnings before. We've seen 20, 25, 30% to the downside. I remember when Netflix and Meta were both doing this, and this is not nearly as bad yet. It's only 5 points. You still have to see tomorrow's reaction. Can it hang on to that 600 level? Everyone's going to digest it. There was some good points in that. The EPS beats, the good guide on the EPS. So there were some positives, the net adds that you were talking about there, Adair. So it's not as if it's all bad, and it's not a double-digit loss either. So I think, all in all, not the end of the world over here for Netflix, but it doesn't help when you already had this rotation coming out of names like this.
Yeah, I think definitely the biggest issue here from what I could tell from an investor standpoint would be, I guess, these concerns with advertising being the primary growth driver, given how much that was pushed earlier and how excited the market would get when they would introduce these new ad-related statistics. But I mean, they did beat on EPS and revenue for Q2, to be clear. The Q3 guidance, though, for revenue was a miss. So not necessarily great. Look, we know they gapped down in their last report as well. So 2 gaps down in a row for NFLX. Not necessarily a great sign, especially as we have a whole slew of tech earnings coming over the next 2 weeks.
And over here, Plug is getting unplugged. Unfortunately, or like somebody pulled the plug. There's a lot of puns you can use for this. Down 10% in the aftermarket. Looks like, I've seen people in the chat say that it's an offering. Yeah, with a company like Plug, that's a pretty safe bet when you see a candle like this to the downside. So you get a little bit of action aftermarket with Netflix. You get more for a beaten up name. So Plug down through the 50 period here was never a good looking chart. What do we have going on here, Adara?
Plug announcing the proposed offering of common stock, looking to start a $200 million public offering here. Guys, they also have a short float of 27.6%. Pretty small market cap as well, $2.27 billion. So Plug, pretty big short float here, announcing a $200 million public stock offering.
$200 million offering. Okay, so that's like 1/10 the valuation, and then it goes down. It's down 11% right now. So you would suspect, there's going to be a lot of people that are looking for this. If it's down way more than 10%, it'll be SSR, and then maybe that outstrips the amount that they're potentially down the line going to be devaluing the stock. You might be able to catch some kind of a rubber band or SSR bounce on this tomorrow, but you got to let these things settle down. A lot of times you're going to get, when you have an offering, it's going to go right down, kind of find an equilibrium, and then hold on. There's not a lot to digest. This isn't some earnings report that they have to read through. It's going to make the adjustment, then it's going to settle. We'll see where it trades in there tomorrow. So obviously, Plug Power, add that to Netflix, which, by the way, hey, there's your 600 level, held once, held twice, right back into 630. And this is exactly why we were going over this in the afternoon show. I mean, 600 is not a very difficult level to find. Once, twice, thrice, it was a big support. When it broke, it ran away from it. When it consolidated above, it ran away from it in either direction. That's what makes the key level, and that's where you get the nice bounce. Now trading 633, only down 2.5 points here, which I would say is pretty impressive, all things considered there, Adara. But I wanted to talk a bit, when we talk about the sectors that were moving, yesterday, it was a weekday for the market. Everyone's seen what the Qs have done the last couple of days. We can start with that. We can talk about what's happened with the semis. The Qs down a couple of days in a row, not looking very good at all. But today, there were a lot of people surprised to find, you have consumer discretionary, which was looking pretty good. XLY pulling back a second day. Now, you had names which were flying. I mean, we can talk about the financials in a broad sense, but I almost want to look at exactly what happened. And we did this in the midday. We did this in the afternoon. I want to look at what happened with Goldman Sachs. You had Goldman Sachs pulling back big time. You've got XBI down 2.3%. The biotechs pulling back after pressing back into some highs. A lot of these things that were running so strongly outside of tech that had good days yesterday, potentially, or good days going into yesterday, and weren't part of any of the pullback that happened in tech, now they're starting to get back. There's profit taking happening. I mean, it happened in XBI. We've already talked about this a little bit with the IWM. So the Russell as well in the midst of a pullback. Now, we mentioned this with Ryan Faluna. Some of these stocks come back into support levels, could be good for a bounce play. Right, they're all trending to the upside. I think you got to still put them in a different category. Should not be a surprise for anybody. Jets was under pressure. We had some airline earnings as well, which was a bit of a mixed bag. They're down 2.5%. It's not so much that we had a red day. It's the things that were strong to the downside that maybe surprised some people. The financials, people were very surprised. We got a lot of questions about why the heck is biotech down? Why is the XBI down when it's been rallying so much? Eli Lilly got punked today. Eli Lilly, anytime you're looking at XBY, Eli Lilly is just everything right now. It is what it is. And this is what the Eli Lilly chart looks like. If you think Netflix is having a bad afternoon, Lilly was down at 1.8%. And look at the strong upward trend on the daily chart. You don't see down moves like that. And it's not even earnings, right? The Roche news, again, if there's going to be an oral drug competition, that is not good for Eli Lilly, and that's been top-heavy stock for quite some time here at Era.
Yeah, and we'd also in that space, too, we have Abbott Laboratories releasing their earnings. They got down in earnings. Another name that to keep an eye on is we have ISRG, Intuitive Surgical. I put these numbers in the chat, but this is a massive beat across the board. 14% increase here for revenue, $2 billion versus the estimated $1.972 billion. So massive revenue beat there. They also crushed EPS here as well, $1.78 per share versus the estimates of $1.54 per share here. Beat across the board. Also with pronouncing their view for the next quarter as well, but I'm not seeing compared to estimates for that. But yet, EPS beat, revenue beat massive for both, 14% year-over-year revenue increase as well for ISRG. I did put those numbers in the chat too if you missed them.
Thank you very much, Adair. And that's an 8% move to the upside. Now, look, Intuitive is going to only be up to 2.8%, but keep in mind, like a lot of other things, it gave a lot up today. So you're rallying from the lows. That percent on the day is always going to be deceiving. It's like, what's the actual move from where we came from? It's been down a couple of days, so you can see the downward trend, and that's an 8% move into 440 for Intuitive Surgical. Maybe not a normal day trade stock, I don't think there's a lot of people that will be clamoring to day trade it, but dips right into the 50 period, gets a good print. Not really going to break it out because everything in the space has gotten absolutely punked today. And now you're going to run into that resistance. It's going to be tricky, very tricky, even with a good report for a stock like that to get through that high. And still holding up pretty well here. I know Netflix is the daddy, holding up pretty well. Another higher low just got put in on the 3-minute. You're still rejecting the breakdown price of 640. And for anyone that trades after, like it was a clear downward move on Netflix, but trust me, there are people that probably got trapped long this above 650 if you're trying to momentum trade, and then had to stop out at 640. But 640 turning into serious resistance. We chart the levels, get ready for tomorrow. Clearly 600 is going to be a big deal. 640 looks like one. Although my memory, which is pretty good when it comes to trading post-earnings on names that we don't often trade, Netflix has a tendency the day after earnings to not be the best opening trade. More boring than you expect, and then just wait for the afternoon, or maybe wait for a consolidation and then a play the following day. So usually I'm trying to wait and be patient with Netflix, not expect a whole lot at that 9:30. I know we're going to have Danielle Shea at some point, but I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the trades today if we could. We did the sector recap. I don't know if we'll get the trade review. I have a tendency to want to just let the guest give the goods because you hear us all day long. I think that's the right way to go. And a lot of times we don't get to a trade review if we don't do it early, and we had some earnings today. Netflix starting to pull back in. But I was surprised. I said to Sean when he came in, I'd be surprised if yesterday was as good of a day of trading for me. I ended up pretty much making exactly what I made yesterday, thinking it wouldn't be as good. The morning was about half as good, and then the afternoon was just like everything just work, and then it was a pretty solid day. How was your day of trading? Because there's so many opportunities out there, you had to pick and choose.
Yeah, it was really fun. I did enjoy SOXL. I was really proud of what I did with SOXL. I lost in my first trade of SOXL. I hadn't spent long enough looking at the levels. So I was like, fine, whatever. If you see more stuff you like on it, come back to it. I believe it ended up being my best name of the day. Maybe that and TSM, because I did have a TSM short. Basically, I think my strategy, because I've noticed sometimes I have the best days, not even P&L wise, because like I said, I've been hiding my P&L, but just in terms of the strategy, when I let myself focus on multiple names, because I find if I get really locked into one name, I tend to not, notice other opportunities. So I did a little bit of Nvidia, a little bit, like a lot of chip names. I did the SPY as well, though. Probably my favorite trade was taking the long, so we got that 554, sold off, then we approached that 554 again, running up into that. I was taking that as a long. So I would take a piece. I think I started getting in around 553.50s. I got in, would get out, we come back, add, get out. I didn't end up staying beyond the 554 just because for my style, I did not like what I was seeing in the book when we were not able to get back to that 554. And B, I know I would have panic sold had I held it. So I just said, Adair, I take it out at 554. Really happy with how that trade went. And yeah, I mean,
that's about the only trade you could have long on it.
It's a fun one, yeah.
Today, I'm dead serious. Like, let's go to the chart here for a quick little second because it's important, right? If we're going over that trade, you see our trades all day long. I mean, if you look at this, I got to assume it's like right in here, right about 12:30 to 1 o'clock. You made that clear downward channel. It finally finds a level of support, which it had not done. You have little small levels of support in a 3-minute, that's 10 minutes long. But here, you find a long consolidation, 553.5, with most of the bodies here a little bit higher, and then you get a press up. It ultimately does fail and head back down. But if you're scalping long, it's about the only place that it was safe to do so. But I wanted to, you mentioned SOXL.
Yes, that was fun.
SOXL, this W pattern here. And look, I'm not a chartered market technician, but if you can't tell this, I'm more interested when I see something like this of support, resistance, resistance, resistance. That is the low-hanging fruit of technical analysis. I don't care what if you want the most simplistic concept of this stock just broke a level that everyone was watching, and now I think it's trending in the other way, but I have no idea where to get it on the back end. Well, if it so happens to reject the previous support level, short it there. It shows you the wick, shows you a top, short here, stop there, short here, stop there. Now, ultimately, you take it the third time, you get wicked out, so be it. You go 2 for 3. Those are both big opportunities and big win trades that you can have. Before we get to it, just one last double check. Still holding some of those highs. Netflix, higher lows, I should say, still down 3% overall. But I have an idea that someone might be interested in talking some Netflix as well. Welcome, Danielle Shea, of course, one of our favorite guests, and no better time to talk to you, Trader Danielle, than during earnings season, which I know it starts with the banks, but for a lot of us, it really starts when we get Netflix and big cap tech. So first of all, how is everything going? Are you enjoying the summer? I know it's busy when you have kids. Obviously, with another along the way, congratulations again, by the way. But how has your day been? How has your week been?
Thank you. It's good to be back. I haven't been able to do the show as much as normal because summertime, kids, camp, picking cherries, all that kind of stuff. But I miss all of you guys, and I'll be here as much as possible. It's been great. It's been beautiful and sunny.
Nice.
And I'm looking forward to this earnings season.
That's what it's all about. I love cherries, by the way. We had cherries in our salad today, which is a weird thing to put in a salad. I don't put cherries in the salad. I just eat them out of a basket like a normal person would. Well, I mean, Fabian's laughing at me, but like cherries have a pit in it. So why would you eat that with a salad? It doesn't even make any logical sense. But that aside, the camp that your kids are at, any special camp? Like, is it a themed camp or just like a regular, like summer camp that we all went to when we were kids?
Oh yeah, we do different ones every week. So far we did a flag football camp, we had a basketball camp, we did a horse camp one week. And so, it's just taxi driver mom these days,
There's no better life than being involved like that. Horse riding, that's pretty cool there. So let's get to brass tacks here for a second. Because Netflix, I feel like, I know it's down, and there was some concern it would go to the downside here. Both Sean and I were saying that. Yet, we're only down 3%. So obviously, it wasn't that big of an extended move. We're coming from, back in the day, I say back in the day, like the last couple of years, where sometimes down on Netflix would mean 15, 20% on earnings and a big kind of a shock. So what's your look here when effectively we don't have that big of a move at all?
Looking at Netflix, I'm a little bummed about the downside move, especially considering that, Netflix has been in a very nice bullish pattern. I mean, for the most part, they do typically trade higher after earnings. Yes, last quarter they did trade lower, but that was after they had announced that they weren't going to publicly publish their subscriber numbers. So that was a little bit funky, even though they had really good numbers. So this quarter, I completely agree with you. It's abnormal for them to stay within the expected move. The expected move was $48. And so right now, we have Netflix trading down at $6.24. So, you're only down about 20 bucks or so. With this chart, here's the thing is that I was looking for a trade into 700. I think we can still get it. Doesn't look as good as it would look if it was up, right? But when you look at Netflix, you're right at the 50 simple in the daily chart. Now with the earnings move, you're going to be a little bit lower down at the 100 simple. But we do have consolidation on that daily chart. We do still have a bullish trend. I think that as long as it holds 625 and the NASDAQ holds the 50 simple, we should be able to buy tech. But I think it's a little bit dicey just because the move is a little bit lackluster. I will say that it's certainly better than it could be, because if it was down the expected move or more, then that would absolutely be a NASDAQ sell signal. And we're not really seeing that because the NASDAQ is holding support at the 50 simple on the daily chart.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, again, you'll like to look for silver linings, right? Like, you're not going to be happy stock that a lot of us own is going to be to the downside, but I think we can all remember when a bad report for Netflix meant taking not just double digits off, but I mean like a couple of dozens, and that's always going to be nasty. But I agree with you there wholeheartedly. It might be a little bit ho-hum, which is absolutely fine. And I say this all the time when we have you on, Danielle, and everyone should pay attention to this. Oftentimes, it's earnings, everyone's excited. If it's not big or the A+, that's okay. The worst thing that you can have happen is just someone tell you this is going to be the biggest thing ever and the biggest opportunity when they don't believe it and it's utter nonsense. So I always appreciate you giving us the real goods, because sometimes you get the big moves and the bangers, like the way Tesla's moved recently or Apple, and other times it maybe doesn't look as good. And it does make sense to maybe dial things back a bit. So speaking of in the range of earnings, because at least for now, I mean, a lot can happen on Netflix. Maybe it does move a little bit more in the aftermarket. We had TSM this morning. They reported, and they're flat right now looking at this. aftermarket. There was already that push down that a lot of the chip names have been having. Of course, you've got all this geopolitical tension going on with regards to Taiwan, with regards to protectionism when it comes to chips. So it has a lot of things going on with it, but kind of stayed inside of its range and inside of its pack. And this one, I know you like the 50 simple. I mean, that's kind of exactly where this thing bounced from. What's your take on TSM? I know it's a popular name with our traders.
So with TSM, it was really a unique situation yesterday where we got all of that political commentary right before the earnings report, right? And so before the earnings report, it was already down 7%. And the expected move over earnings was only about 6%. So what I ended up doing with this is I just went ahead and sold the premium in the options market for the earnings report. And I was betting on the move being less than expected because it had already moved due to the comments that were made earlier in the day. So that's definitely, it's not something you could do now, but it's something that it's a strategy you could use on a different stock. If you see that a stock has earnings upcoming and then it has a big move, the day before or the day of earnings, then a lot of the times when the report comes out, you don't see as much volatility. So it can be great for a volatility crush trade in the options market. So that's what I did with Taiwan Semiconductors. I already got in and I got out. But at this point, I think it's a great company. I think it's a great stock. I really like stocks down at the 50 simple on the daily chart, especially for long-term investments. I have been telling our traders, if the rhetoric is going to pick up again with the semiconductors, with President Trump and Taiwan, we definitely have to be cautious of that, because if you go back and look at 2018 and 2019, you saw the entire semiconductor sector just basically trade flat over a long term, but there was a lot of volatility, right? Yeah. Now, I don't think it'll be the exact same as it was then, because now, we have the AI revolution and things are a little bit different and these companies are doing extremely well. And I think that Taiwan Semi had a great earnings report. But I do think that traders should be aware of the upcoming volatility due to the political rhetoric that is starting again.
Well, I love that you've just actually, for everyone paying attention, which you better all be paying attention, everybody just got a trade idea that maybe you don't realize. So basically every massive event, now you don't know the political rhetoric is going to come out in front of the earnings of TSM, but we tend to have earnings when the Fed makes a decision. There's always going to be, maybe you get big CPI number, well, who's reporting a day after that? So if you've already put in a massive move in reaction to something big, the next day you've just heard a potential idea for a trade, which paid off in the case of TSM. It doesn't have to be exactly the same thing. It doesn't have to be some political mess and they report the next day. They just have to make the move that you're expecting on earnings the day before, if I'm not mistaken. Danielle?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I look for that all throughout earnings season. If you notice any company, it could be whatever, that already has a big move before the report, it's like, yes, this is a great one to sell the volatility on.
Sean put on his Palantir hat the day before earnings. It went up 8%. The expected move was already 8%, and you put the trade on. Now, not that that's exactly how it works, although stranger things have happened. I was going to ask you about big cap tech in general as well, especially because next week we get all the big earnings names. But we always get questions about NVIDIA when we have you on. So NVIDIA, if we're going to be talking about things like the 50-period moving average and support and key price levels, clearly anybody can see where NVIDIA is at matters. That 117 level has been a big one. Now you have the 50 simple moving right into it. It's this is the dip support for NVIDIA. I'm not saying it looks as strong as, when it bounced off this the last couple of times, it bounced pretty definitively within a couple of days. And we don't get the report for a while. NVIDIA is always late when it comes to earnings. They're at the end of August. So what's your take on NVIDIA specifically here?
I think NVIDIA looks great. I think NVIDIA and Broadcom both. One of the main reasons why I like buying stocks at the 50 simple is because you're so close to where your stop loss needs to be. If you buy them up at the 21 EMA, you might have to sit through a pullback all the way down to the 50 and then it will go higher after that. So, that can be a pain. But the reason why I like the 50 simple is because you're just so close to that stop point. So if and when you're wrong, typically the stock breaks down below that level and you generally see high volume selling and you can usually get out pretty quickly. So I like it for that reason, but I also just really like this chart because we have a variety of setups here. So first of all, we have a Fibonacci pattern. I'm sure you could ask Trader Tammy about it because she's amazing and she does Fibonacci. So we have this 2-step pattern right here, which is a buy pattern that gives you support at 113. It's already, bounced at the 50 simple. You also have the squeeze here. I love trading the squeeze. Anytime you have a ticker that's in consolidation, it's just basically building up energy so that it can take the next leg. Now, the thing that people always say to me is, well, how do you know if it's going to break out to the upside or downside? You can't ever know for sure, but generally what you're going to do is you're just going to follow the trend. So the majority of the time, stocks are going to break out in the direction of the trend. The trend here is up. We have 2 breakaway gaps in a row. We have earnings coming up at the end of August. We're going to be entering the pre-earnings time frame. Let me see when the date is on that. That's going to be July 30th. So when I have, 2 breakaway gaps in a row, I have a bullish trend, I have a stock at the 50 simple, I have a Fibonacci pattern, I have consolidation, I have earnings. That's pretty much everything that I need. Now, could it still fail? Yeah, of course it can fail. You never know what can happen, but I love the setup. I think it looks great. And for that reason, I have been, targeting an entry point on this, and I want to trade it back to 140 and then up to 150.
That's all you can do. You get the setup, get your chips in good. If you play poker, when you got a good hand and the expectancy is there, you get it in. That support level looks fantastic on Nvidia. Thank you everybody for that. Danielle, tell everybody where they can find you. And if you have anybody in the chat, if you have questions for Danielle that we don't get to, symbols, you can always find her on the Twitter machine or on X, as like we're supposed to say, and on your YouTube channel. And we can always get them in advance and ask you the questions. But anything, tell everyone where they can find you first off. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. So you can find me on X at Trader Danielle or on YouTube at Trader Danielle. I'm pretty responsive on X. I haven't been posting as much as normal. Like I said, it's been a little bit crazy this summer for me so far, but now that we're into earnings season, I am back and, ready to be in action.
Exactly, and the action looks good in Nvidia, as you said. We'll check back in. They don't report till the end of the month, but they've got action every single day. Always a good trade. Thank you so much, Danielle Shea, Trader Danielle, one of our best friends on the show. Best of luck in all of your trades, and best of luck with the traffic to and from camp. I know how that can be when you've got the kids back and forth. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle.
And the other thing that Danielle does is cause a bounce in Netflix. See, she talks positively about Netflix. Netflix now puts in a higher low, so still down 2.5 points, but 620 held into 630 in there. Good day overall in trading terms, but now you're leading off earnings with a down day. But as Danielle said, the expected move was twice this, or now almost 3 times this move, and all you've got is 2.5 points to the downside. So I think that's not the end of the world. But you know what it is? It's always a smile on everybody's face when we get right to the end and then Adara can show off her roll call skills. So everybody in the chat, dropping the thanks to Danielle. I'm going to drop my thanks to Danielle Shea as well while we get our roll call on with Adara.
Yeah, that Netflix was crazy. Just to clarify as well, though, one of the bigger numbers, they did add 8.05 million paid net additional subscribers compared to the estimate of 5.03 million. Netflix, that could be one thing to balance it. 3 million subscribers higher than expected for those additions. Let's get going, though. Thank you to Danielle Shea for being here. So great to have you every single Thursday, or mostly every Thursday. Thank you so much to Bears vs. Bulls for everything you do. Bears and Bulls were nibbling at Tesla. They put that one in their watch list, eating their popcorn, so shout out to you as well. Kadim, we have Hans Beer, we have Bristol, we've got Danielle Shea here again, we have Neil Roberts, we have Timon, we have Marie L, we have Michael, Dr. Strange, Pineapple Undies, Mahishu Watkins, Donkey Trader, Hans Beer again, BGZ, On Your Og, we've got Fat Figo, we have around and find out. We have Dr. Strange, we have TH, we've got Jason, we have Michael Lopez, Noah, we've got Miguel, we have Bristol, we have Smooth One J, we've got Tipo Master, Pineapple Andy's in here, Gretton Rogue, Yogi, Alex Diaz, Bears versus Bulls, Daniel, Eli 7721. I'm also going to shout out here Fabian because he's here and he's not in the roll call, but he is in spirit. So shout out to him. We've got Psychology Motivation, Blue Arrow, Brave Scorpy, Dr. Strange, Lasmel. We have Rivian Millionaire. We have Eli 7721 again in here. We've got Bears versus Bulls. Yeah, for round. Got to do what I got to do here. The Piper, Charuz. We have M1K3, Jay Sons. We have Daniel Shane here again. Jeremy Newman, Licanoli. I love that one. Live, Love, Sale. Jeff, Darwin, Robert Liu, Fat Vega. What a day, guys.
And you know what? I saw the one that tripped you up, but hey, if you fight the trend, you're trying to mess around and find out. I'm not going to say it because you know what's up. And Tipo Master said, check out my super chat. So before we get out of here, I made a comment, and I don't remember. I said something about my height. I think I was making a basketball reference. And he said, we got to reclaim this, bro. 5'10" is above average. Is it? I thought it's literally exactly average. And I make the quib about my height. My brother's 6'3", and a bunch of my cousins are 6'4", 6'5". I am the short dude in the family, although I'm going to throw this around. I was the one dunking in high school, not my brother who was 6'3", but that's neither here nor there. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for all of the support. We love you guys so much. We have so much fun doing the show. Trading can be a lonely business. Obviously, you're sitting at your desk and you're focused on what you can do. So we try to make it a little bit of fun, give you some ideas, have fantastic guests like Danielle Shea that you can get your learn on with. So, hey, we're going to wrap up the week. Tomorrow's a big one. We got post-Netflix earnings. We've got Walgreens getting the boot out of the NASDAQ 100. I'm saving it for this moment. And then we have SMCI going into the NASDAQ 100. A lot to cover. It's going to be a banger end of the week. We'll see you bright and early, 8:30 tomorrow morning, Trader TV Live. For Adair, for myself, for Fabian on the ones and twos and the entire team. Ciao. See you in the morning.
Bye. Yo, that made me so happy, that pun.